Chapter 218. As soon as the apocalyptic demon blade was unleashed, the world was in chaos. Xiao Han extracted all the demon power in the 43,000 demon meridians and slashed out a apocalyptic demon blade. The power was half of Demon Emperor Qing Lin's peak. Everyone saw a bewitching blade light that could not be described with words. It disappeared in a flash, bringing with it a shock and taking everything away. Under this world-annihilating demon blade, the demonized Garen was instantly disintegrated and devoured. All of his demon chi was gone. On the ground, a ravine that was dozens of miles long was left. It was several feet deep and several feet wide, extending in a straight line. Dust and smoke filled the air. It was a ghastly sight. Xiao Han let out a breath and kept the demon blade. Now, Emperor Zhou Bing's palm was dry and silent. There was no longer any vitality. The 3 demon emperor crystals had dimmed a lot. Strictly speaking, although Xiao Han could activate the demon power of a low-level demon emperor and slashed out a high-level demon emperor's natal demon technique, he was far inferior to a demon emperor in some aspects. For example, after the demon power was drained, it automatically recovered at an extremely slow pace. With 43,000 demonic veins, without any external help, it would probably take a year and a half to fully replenish them. Unless he hunted the demons and absorbed their soul essences. It seems that increasing my own combat strength is the best way. This demon clan's secret technique can only be used as a support, Xiao Han muttered. However, the long heretic hero selection has come to an end. It's completely over. I, Xiao Han, should be able to become a heretic hero now, right? Xiao Han looked at the group of experienced heretic heroes floating in the void. All of them had a powerful aura. In their eyes, there were the sun, moon, stars, and ancient runes. Good. Xiao Han, good. Very good. An old man as deep as the sea. He gave people a godlike pressure. With a smile on his face, he looked at Xiao Han with an appreciative gaze. Contestants, please wait a moment. After that, the group of experienced heretic heroes closed their eyes and seemed to communicate with something. Boss. Fatty Zhu was the first to pounce on Xiao Han, the fat on his face shaking. He was overjoyed. Mo Qingtong, Xiao Yunrong, and Hui Yang also dashed toward Xiao Han. As for the rest of the contestants, some were happy, while others were sad. Some contestants, such as Tang Feipeng from the Eastern Domain, had bet on Xiao Han's victory in this battle of the pinnacle. Thus, they were secretly rejoicing in their hearts. However, he also had a lingering fear in his heart. If he had made the slightest mistake before this, if he had chosen Garen, he would have cried to death right now. He would have been directly eliminated and would never be able to become a fiend hero. Heaven with a thought, hell with a thought. There was nothing better than this. On the contrary, the contestants who had chosen Garen now had a look of defeat and despair on their faces. They were completely disheartened, like eggplants that had been hit by frost. However, they did not dare to voice their anger. This was the rule of the test. Their fate was in their own hands. The winner was the king, and the loser was the thief. Since they had made the wrong choice, they had to bear the consequences themselves. Moreover, after witnessing Xiao Han's monstrous and inhuman extraordinary means, they didn't dare to make a sound. They were afraid that Xiao Han would take revenge on them if they even let out a breath of resentment. They were either crippled or killed. They deeply believed that Xiao Han could do such a thing. The younger generation of the Fiend Hero region collectively collapsed. They had all chosen Garen to win. Now, they were all facing the fate of being eliminated. Boss, you're too fierce. Garen was full of tricks, but he was still no match for you. In the end, he was instantly killed by you. This was a direct suppression. You defeated him fair and square. There's nothing to doubt. Boss, you're really Fatty's lifelong idol. Fatty Zhu fawned on him. Xiao Han, you actually learned Demon Emperor Qing Lin's world-destroying demon blade. This is simply too abnormal and invincible. Mo Qingtong also looked at Xiao Han with stars in her eyes. She was extremely excited. Xiao Yunrong and Huiyang said in unison. We've become fiends now. Hee hee. It seems that everyone has become fiends. Xiao Han laughed heartily. Xiao Han, congratulations on becoming a fiend. Chen Fengchen and Leng Ryu walked over slowly. Chen Fengchen smiled slightly. Maybe we'll have a chance to work together in the future. Leng Ryu looked at Xiao Han in shock. Xiao Han, Ryu has always underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Even with Garen's monstrous talent, he's completely no match for you. You're invincible under the 6th stage of true Qi. You can now deal with low-level demon emperors. Heh. It's all luck. Xiao Han said humbly. At this moment, the old man with a deep aura announced loudly. Now, candidates whose names I've called out, please come over. Southern Region, Xiao Han, Huiyang, Xiao Yunrong, Mo Qingtong, Zhu Hu. The Southern Region did well this time. Pretty good. Wow. Boss. Let's go. Fatty Zhu was almost dancing with joy. Heh. Let's go. Xiao Han smiled slightly. He was also unable to control his excitement. He walked over with his companions. The group of veteran evil heroes smiled as they looked at Xiao Han and the others, secretly commenting on them. These people aren't very strong, but their luck is good. It's very likely that they'll encounter all kinds of fortuitous encounters in the future. Good, they're all good kids. They are all Xiao Han's companions. When one person achieves the Tao, even his fowls and dogs follow him. However, this is luck. What else is there to say? The old man continued to announce. Eastern Region, Tang Feipeng, Xian Qi, Luo Dahua, Luo Chu Chu. On the Eastern Region's side, there were also more than a dozen people whose names were called. They walked over with ecstasy, all trembling with excitement. De Huang, Lua, Deng Ba, Ying, Jingli. De Huang had more contestants whose names were called out, 187 people. Because De Huang had the most contestants participating in the 4th stage of the assessment, close to 1,000 people. Northern Region and Western Region each had one person. The Devil Hero region was completely annihilated. Well, the contestants whose names are not called will be teleported out of the Devil Hero region. Among you, about half of the contestants are still young and still have a chance to participate in the next Devil Hero trial in 5 years. Keep up the good work. In fact, you've already benefited a lot from surviving the cruelest Devil Hero trial in history. Forget it, that's it. For the contestants whose names were not read out, this old man. He was not so polite. There was a hint of impatience in his tone. No. Examiners. I have something to say. On the Devil Hero region's side, a young man in white had a nervous and indignant expression on his face. What do you have to say? The group of senior Devil Heroes was stunned. Examiners. It's true that Xiao Han killed our eldest senior brother Garen. But he actually used Demon Emperor Qing Lin's world-destroying demon saber. This is the secret technique of the devil race. How can we humans use the secret technique of the devil race? I suspect that Xiao Han has already fallen into the devil Dao. I protest. I seriously protest. The young man in white from the Devil Hero region roared with grief and indignation. Shut up. The old man with a strong aura moved his eyes slightly and runes flashed. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on his body, making it difficult for the young man in white to breathe. He wanted to argue, but he could not say anything. Whether Xiao Han has fallen into the Devil Dao or not, it's not up to you young people to decide. The old man said indifferently. I used to dominate the world. I don't know how many demons I've killed. I can still distinguish between humans and demons. Don't be noisy. You're obviously doubting my judgment and intelligence by saying this. Alright, all of you will be teleported away. You're all selected and trained by the senior devil heroes of the Devil Hero Tower. I was against this at the beginning. If you want to select talents, you should start from the 4 regions and the Great Wilderness. Training disciples for devil heroes? This is a rare thing. Now the result is obvious. Failure. All 100 contestants have been eliminated. It's a failure among failures. Alright, don't talk nonsense. All of you, leave this no. We're not willing to accept this. Whoosh 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 whoosh, a faint fluctuation of the power of time and space teleported the dozens of people from the Devil Hero region and the hundreds of contestants around them away. Well, you young people are all good. If nothing goes wrong, you'll be the new generation of devil heroes. It's really not easy for you to emerge as a new force in what is known as the cruelest hex trial in history. Although your strength and realm may not be the strongest, each of you is very lucky, and you will be able to show your strength in the future. I have high hopes for you. Alright, now I'll teleport you to a town. You'll all stay there temporarily. The higher-ups are already preparing the Devil Hero token for you and registering you one by one. In a few days, someone will come to contact you and officially announce that you've all become Devil Heroes. Wait patiently for these few days. Ha 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 ha. Let's go, Devil Hero Tower. Level 29. Ha ha ha. Sect leader, junior brother Xiao Han and junior sister Hui Yang have all become Devil Heroes. This is really a joyous occasion for our Pure Cloud sect. In this year's Devil Hero preliminaries, which is said to be the cruelest in history, our Pure Cloud sect has sent 2 disciples to participate in the competition, and both of them have become Devil Heroes. Does this also indicate that in the future, our Pure Cloud sect's luck will also rise steadily like a rainbow piercing through the sun? Ha 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 ha. Cool. Junior brother Xiao Han's last strike was the Demon Emperor Qing Lin's world-destroying demon blade. He actually practiced it to such a level. With his full strength, even junior brother Fang Ling and junior brother Dongfang Qin would not be able to withstand it. Xiao Mingchu smiled. Fang Ling pondered for a moment and said seriously. If I were to face junior brother Xiao Han's strike, the only thing I can do is to use my experience to escape. I can't fight head-on. Seriously speaking, with junior brother Xiao Han's current combat strength, it's enough for him to fight for a place on the Devil Hero list. Dongfang Qin thought for a few breaths and said softly. It's also impossible for me to fight junior brother Xiao Han head-on. However, I believe that junior brother Xiao Han is not a demon emperor. His replenishment of demonic energy is a big problem. If I were to fight junior brother Xiao Han to the death, would avoid his attack and wait for his demonic energy to weaken before fighting him. However, junior brother Xiao Han's physical strength is not to be underestimated. It's hard to predict the outcome. The biggest winner of this year's Hex trial is Xiao Han. He has made a lot of progress. Old Wu smiled. Well, let's prepare to welcome Xiao Han and Hui Yang. Congratulate them on becoming Devil Heroes. Let's celebrate. Ha ha ha, Brother Wu, how can I miss such a grand ceremony? By the way, my disciple Qing Tong has also become a Devil Hero. Ha 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 ha. The heavenly devil old man was also overjoyed. And me, Fatty. Zhu Ganglai also joined in the fun. Many of the devil heroes on this floor also came to congratulate them. The highest floor of the Devil Hero Tower. The antiques who cultivated a group of elite disciples of the Devil Hero region. Now, this floor was very quiet. Like a pool of stagnant water. But in this silence, there was a terrible undercurrent brewing. It was like the moment before the storm. Garen is dead. He couldn't kill Xiao Han, but was killed by Xiao Han with one strike. That was the world-destroying demon blade, which sent Garen out of the 5 elements and out of the 6 paths of reincarnation. It could be said that he died very cleanly, leaving nothing behind. Our disciples were all wiped out. None of them could become devil heroes. From then on, we were all disgraced. At that time, we resisted the rumors and spent time and energy to cultivate this group of young people, swearing to make this group of young people all become devil heroes, and even the cornerstone of the future devil slayer. Our ambition was higher than the sky, and our confidence was bursting. In the end, we suddenly fell to the bottom. All our hopes were shattered. How ruthless. This fall was so hard that we almost lost our reputation. In the future, we will forever become the topic of other devil heroes, a complete joke. All of this, thanks to Xiao Han. If it wasn't for Xiao Han, Garen would have become a devil hero, and even become the leader of the young generation of devil heroes in the future. The other children can also become devil heroes, so that we can have glory. Unfortunately, there is a variable, Xiao Han. This child makes me want to kill him. If I don't kill this child, I won't be satisfied. All of you shut up. Now, this Xiao Han is in the limelight, and the higher-ups must have high hopes and focused on cultivating him. If we jump out now to deal with him, it is like running into the muzzle of a gun. That is courting death. This Xiao Han, we can't vent our anger if we don't kill him. However, this matter needs to be planned and done slowly. In fact, we can even bear with it and wait for an opportunity in the dark. Once we find an opportunity, we will kill him. Don't let him turn over a new leaf. I've already done a thorough investigation. This Xiao Han is a member of the Southern Domain's Cloud Sect. The sect leader of the Cloud Sect, Wuyu, is also an unruly and difficult person to deal with. However, other than Wuyu, the Cloud Sect also has other heroes. This Xiao Han has given us too much of a blow. This caused us to waste tens of years of time and the endless resources we used to cultivate Garen and the others. Killing Xiao Han alone is not enough to vent our anger. When we find an opportunity, we must make the Cloud Sect pay a heavy price. They will be punished. Alright, from now on, everyone should know their place and don't go overboard. You can even pretend to be magnanimous and congratulate Xiao Han, Wu Bai, and the others. However, you must secretly look for an opportunity. Don't let go of any chance to attack the Cloud Sect and Xiao Han. That's it. In short, this is a fight to the death. Xiao Han knows the secrets of the demon clan and is good at using demon techniques. From this matter, we can make a big deal out of it. Well, wait for an opportunity, and we will catch him by his tail. When that time comes, we will trample him to death. Devil Hero Domain. It was a small town with beautiful scenery and an exotic atmosphere. This small town was very quiet and full of spiritual qi. Even the air was warm and lingering, making people feel like they were being cleansed with just a little breath. This place was very suitable for cultivation. Moreover, this place was not disturbed by the outside world at all. It was like a secluded paradise. There were no worries, and it was a paradise. Xiao Han and his companions, as well as the contestants who were about to become devil heroes, lived in this small town. 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, Xiao Han emptied his mind. During this time, his heart, which had been tense because of the Hex Hero preliminaries, was completely relaxed. It was very comfortable. Relaxing. Refreshing. During this period, the other contestants would find Xiao Han eagerly and flatter him, wanting to make friends with him. Xiao Han always brushed it off indifferently and evaded it. 3 days later, above the small town, the void was broken, and a young man stepped through the void. His aura was like that of a god, and there seemed to be a vision of stars disappearing in his eyes. His hands were empty, and he casually floated in the air, bringing with him an indescribable majesty. Xiao Han and many other contestants gathered together and looked at the young man in the sky. Well. Not bad, not bad. The young man said. He looked very young, and his skin was smooth and shiny, but his voice was very old, as if he had experienced the world. Congratulations, you have officially become the new generation of devil heroes. I am here today to distribute the Devil Hero token to you. I will also bring you into the Devil Hero Tower. Because this year's Devil Hero preliminaries are known as the most difficult in history, so once you become a Devil Hero, you will be qualified to enter the Devil Hero Tower. You should know that many devil heroes may not be able to earn enough contribution points to enter the Devil Hero Tower even after working hard for a lifetime. This is the privilege given to you. Our world of devil heroes does not pay too much attention to formalities, which is different from the secular world, so there is no guard of honor to welcome you. Okay, now I will distribute the Devil Hero token to you, and I will tell you about other things along the way. After entering the Devil Hero Tower, I will also teach you some basic rules of the Devil Hero world. After saying that, the young man swept his gaze across the crowd. Whoever his gaze swept across, they were terrified, and their hearts were beating wildly, as if they had done something wrong and were caught red-handed. Under his gaze, everyone felt as if every inch of their body was seen through by him. Even their souls were seen through. Their realms, cultivation, flesh, bones, skin, hair, acupoints, everything was seen through. Finally, his gaze fell on Xiaohan. Well. You are Xiaohan, right? You are very good, the most demonic existence among the new batch of devil heroes. Good, you are very good. Boom, Xiaohan felt that his body was almost transparent. No secret could hide from this young man's eyes. Xiaohan was shocked and alarmed, but he forced himself to calm down very soon. The spirit turtle's true chi surged, sealing up his heart firmly. As for the demon egg in his heart, it seemed to possess intelligence. Afraid of being spied on, it immediately shrank to the size of a speck of dust, completely still and deathly silent. Moreover, Xiaohan purposely released the aura of Zhuo Bing Emperor's palm tattoo. A weak demonic light flowed on his left arm. After a full 10 breaths, the young man withdrew his gaze. The pressure on Xiaohan's body disappeared, and he was covered in cold sweat. Not bad, Xiaohan, you did not make any mistakes. You only refined a demon emperor's palm. You are still human in your bones. Alright, congratulations, Xiaohan. You've become a swordsman. This is your devil hero token, keep it. The young man smiled at Xiaohan in a friendly manner, his eyes were filled with admiration. He raised his hand, and a black token flew towards Xiaohan. To be continued. Chapter 219. From the moment you received your own chivalrous token, you have officially become a chivalrous hero. Chivalrous heroes are the privileged people of this world. Similarly, you should bear more responsibilities. All of you, take care of yourselves. The young man with an old voice and eyes like those of an ancient god said in a very serious tone. He waved his hands casually a few times, and densely packed chivalrous tokens shot out and distributed to everyone. Xiaohan grabbed the chivalrous token that was flying towards him. He was excited and studied it over and over again. The chivalrous token was the size of a palm, completely black and shiny. He did not know what material it was carved out of. It did not look like metal, nor was it jade. It was engraved with ancient seal characters and talismans, as well as pictures depicting the eternal war scenes between the human race and the demon race. Waves of mysterious energy fluctuations emanated from the chivalrous token. Solemn and sacred. Chivalrous token. The words Xiaohan were written under the 3 big words, which meant that this chivalrous token belonged to Xiaohan. Boss. Fatty has one too. Fatty Zhu was so excited that he was trembling. He held the chivalrous token in his hand and bounced around Xiaohan. Huatiao stared at the chivalrous token in a daze and mumbled something. Then, 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks. Xiao Yinrong kissed the chivalrous token and Mo Qingtong clutched it tightly. The new generation of chivalrous heroes could not control their surging emotions when they got their own chivalrous token. They all lost their composure. The most interesting ones were the people from Dehuang. They threw spices and bright feathers on the ground, and then knelt on both knees. They prayed devoutly. It seemed like some kind of ceremony. Well, remember. The chivalrous token represents the identity, glory, and dignity of a chivalrous hero. Once your chivalrous token is lost, or even robbed, it will be a great shame. It is something more shameful than death, understand? The chivalrous hero can die in battle, but the chivalrous token cannot be lost. If the order lives, the person lives, and if the order dies, the person dies. The old voice sounded again. The new generation of chivalrous heroes held their breath and solemnly held the chivalrous token. This chivalrous token is carved from meteorites collected from outer space. The so-called meteorites are also known as celestial stones. The immortal world stone, the old voice continued. Immortal stones? Yes, immortal stones. Therefore, each and every devil hero token was extremely magical and mysterious. And the most amazing thing about it was that once the evil hero died, the evil hero would die. Then, the evil hero token that belonged to him, it would be completely reduced to a useless rock. Therefore, every devil hero token was exclusive and unique. If other devil heroes obtained a devil hero token that did not belong to them, it would not be of much use. It was equivalent to picking up a useless stone. Alright, let's complete the last step. Drip a drop of blood to recognize the owner. After the completion of dripping blood to recognize the owner, your soul will establish a flesh and blood connection with the Xianxia token that belongs to you. Furthermore, your psyche waves can seep into your yen chivalrous token, the old young man warned. Bind it with blood? Xiao Han was stunned. Then, he sent out a strand of saber chi and carefully pierced his right index finger. A drop of hot blood flowed out and dripped onto the evil hero token in his hand. In an instant. Boom! The entire evil hero token suddenly burned with divine flames. Wisps of light and radiance were boiling, and the clouds were steaming. All of a sudden, Xiao Han established a special relationship with his evil hero token. He could clearly and deeply feel that this evil hero token had now evolved into an extension of his consciousness. A part of his body. Before this, Xiao Han had killed devil hero Nangong Yi and obtained his evil hero token. He could also feel that there was an extremely mysterious and incredible power in the evil hero token. However, Xiao Han could not activate this power, and was even resisted by it. But now, after Xiao Han bound his evil hero token with blood, he could control the mysterious power that the evil hero token emitted as he pleased. Swoosh! Xiao Han scanned with his psyche wave and saw the inside of the evil hero token in his hand. There was a whole new world inside. A small world of its own. There was some data inside the evil hero token. Evil hero, Xiao Han birthplace, Southern region contribution value, 20,000 ranking on the evil hero ranking list, 0 privilege, can enter 50% of countries that ordinary people are not allowed to enter, can enter 50% of mystic realms that ordinary people are not allowed to enter, is not restricted by worldly laws. In addition, there were many obscure and mysterious lines and characters engraved inside the evil hero token, forming a formation. Xiao Han scanned with his psyche wave and understood. Formation activated, flying formation. Inject a small amount of true chi to activate the evil hero token, allowing it to fly for 100,000 miles in a day. Spirit gathering formation. Inject a small amount of true chi to mobilize the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within a radius of 10 miles. Dust isolation formation. Inject a small amount of true chi to avoid dust within a radius of 1 mile. Water separation formation. Inject a small amount of true chi to avoid water and dive into the sea. Offensive formation. Non-defensive formation. Non-special formation. None, map. None, accepted mission. None, completed mission. None, message bar, added evil hero. None, added invitation. None, search for evil heroes nearby, requires 10 contribution value. Greet evil heroes nearby. None, send a message to the top management of the evil hero tower, requires 1,000 contribution value. Send a message to all evil heroes within a radius of 1,000 miles, requires 10,000 contribution value. Send a message to all evil heroes within a radius of 10,000 miles, requires 1,000,000 contribution value. Close the message bar. Trading bar. Connect to the evil hero region auction house, requires 500 contribution value to register. Intelligence bar. Free intelligence. Secret intelligence, requires contribution value to purchase all kinds of secret intelligence. This evil hero token is really a bit complicated. Xiao Han scanned the evil hero token with his spiritual force and found out. This was the evil hero token. The most basic function. It should be a storage item. But it was filled with all kinds of other functions. For a moment, Xiao Han couldn't figure it out. The other chivalrous men also looked like they didn't quite understand. The young man with the old voice said in a clear voice. Evil heroes, after the blood contract, you have a deeper understanding of the evil hero token, don't you? This is not just a token or a pass. It is a symbol of status. It also has many practical functions. Now, I'll give you a brief introduction. Listen up. Everyone pricked up their ears. The most basic function of the evil hero token is to store items. Then, in each evil hero token, your information is recorded. What is contribution value? In the world of evil heroes, contribution value is equivalent to money in the secular world, true martial coins in sects, and contribution value is the currency circulated among evil heroes. Of course, contribution value can be exchanged for true martial coins, but true martial coins are very difficult to buy contribution value. You are all ordinary evil heroes now. So, you can only enter 50% of ancient countries and secret realms that ordinary people are not allowed to enter. Ancient ruins. If you want to explore more mysterious places, you can buy a pass with contribution points. You can also fight for a ranking on the Hex ranking board and get more privileges. You just need to pay a little attention to the array formation. In fact, the function of array is not very useful. For example, some offensive arrays required a huge amount of contribution points to purchase. Not many evil heroes will covet the power of the array. Only when one's own combat power is strong can he be considered strong. There were some formations known as forbidden spells that could destroy an entire world with just a slight activation. However, which of these formations did not require hundreds of millions or even billions of contribution points to purchase? Also, after using it once, you have to spend the same amount of contribution value to replenish the energy of the array. Who can afford to play with this kind of array? The map can guide you to some secret areas. Even the keys to these special areas need to be bought with contribution value. The mission board requires you to accept various missions. Most of these missions are related to killing the demon clan. Of course, some missions are related to killing traitors, and some missions are related to destroying the demon clan's sacrificial altars and nests. Every mission that you complete will be rewarded with a corresponding amount of contribution points. After you get used to it for a while, you should start to accept some missions, either alone or in teams. Doing missions can not only earn contribution value, but also sharpen your mind and improve your realm and combat power. The communication board allows evil heroes to communicate with each other. For example, when you go to complete some missions and encounter sudden changes that you can't deal with, you can use the function to find nearby evil heroes and form a team with them. Turning off the message board will cut off contact with other evil heroes, and make it impossible for nearby evil heroes to find your location. When you complete some secret missions, you can turn off the message board. The young man with the old voice explained the many functions of the evil hero token concisely. Many evil heroes nodded. Alright, I'll take you to the evil hero tower now. The young man with the old voice smiled. Follow me, all of you. You can now activate the flying array in the evil hero token and try this function. You only need to inject a small amount of vital chi. However, when you go out to complete various missions in the future, try to use your own vital chi to fly so that you don't attract too much attention. You might even be seen through by the hidden demons. Let's go. Swoosh, Xiao Han tried to inject a wisp of vital chi into the flying array in the evil hero token. In a breath, the evil hero token in his hands suddenly grew bigger. It was 10 feet long and 5 feet wide, flashing with light and characters as it floated in the air. Interesting. Xiao Han jumped onto the evil hero token. The other evil heroes followed suit. In an instant, all the evil heroes activated the flying array in the evil hero token and flew on the evil hero token. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the group of evil heroes followed the young man with the old voice and quickly flew away from the area. They flew in the direction of the evil hero pagoda. Fatty Zhu flew to Xiao Han's side and said loudly, "Boss, I have already thoroughly studied the communication function of the evil hero token. Now, let's add each other. In the future, no matter where we go, even if we are scattered across the world, we can still communicate with each other. Okay. Let's add each other." Mo Qingtong also smiled. Soon, Xiao Han, Fatty Zhu, Mo Qingtong, Xiao Yunrong, and Huiyang successfully added each other. The other evil heroes also added each other. Suddenly, a message flashed in the communication column of Xiao Han's evil hero token. Xiao Han scanned with his mind and found more than a dozen evil heroes nearby who were greeting him were requesting to be added. Evil hero Tang Feipeng of the East is requesting to add you as a friend. Do you agree to be added? Evil hero Xianxia of the East is requesting to add you as a friend. Do you agree to be added? Evil hero Gulita of the Great Wilderness is requesting to add you as a friend. Do you agree to be added? Xiao Han shook his head and laughed. Then, he rejected all these requests. Xiao Han did not want to add people who had nothing to do with him. This Xiao Han. He actually rejected my request. Tang Feipeng of the East stared at Xiao Han who was flying in front of him. Isn't he too arrogant? That's enough, Tang Feipeng. He also rejected my request, Xian Qi said with a wry smile. Tang Feipeng, don't be angry. Now that we are all evil heroes, we can get a lot of resources and enter all kinds of secret realms and blessed lands full of fortuitous encounters. We will all improve rapidly. One day, we will surpass Xiao Han. At that time, we will slap his face. Let's see if he dares to be arrogant again. Boss, there are 2,000 contribution points in Fatty's evil hero token. How many do you have? Fatty Zhu asked Xiao Han with a smile. Mo Qingtong, Xiao Yunrong, and Huiyang said in unison. We also have 2,000 contribution points. 2,000? Xiao Han was stunned for a moment and then said in a low voice. How can I have 20,000 contribution points? Is there a mistake? The young man with the old voice seemed to have heard the conversation between Xiao Han and the others and said with a smile. Xiao Han, you have 20,000 contribution points. That's right. You are the evil hero with the most outstanding performance this time and you killed Demon Emperor Qinglin. Therefore, you have the most contribution points, 20,000. This is equivalent to a reward for you. As for the other evil heroes, they only have 2,000 contribution points, far less than you, Xiao Han. However, other evil heroes, don't be discouraged. You should know that the evil heroes produced in any of the selections in the past would only be given 100 to 500 contribution points when they received the evil hero token. Because your selections this time are the most difficult and have the highest death rate, the contribution points you will get for the first time are also the most abundant. You can use these contribution points to purchase all the mystical arts, secret manuals, mystic realm maps, and information that you want. However, in the future, the contribution points will not be distributed to you for free. You will need to complete various missions and earn your own contribution points. P.S. This chapter is about the settings. After becoming an evil hero, some settings need to be explained. I hope everyone won't be too bored reading it. To be continued. Chapter 220. Xiao Han, together with a group of new heroes, flew above the Devil Hero region on the Devil Hero token. Everyone looked at the Devil Hero region from a bird's eye view. What a dazzling array of treasures! It was extremely beautiful and spectacular. There were continents, oceans, divine mountains that glowed with the light of treasures, palaces that rose and fell majestically like heavenly palaces, burning with golden splendor, and grasslands that were full of immortal herbs and lingji, and many rivers that flowed like jade ribbons. The blue ocean was very magnificent. The wind was gentle and the sun was shining, exuding a spring aura. The coastal port was anchored with giant ships, and many shops and high-end buildings had been set up. Moreover, everything here was very colorful and rich in layers. The mountains and rivers in the distance were full of dreamy poetry. The air was clear, clean, and flawless. There was no smell of the demon clan here. In the blue sky, there were birds and auspicious birds flying past. With a slight breath, people could feel that the air was very warm, lingering, and nourishing. When inhaled into the body and lungs, it could even wash away the impurities and filth in the body. Snow spirit. People born here must have been born with a strong physique, immune to all diseases, and unobstructed meridians. The origin of the Devil Hero region was many times stronger than that of the north, south, east, west, and the great wilderness. At this moment, the chivalrous heroes standing on the ground stopped and looked up at Xiao Han's new batch of chivalrous heroes. They were all commenting and whispering to each other, but no one flew up to disturb or talk to them. Huh. I've received a lot of messages from nearby heroes greeting me. They all want to add me as a friend. Xiao Han was speechless. However, he would not blindly add heroes that he did not know. To avoid trouble, he rejected them one by one. At this moment, with a sweep of his mental power, he saw a message. The devil hero of the southern region, Wu ***, requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Ah. Sect Master? Xiao Han was stunned, then he laughed and quickly agreed to Wu ***'s request. Xiao Han. As soon as he agreed to Wu ***'s request, Xiao Han's mental power swept the message that Wu *** had sent him. This kind of message was not a voice, but an exchange of spiritual waves. Therefore, other than Xiao Han, there was no one nearby who could eavesdrop. Sect leader. I've received your message. Hee, sect leader, I've gotten the devil hero token and am now a devil hero. Xiao Han immediately replied with a mental wave message. All right. Very good. You did not disappoint the high hopes of our sect. Xiao Han, you and Huiyang have won glory for the Pure Cloud sect. Now, you should be coming to the Yaoxia Tower, right? I, Ming Chu, and the others will be waiting for you and Huiyang on the 29th floor of the Yaoxia Pagoda. Yes. Sect Master. A senior wants to bring us into the Yaoxia Pagoda and seems to have something to tell us. Later, this disciple will go with senior sister Huishou. Go to the 29th floor and meet the sect master and senior brothers. Alright, there's no rush. We'll wait for you. It's really convenient to use the evil hero token to send messages. It seems that it's not unreasonable for so many martial artists to rack their brains and fight for it, even at the cost of their lives, to become a devil hero. Let's not talk about other things. Just the evil hero token alone has such a magical function. TSK. This is unimaginable in the secular world. Xiao Han sighed. Boss, we're about to reach the Yaoxia Pagoda. Fatty Zhu shouted. Xiao Han looked around. A dazzling golden pagoda stood in front of him. It had a magnificent aura as it pierced through the blue sky. The Yaoxia Pagoda. The Yaoxia Pagoda that would never fall. It was the greatest building of the human race in this world. Once the Yaoxia Pagoda fell, it would mean that this world would be ruled by the demon race. The human race would be completely destroyed and exterminated. The Yaoxia Pagoda was at least 100,000 meters tall. It pierced deep into the sky and the clouds, as if it was connected to the legendary immortal world. It was lofty, enormous, ancient, elegant, magnificent, and stretched on for a few thousand kilometers. It emanated a scholarly aura, and it carried the aura of civilization and enlightenment. It caused the heavens and the earth to be filled with strands of righteousness, and it simply aroused respect in the hearts of all. The Yaoxia Pagoda emitted a sacred glow, making it hard for people to look at it directly. It was like a temple. Layers upon layers. Each layer was dazzling and there were probably more than 1,000 layers. It was really too solemn. Not only could one not see the end of it, but it also made people want to kneel down and worship it. Vaguely, one could see a large number of giant reliefs engraved on the Xianxia pagoda. The contents of these reliefs could not be seen clearly, but it gave people the feeling that they were describing the birth of this world, the mysteries of this universe, and the eternal truth. We've arrived at the Xianxia pagoda. It's very difficult for ordinary Xianxia to enter the Xianxia pagoda even once. This is because every time they enter the Xianxia pagoda, they have to spend 2,000 contribution points. Moreover, every day they stay in the Xianxia pagoda requires 1,000 contribution points. Unless they get the corresponding ranking on the Xianxia ranking, have certain qualifications, and apply to stay in the Xianxia pagoda and become a senior Xianxia who is responsible for various matters. For example, I'm responsible for welcoming every new Xianxia, so I have the qualification to stay in the Xianxia pagoda for a long time. I don't need to spend any contribution points, the young man with the old voice said calmly. All of you, land and enter the first floor of the Xianxia pagoda on foot. This year's trial is the most difficult and the death rate is the highest, so you have the qualification to enter the Xianxia pagoda for free. This time, your contribution points will not be deducted. However, you can only stay for 3 days this time. From the 4th day onwards, 1,000 contribution points will be deducted from you every day. You have to keep this in mind, lest you are kicked out of the pagoda without knowing it when all your contribution points are deducted. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Under the guidance of the senior Xianxia, Xiao Han and the others landed on a square in front of the first floor of the Xianxia pagoda. There were many Xianxia standing in groups of 3 to 5, communicating with each other. Some Xianxia were walking out of the Xianxia pagoda in a hurry, as if they were rushing to do something. Oh! The batch of newcomers who emerged from the cruelest trial in history. Many Xianxia glanced over. The Xianxia that appeared near the Xianxia pagoda were all extraordinary. They were majestic. Their bodies were full of true qi. They were surrounded by divine light and precious clouds, making it hard to tell how strong they were, but they must be the mighty figures who were famous in this area. These Xianxia looked at Xiao Han and the others with interest, but they were very reserved and knew their limits. They did not rashly disturb them, and only watched from afar. Of course. Not every senior Xianxia is willing to stay in the Xianxia pagoda for a long time like me. Most of them like to adventure in the outside world, hunt demons, search for historical sites, and earn contribution points. That way, no one will control them, and they can do whatever they want, the senior Xianxia continued. I'm tired of running around in the pugilistic world, and I've lost my edge and ambition. That's why I'm willing to retreat to the Xianxia pagoda. I'm doing the leisurely job of welcoming newcomers. I'm tired. I'm tired of killing. There was deep exhaustion in his eyes. The future of you young people. You should wait until you're my age and have experienced too many life and death situations before you consider stopping. I'll die in the Xianxia pagoda. Alright, let's stop sighing. Come with me. The first floor of the Xianxia pagoda. This was an extremely vast space, and the ground was engraved with hundreds and thousands of formations. Divine mist pervaded the air, and beams of light shot into the sky. One could see some evil heroes entering and exiting these formations. They all seemed to be teleportation arrays. The Xianxia pagoda has 1,001 floors. This first floor has a teleportation array that leads to the 1,000 floors above. Each floor has its own duty. Now, you can scan the free intelligence column in the Xianxia token. There will be the basic information of the 1,000 floors above the Xianxia pagoda. Okay, Xiao Han and the others immediately sent their mental energy into the Xianxia token. In the intelligence column of the Xianxia token, free intelligence was displayed. Everyone read, first floor of the Xianxia pagoda, teleportation area. 2nd to 10th floors of the Xianxia pagoda, mission release area. Teleporting from the first floor to any of the 2nd to 10th floors will cost 50 contribution points. 11th to 100th floors of the Xianxia pagoda, leisure and entertainment residential area. Teleporting from the first floor to any of the 11th to 100th floors will cost 200 contribution points. 101st to 300th floors of the Xianxia pagoda, Sutra Pavilion. Containing the world's martial arts, secret techniques, forbidden spells, true Qi divine arts, and body tempering techniques. Teleporting from the first floor to any of the 101st to 300th floors will cost 300 contribution points. 301st to 500th floors of the Yaoxia Pagoda, Cultivation Room. Illusory Realm Cultivation Room, Fire Element Cultivation Room, Ice Element Cultivation Room, Mind Cultivation Room, Flesh Shell Cultivation Room, Time Room. If he wanted to be teleported from the first floor to any of the 301 to 500 floors, he would have to spend 400 contribution points. 501st to 700th floors of the Yaoxia Pagoda, selling weapons, secret land details, maps, precious medicines, spirit pills, keys, and all kinds of rare treasures. Teleporting from the first floor to any of the 501st to 700th floors will cost 500 contribution points. 701st to 800th floors of the Yaoxia Pagoda, the residence of the senior Yaoxia Pagoda, teleportation is prohibited. 801st to 950th floors of the Yaoxia Pagoda, arena. 951st to 980th floors of the Yaoxia Pagoda, advanced arena. 981st to 1000th floors of the Yaoxia Pagoda, forbidden area. 1001st floor of the Yaoxia Pagoda, forbidden area of the Pagoda Master. Oh. So this is the specific distribution of each floor of the Yaoxia Pagoda. Xiao Han nodded slightly, completely understanding in his heart. Junior brother Xiao Han, the sect master greeted me when I was nearby just now. I've already added the sect master as a friend. He told us that he and the senior brothers are on the 29th floor. Hua Fan smiled at Xiao Han. I already know that. I'll go and look for the sect master later. Xiao Han nodded. Alright, fellow Yaoxia, I've successfully brought all of you to the Yaoxia Pagoda. I've also informed all of you about the Yaoxia token and the Yaoxia Pagoda. You can take your time to study the rest. You can stay in the Yaoxia Pagoda for free for 3 days. Therefore, there's no need for you to leave in a hurry. You can go to the mission issuance area to take a look, or you can go to the Sutra Pavilion to see if there are any martial arts manuals that suit you. However, the manuals and the like are all very expensive. I'm afraid you won't be able to buy them with the contribution points you have. There are all kinds of secret cultivation rooms on the 301 to 500 floors. Don't go there for the time being. The rent for each secret cultivation room is more than tens of thousands of contribution points. There are maps of all kinds of mystic realms and ruins. You can only look at them and lament your inadequacy now. However, don't be impatient. You've just become Yaoxia and are all newcomers. Everything seems to be out of reach for you. But remember, as long as you do more missions, kill more demons, and earn contribution points, then you can get everything you want in the Yaoxia Pagoda. Finally, I'll tell you the rules of Yaoxia. As a Yaoxia, there aren't many rules. To put it bluntly, you can't collude with the demons. As long as you abide by this rule, the rest doesn't matter. We Yaoxia pay attention to doing whatever we want and not being bound by the norm. It's not uncommon for Yaoxia to become enemies with each other. Generally speaking, ordinary Yaoxia who are not ranked on the Yaoxia ranking will not be too concerned about them. Even if they die, the higher-ups will not specifically investigate them. When a Yaoxia with a ranking dies, the higher-ups will send other Yaoxia to investigate the cause of death. Therefore, if there's a fight between Yaoxia with a ranking, it's best to fight it out in the arena. It's okay to stab someone in the back, but you have to guarantee that the higher-ups won't find out about it. Hearing this, Xiao Han and the others laughed. This Yaoxia world is also not bad. There aren't so many rules and regulations to restrict me. There's a sense of letting go. Not bad, it suits me very well. Xiao Han thought. Alright, everyone, I've said what needs to be said. Now, everyone is free to do whatever you want. I hope that everyone will be safe from now on. Kill more demons, earn more contribution points, and advance your cultivation bravely and rapidly. Ha 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 ha. Goodbye, goodbye. The senior Yaoxia smiled and nodded. Then, He entered a teleportation array on the 739th floor and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Ha boss, I got it. These senior Yaoxia who guard the Yaoxia Pagoda are all here for retirement. I guess they rarely go out to hunt demons. Fatty Zhu came over and said. By the way, boss, my father is also on the 29th floor. Why don't we go to the 29th floor first? Xiao Han, Fatty, Qingtong, Huiyang, the villa master of the Mingjian villa has also come to the Yaoxia Pagoda. He just added Yunrong and asked her to go to the 18th floor to meet him. Xiao Yunrong walked over and said. Alright, Yunrong, let's part here and do our own things. If there's anything, just use the Yaoxia token to send a message. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll definitely stay in the Yaoxia Pagoda for the next 3 days. Xiao Han smiled. At this time, the other Yaoxia also parted ways and teleported to each floor. Let's go directly to the 29th floor. Xiao Han began to look for the teleportation array on the first floor to the 29th floor. To be continued. Chapter 221. Xiao Han and Huafan were going to the 29th floor to find Wu Feng. Mo Qingtong's master, the heavenly devil old man, and Fatty Zhu's father, Zhu Ganglai, were also on the 29th floor. Thus, the four of them found the teleportation formation on the first floor and teleported there together. Each of them consumed 200 contribution points needed for teleportation. Beams of light shot out, clouds were steaming, and the mysterious power of space was circulating. In the next moment, the four of them had already arrived at the 29th floor. This floor was extremely quiet. There were many halls and countless elegant private rooms. The environment was elegant and comfortable. Everywhere was filled with a refreshing fragrance, like the fragrance of the leaves of the trees in the distant mountains. It allowed the wandering rangers to empty their minds and enjoy this happiness with peace of mind. It was an excellent place for chivalrous heroes to cultivate their minds. All of a sudden, Xiao Han and the others saw a few young women with graceful figures wrapped in light gauze, exquisite curves, and exotic charm. They were peerless beauties, and they quietly walked out of some private rooms. Their faces were flushed, and their eyes were moist, as if they were about to drip water. Their expressions were languid, and their eyes were like silk. These women quietly came out of the private room, tiptoed like kittens, and walked away. Xiao Han and the others could vaguely hear their conversation. That Lord Yaoxia came back from the bitter cold of the western regions. Perhaps he had held it in for too long. Just now, he almost. Pfft. Let's not talk about it. My place is already swollen. It's our fortune to be able to serve Lord Yaoxia. The Lord Yaoxia that I served just now, in order to kill a ferocious low-level demon emperor, he had been hiding in the great wilderness for 3 years. In these 3 years, he had never touched a woman. So, when he came back this time, the 7 of us took turns to serve him. We can't take it either. Hearing these words, Xiao Han could roughly guess something. He turned his gaze and looked at Huafan beside him. Hua Wu blushed and said hurriedly. Let's go find the sect master quickly. After a pause, she said in a low voice. Junior brother Xiao Han, don't let your thoughts run wild. Don't be greedy for these things. Perhaps, chivalrous men are very lonely. It's normal for me to have some fun occasionally to vent my depression and depression. Fatty Zhu chuckled. Wretched. Huagang and Mo Qingtong cursed at the same time. Alright, stop making a racket, Xiao Han stopped them, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Then, he stood outside a private room and gently knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened. It was Dongfang Qin who opened the door. Senior brother Dongfang. After reuniting with him after such a long time, Xiao Han immediately called out. Dongfang Qin gave Xiao Han a bear hug. Junior brother Xiao Han, good job. Your performance in this year's Devil Hero tryouts. We all saw it with our own eyes. What a freak, a natural-born supreme being. You've made us proud. Now, as the senior brother, when I go out, I will have glory in front of the other heroes. Ha 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 ha. Is junior brother Xiao Han here? Xiao Mingchu's lazy voice sounded in the private room. Dongfang Qin then let go of Xiao Han. Xiao Han, Hua Fan, Fatty Zhu, and Mo Qingtong entered the private room. In the private room, Wu Bohu, the heavenly devil old man, Zhu Ganglai, Fang Ling, and Xiao Mingchu were sitting and drinking tea. As soon as they saw Xiao Han and the others enter, they all stood up. Good boy, you're really something. Xiao Mingchu directly rushed in front of Xiao Han and punched Xiao Han's chest. Xiao Han pretended to be in pain and retreated. Eldest senior brother, you've seriously injured me. I'm going to cough up blood. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Mingchu laughed. Stop pretending. Your flesh shell is now comparable to an ancient species. Do you think I don't know? Hee hee. Xiao Han also laughed. Now, the brothers were getting more and more intimate. There was no restraint between them. They were happy and harmonious. This made Xiao Han feel a strong sense of friendship. Xiao Han, you're really capable. I'm far from being your opponent now, Fang Ling said concisely. His eyes were full of praise. When I first met you, it was in the desolate town. At that time, you were still a live target, bullied and humiliated by the disciples. In just a few years, you have already grown to such a level, and you have also become a demon hero. In the future, you will make a name for yourself, and your name will shake the world. Senior brother Fang Ling brought me to the western region to forcefully break through the true acupoint, allowing me to advance from the flesh-body realm to the true chi realm. I've reached the sky in one step and have a glimpse of the door. I'll never forget junior brother Fang Ling's kindness and friendship. Xiao Han bowed deeply to Fang Ling with a serious face. Xiao Han, you don't have to do this. From now on, we're all demon heroes. We'll treat each other as equals, Fang Ling quickly said. After exchanging greetings with Fang Ling, Xiao Han walked to Wu Bohu and bowed. Sect Master, you're well. I was lucky enough to break through some obstacles and become a demon hero. I didn't embarrass you. It's not luck. In Wu Bohu's eyes, light swam and intertwined. Xiao Han, you're a rare genius. In the process of this selection, you've experienced many trials and tribulations between life and death. You're also very lucky. The reason why you became a demon hero is because you fought with your fists and kicks. You fought with the heavens and fought with men. You're upright and have a clear conscience. Your battle with Garen will also be a world-shaking battle and be recorded in the history of the demon hero selection. At this time, the heavenly devil old man and Zhu Ganglai also came to thank Xiao Han for taking care of Mo Qingtong and Fatty Zhu during the competition. Xiao Han was humble, neither servile nor overbearing. All right, we're all friends. Sit down and let's have a chat, Wu Bohu said graciously. Everyone sat down. Xiao Han was pulled by Xiao Mingchu to sit next to him. Their brotherhood was very deep. Xiao Han, Huiyang, although you've become demon heroes now, don't get carried away. Becoming demon heroes is just the beginning. There's still a long way to go. Moreover, demon heroes are the people with special authority in this world. That's right, but they're also the most dangerous kind of people in this world. They walk on the edge of death and they can't live without killing demons in their lives. Even the intrigues and cliques among the fiends were very serious. Some powerful and high-ranking demon heroes even form cliques to oppress newcomers. These are not surprising at all. Our sect was also oppressed all the way. Ha ha ha. The path of demon hero is very exciting, but it's also rough and bloody. I hope you'll be able to prove your Dao in the future and become an immortal. Wu Bohu took a sip of fragrant tea. He smiled faintly. Well, children, now that you're demon heroes, you have to fulfill some of the duties of a demon hero. You can ask any questions and we'll answer them. The heavenly devil old man's eyes were filled with demonic aura and haze, revealing a rare kindness. Master, the most important thing after becoming a demon hero is to continuously accept missions and kill demons, right? You mean to continuously take on missions to kill demons, right? Mo Qingtong asked. Well, there are all kinds of missions in the Demon Hero Tower's mission release area. 70% of them are related to killing demons. The relatively low-level mission is to kill demon generals. The slightly more difficult mission is to kill low-level demon emperors. After that, it's to kill middle-level and high-level demon emperors. Generally speaking, most demon heroes will choose to form a team to kill middle-level and high-level demon emperors. After completing the mission, the benefits will be divided equally. As for the mission to kill mutated demon emperors, it can be called a battle. The so-called battle requires a large number of demon heroes to form a team. Some battles are extremely tragic. The demon heroes have to face the demon army under the command of mutated demon emperors. Blood is shed on the battlefield and corpses are everywhere. The heavenly devil old man shook his head and a look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. Now that you've just become demon heroes, you can take on some missions to kill demon generals alone and slowly hone yourself. There's no hurry to kill demon emperors. Don't easily team up with other demon heroes. It's hard to predict people's minds. The world of demon heroes is not clean. There are dirty people everywhere. In addition to the missions to kill demon heroes, there are also some missions to kill traitors, escort missions, search missions. In short, there are all kinds of missions. After each mission is completed, there will be contribution points as a reward. The amount of reward depends on the difficulty of the mission. For example, if you kill a low-level demon emperor alone, you will get at least 100,000 contribution points. 100,000 contribution points. You can live freely in the Demon Hero Tower for a long time. Dongfang Qin licked his lips and said, "What you need to do now is to take on more missions that are within your ability. Continue to complete various missions, accumulate contribution points, and temper your cultivation. Then, buy suitable secret manuals for yourself. If you're outstanding enough and earn enough contribution points, then you can try playing in the cultivation chamber. Cultivating in the cultivation chamber will allow you to advance by leaps and bounds. However, the cost is too high, and normal villains can't afford it," Heavenly Devil Old Man said confidently. When a new demon hero has more than 2 years of experience and pays 50,000 contribution points in one go, he can apply to fight for a place on the demon hero list. This is the ranking battle. Wu Chu smiled. However, Xiao Han, you've just become a demon hero and don't have enough experience to fight for a place. Wait for 2 years. I won't tell you more about the demon hero ranking battle for now. Demon hero ranking battle? Xiao Han's heart was burning. This disciple is very interested. I heard that on the demon hero list, the higher the rank, the greater the privilege. Sect Master, you must have a rank on the demon hero list. What's your rank? Hearing this, the black-haired old man laughed involuntarily and said noncommittally, "Well, Xiao Han, when you get a rank on the demon hero list, you can check our ranks. There's no hurry. Every 10 years, the demon hero list will undergo a major adjustment. All the ranked demon heroes will participate in the 10-year Holy War to determine the order of the ranking," Xiao Mingchu said with his eyes burning. The 10-year Holy War is a grand banquet for the most powerful demon heroes of the human race. It's unprecedentedly grand and shocking. Some semi-retired senior demon heroes will participate in the Holy War to protect their ranks. Junior brother Xiao Han, the demon hero list, the ranking battle, and the 10-year Holy War are too far away from you. It's meaningless to tell you these now. I'll only tell you one thing. Xiao Mingchu stared at Xiao Han and smiled lazily. There will always be 10,000 demon heroes on the demon hero list. 10,000 demon heroes? Xiao Han was stunned. Hua Fan, Mo Qingtong, and Fatty Zhu also pricked up their ears to listen. Yes, Xiao Mingchu said seriously. The Jianghu continent is very big. The 4 regions are vast, and the vast wilderness is endless. Therefore, there are as many martial artists as the eternal sands. Demon heroes are the most outstanding group of geniuses among the trillions of martial artists. However, since the demon hero pagoda was born, after a long time, there are only about 5 million demon heroes in the Jianghu continent. Among the 5 million demon heroes, there are 10,000. There are 10,000 people with a ranking. Every day, there will be demon heroes falling. Among them, there will also be demon heroes falling from the list. As long as there is an empty ranking, there will be countless demon heroes competing to fill the vacancy. The demon hero list has always been controlled at 10,000 people to maintain competition. The heavenly devil old man smiled. The evil heroes who are ranked in the top 1,000 are all tycoons who dominate the world. They have killed countless demons in their lives and founded their own sections. They can be called the eternal tycoons. With a wave of their hands, they have the supreme power to overturn rivers and seas. The evil heroes who are ranked in the top 100 are the eternal tycoons. They have a long lifespan and live as long as the heavens and the earth. They are immortal and all-powerful. They are born to be supreme. Each of them is a legend, a myth, and each of them is unique. They can take the moon and the sun as easily as taking something out of their pocket. Who can compete with them? Basically, they will not fall. The demon heroes in the top 10, they are too mysterious. They are all existences that can become immortals at any time. Of course, it is possible that they are already immortals, but no one knows. Dongfang Qin sighed. Xiao Han nodded. In the entire Jianghu continent, there were only about 5 million demon heroes in history. The demon hero list had always maintained a ranking of 10,000 demon heroes. The top 1,000 were the eternal tycoons. The top 100 were the eternal tycoons. They were the real old antiques. These existences were all legends. They were hard to erase and hard to fall. The top 10 were suspected to be immortals. Extremely mysterious. Hearing this, Xiao Han's thoughts wandered and he was shaken to the core. Ha ha ha. Sect master, eldest senior brother. Let's not talk about this to junior brother Xiao Han for the time being. Look at him, he is dumbfounded. Dongfang Qin laughed involuntarily. Okay, junior brother Xiao Han, I will not tell you more about these things that are out of reach. Let me tell you some experience. Under normal circumstances, the communication function of the demon hero token should be turned off to prevent the nearby demon heroes from knowing your whereabouts. For example, I have been in the great wilderness for countless years. I have always turned off the communication function of the demon hero token, so that no one knows whether I am alive or dead. Xiao Mingqiu said with a smile, only rookies will turn on the communication function at any time and expose their whereabouts. Hearing this, Xiao Han and the others immediately turned off the communication function of the demon hero token. Phew. This way, no one can find our whereabouts and whereabouts. I'll only turn on the communication function in an emergency, Fatty Zhu said with a chuckle. Let's go, I will bring you to the mission issuance area. The heavenly devil old man stood up excitedly. You guys, try to take a few missions for fun. All right. Fatty Zhu and Mo Qingtong couldn't help but stand up together. Let's go take some missions. Xiao Han thought for a moment and said with a smile. Then I will go to the sutra depository first and choose a suitable cultivation technique for me. Fatty, Qingtong, senior sister Hua, you guys go to the mission issuance area first. I will come down to find you later. Wu Yu looked at Xiao Han and smiled. Xiao Han, I will accompany you to the sutra depository. Okay, sect master. Xiao Han nodded. To be continued. Chapter 222. The heavenly devil old man, Zhu Ganglai, Xiao Mingqiu, and the others brought Mo Qingtong, Hua Gang, and Fatty Zhu to the Yaoxia Tower's mission issuance area. Not only Mo Qingtong, Hua Yang, and Fatty Zhu, the three rookies, needed to accept missions, but Fang Ling and Dongfang Qin also wanted to accept some missions to earn contribution points. Only Xiao Han and Blackbird were left in the private room. Xiao Han, do you want to go to the scripture pavilion to choose a secret manual? Wu Yu asked with a smile. Xiao Han nodded. After thinking for a few breaths, he said. Sect Master, this disciple's greatest trump card is my flesh shell, and the demon race's secret technique. In terms of true qi cultivation, this disciple is still too weak. I knew that the flesh shell and the secret arts of the demon race were ultimately unorthodox and not the righteous path. This disciple must work hard to improve his true qi cultivation. Otherwise, he would be overtaken by others sooner or later. Furthermore, this disciple knows that to become an immortal and to prove one's Tao, one must cultivate true qi. This was the only way. If you don't cultivate your true qi, you won't become an immortal. Wu Hu stared at Xiao Han and said. Xiao Han, your current problem isn't that you lack true energy techniques, but that your true energy level is too low. You have opened 36 acupoints in your body and you are only at the 4th level of true qi. Even if you were given a top-notch true qi divine art manual, you wouldn't be able to cultivate it. Xiao Han was taken aback. My realm isn't high enough. Wu Yu smiled. The difference between level 5 and level 6 is like the difference between heaven and earth. There was a fundamental difference. If he didn't ascend to the 6th stage of true qi, he would forever be a low-level Yaoxia. He wouldn't be able to make it to the top 5,000 of the Yaoxia ranking. Fang Ling and Dongfang Qin were already outstanding among those at the 5th level of true qi. But they can only hover outside the top 5,000 of the Monster Man list. A true peerless divine art. He had to reach the 6th stage of true qi. Only then could he cultivate. Even those at the pinnacle of the 5th level of Jinqi would not be able to see through it. This is also the reason why we haven't taught Fang Ling and Dongfang Qin the ultimate skill, the Great 8 Unity Qi. Wu Yu said indifferently. Xiao Han, our sect has already prepared to gift you with a few true qi divine skill manuals. However, your cultivation level is too low, so you can't cultivate them. Wait until you reach the 6th stage of true qi. Level 6 Jinqi. Also known as the acupoint expansion realm. Expanding the capacity of the true acupoints. Now, I will simply tell you that the expansion of acupoints depends on one's talent, root bone, and fortuitous encounters. Some martial artists at the 6th stage of true qi could only expand their acupoints by a few times, while others could expand their acupoints by 10 times. To be able to expand one's acupoints by 50 times, one could be called a heaven-sent monster, a genius that could shock the world. If my memory serves me right, there has been a case in the history of the Jianghu continent that successfully expanded the acupoint by 80 times. There was even a legend that it could expand the acupoints by 95 times. But they were as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. It's a rare sight. 95 times? Xiao Han was shocked. The capacity of his true acupoint had been expanded by 95 times. How much true energy could it contain? It was definitely not a small matter. After the acupoints were expanded, the amount of true qi contained in 1 or 2 true acupoints would be more than the amount of true qi contained in all the true acupoints of the body at the 5th level of true qi. At expanded acupoint realm, the slightest release of Jinqi is sufficient to cover the entire world, illuminating the world with a divine radiance. From the looks of it, the difference between level 6 and level 5 Jinqi was like the difference between the heavens and the earth, and could not be compared at all. Sect leader, you said that all peerless divine arts require one to expand their acupoints and have an abundant amount of true qi before one can cultivate it? Xiao Han asked in a low voice. Yes. Wu Yu nodded his head. There are many martial artists in the world, but those who can reach the 6th stage of true qi and proceed with the expansion of acupoints are few and far between. The 7th stage of true qi is also known as the talisman materialization realm. It allows one to transform the true qi in one's body into true talismans, greatly raising the quality of one's true qi. The talismans within one's true qi are formed, and with just a slight strike, the space around them will warp, destroying everything in its path. Furthermore, the incomparably profound intent contained within the talismans can destroy mountains and rivers, and even ghosts and deities. It's an easy feat. As he spoke, Wuyu flipped his right hand and opened his palm. A small ball of true qi appeared in the center of his palm. This? Xiao Han stared dumbfoundedly at the ball of true qi. It seemed to contain many laws and principles within the ball of true qi, and its luster resembled that of an exquisite nectar. Flowing within the ball of true qi were jade-like runes that exuded an ethereal charm. Some of these runes were in the shape of mountains, some were in the shape of birds, some were in the shape of flames, and some were in the shape of dragons and snakes. True talismans? Xiao Han shivered in fear. The quality is too high. Sect leader, the quality of the ball of true qi in your palm doesn't seem to belong to the mortal world. There are traces of supreme divine energy within it, and just a sliver of it is enough to create a phenomenon in the world. Wuyu casually grabbed the ball of true qi and destroyed it. The expanded acupoint realm is still just a foundation. Once the foundation is built up, one can attempt to break through to the 7th stage of true qi, the talisman materialization realm. Once one's jinqi is transformed into true talismans, one will be able to cause the heavens to crumble and the earth to crumble. Xiao Han was mesmerized by Wu Yu's words. Jinqi Stage 6, Expanded Acupoint Realm. Jinqi Stage 7, Talisman Materialization Realm. Alright, Xiao Han, the higher realms are Jinqi Stage 8 and Jinqi Stage 9. I won't talk about them for now. You should accumulate your strength and reach Jinqi Stage 6 first. If you want to take a look at the scripture depository, I'll accompany you there now. However, don't expect to be able to buy any decent secret manuals there. Firstly, your cultivation level is not high enough. Secondly, the true top-notch secret manuals require at least a few 100,000 or even 1,000,000 contribution points, Wu Yu said with a straight face. Then I'll just go and take a look. Xiao Han was a little disinterested. Let's go. The two of them teleported back to the first floor of the Yaoxia Pagoda and randomly chose a floor of the scripture depository, level 101. 300 contribution points were used to teleport. Yaoxia Pagoda, level 101. Scripture depository region. The spacious 101st floor was filled with beautiful and dreamy rays of light. Every scarlet glow was wrapped in a book. Xiao Han took a quick glance and was speechless. Just on this 101st floor alone, there were hundreds of thousands, or even millions of martial arts manuals stored here. In the outside world, ordinary sects, even those with tens of thousands of years of heritage, would only collect tens of thousands of martial arts secret manuals, including a large number of low-level secret manuals for physical body realm martial artists. However, the number of secret manuals on just one floor of the Yaoxia Pagoda was more than 1,000,000. More than 1,000,000. One had to know. In the Yaoxia Pagoda, the 101st to 300th floors were all part of the scripture depository. How many secret manuals would there be? Just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle. The Yaoxia Pagoda's heritage was too terrifying. It was frightening. Oh. Is that Brother Wu? A middle-aged man in linen clothes with golden light surging around his body. His aura was as oppressive as a god's, and there were characters floating in his eyes. It was terrifying. He walked over slowly and greeted Wu Yu. Brother Xia, long time no see. How have you been? Wu Yu smiled. Oh. This young man is Xiao Han, right? The most talented young man in this year's Yaoxia contest. The middle-aged man in linen clothes looked at Xiao Han in a friendly manner. Not bad at all. Greetings, senior. Xiao Han bowed slightly. You don't have to be so polite, Xiao Han. Choose the secret manuals yourself. The middle-aged man in linen clothes smiled. All the secret manuals on this floor will be shown in the free information column of your Yaoxia token. You can check them yourself and choose the one you want. Just tell me directly. Yes. Xiao Han nodded, and then his soul force seeped into his Yaoxia token. The densely packed names of martial art manuals and the required contribution points started surging up. Heaven Wasteland Old True Qi, level 6 true chi and above, 5 million contribution points. Aurora Freezing Divine Fist, level 6 true chi and above, 2 million contribution points. Doomsday Palm, level 6 true chi and above, 2 million contribution points. Unbreakable Immortal Body, Body Refining Technique, 5 million contribution points. Fire Emperor Body Refining Technique, 5 million contribution points. Sun Dominating Blade, level 6 true chi and above, 500,000 contribution points. Heavenly Demon Body Refining Technique, 500,000 contribution points. Blazing Divine Shield, Defense Technique, level 6 true chi and above, 200,000 contribution points. 7 Samadhi True Fire, level 6 true chi and above, 200,000 contribution points. Whale Swallowing True Chi, level 5 true chi and above, 500,000 contribution points. Galaxy Blast Slash, level 5 true chi and above, 500,000 contribution points. Golden Dragon Body, Body Refining Technique, 500,000 contribution points. Vast Yang True Fire, level 5 true chi and above, 500,000 contribution points. Great Light Divine Fist, level 5 true chi and above, 500,000 contribution points. Heavenly Sound of Brain Breaking, level 5 true chi and above, 500,000 contribution points. Ice Soul Chilling Body Technique, Body Refining Technique, 500,000 contribution points. There were as many true chi and body refining techniques on this floor as there were stars in the sky. Xiao Han was dazzled, but he kept shaking his head. Just like what Wu said, the secret manuals in the scripture pavilion were too expensive. They could easily cost hundreds of thousands of contribution points, and there were even millions of contribution points. Even the cheapest one would cost tens of thousands of contribution points. Furthermore, Xiao Han's cultivation realm was not high enough. Even if he bought the secret manuals, he would not be able to cultivate them. Heh. The middle-aged man in linen clothes smiled faintly as he looked at the man's expression. Xiao Han, you don't have to rush. You have just become a devil hero and do not have any foundation. When your cultivation realm is higher and you reach the expanded acupoint realm, you can choose the secret manuals again. By then, you should have accumulated quite a lot of contribution points. You are talented, and it is only a matter of time before you become famous. Xiao Han nodded his head blankly. At this moment, Xiao Han scanned the area with his soul and found a secret manual, nameless secret manual, an ancient remnant, suspected to be an immortal art. However, there is only one page and it is incomplete. No one can cultivate it. Forcefully cultivating it will cause one to go berserk and explode. Suspected to be a body refining technique. 10,000 contribution points. Alright, Xiao Han, let's go now. Let's go to the mission announcement area and see if there are any suitable missions for you, Wu said with a smile. Brother Wu, we will meet again, the middle-aged man in hemp clothes said with a smile. Wait. Xiao Han licked his lips. In an instant, his mind was in turmoil. An incomplete secret manual? An incomplete martial arts manual passed down from the ancient times? There is only one page and no one can cultivate it successfully. The invincible golden body, 7 fragment saber art, son of heaven's divine fist, 9 revolutions divine art are all incomplete. They were triggered by the mysterious seal on the demon egg, thus completing them. This. Xiao Han. Wu looked at Xiao Han doubtfully. Sect Master, please wait a moment. Xiao Han's heart was beating wildly. He forcefully suppressed his restless and uncontrollable emotions and pretended to be calm as he said to the middle-aged man in hemp clothes. Senior, I would like to buy the incomplete ancient secret manual. It is worth 10,000 contribution points. Huh? The middle-aged man's body trembled. This? Xiao Han, the incomplete manual you mentioned can't even be called a secret manual. It is an incomplete manual that a devil hero found in an ancient ruin. It is extremely dilapidated and the words and pictures on it have been eroded and destroyed. After being identified by a mighty who ranked in the top 100 on the Devil Hero list, this remnant might be a body-refining technique, or even a legendary magic art. However, it had been corroded and damaged by the passage of time, and no one could clearly recognize the handwriting on the remnant. It is even more impossible for me to cultivate it. This is an incomplete manual and only has some commemorative value. Spending 10,000 contribution points to buy this incomplete manual is really unwise. I only have about 20,000 contribution points in my Devil Hero token. Since I can't buy any secret manuals, I might as well buy the incomplete ancient manual that is worth 10,000 contribution points. Even if I can't cultivate it, isn't it quite meaningful to take it back and paste it? After all, it is something passed down from the ancient times. Xiao Han said nonsense. The other Devil Heroes who were choosing secret manuals on this floor also heard Xiao Han's words. They all stopped and looked at Xiao Han with slight mockery. This guy actually wants to buy that incomplete manual. Spending 10,000 contribution points just like that, and it is meaningless. How many demon generals does he have to kill to earn 10,000 contribution points? Really? It is better to find a few lively little beauties in the resting area to have some fun. These rookies are really naive. Do they think they can cultivate a peerless divine skill just by randomly finding an incomplete ancient manual? God knows how many Devil Heroes have studied that incomplete manual, but to no avail. It has long been appraised as a waste. How dare he insist on buying it? Xiao Han, studying this kind of ghost talisman passed down from the ancient times might cause you to be possessed by the devil. Wu Yu reminded. This doesn't matter. This disciple just wants to have some fun. Xiao Han insisted. Then, all right, it's up to you. Wu Yu looked at Xiao Han with scrutiny. If that's the case, all right. The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a ball of light from the void. Within the light, there was an ancient mottled beast skin scroll. It was faintly discernible that there were some characters written on it. They did not look like characters from the human world. However, it was really rotten. The edges were wrinkled and full of mold. It emitted the smell of dust from history. Of course, it also emitted a choking stench. Xiao Han, are you sure you want to buy this incomplete manual? The middle-aged man asked solemnly. Once you make a deal, you can't go back on your word. Do you understand? Xiao Han swallowed a mouthful of saliva. However, at this moment, Xiao Han's heart twitched and throbbed. Poof! The seal on the surface of the demon egg that was wrapped around Xiao Han's heart suddenly broke into pieces. This was the fifth seal that had been broken. Compared to the previous 4 seals that had been broken, the fifth seal that had been broken was bigger and had a stronger aura. Once it was broken, a surge of desolate divine power would burst out and break free from the shackles. The sound of drums and harps would be heard, and the sound of celestial music could be heard. Boom! The seal and the fifth seal that was wrapped around the demon egg suddenly broke into pieces. Clouds were steaming and rosy. The aura of the fifth seal was extremely strong. Once it was broken, a crack would appear on the surface of the demon egg and billowing demonic chi would seep out. Oh no! This fifth seal is incomparable to the previous 4 seals. Xiao Han's heart was pounding. In a split second, he mobilized all the spirit turtle true chi in his body and madly filled the crack on the surface of the egg. At the same time, on the ancient scroll, a few huge characters that were full of celestial chi appeared. Art of 10,000 beasts, these characters were definitely not characters from the human world. However, it was strange that Xiao Han could understand them. Xiao Han, what's wrong? Wu Yu and the middle-aged man asked at the same time. To be continued. Chapter 223. Myriad Beast Devouring Spell? Xiao Han was shocked. As expected, a tattered remnant scroll actually triggered the seal in his heart, turning something rotten into something miraculous. It was going to complete a magical technique. It was going to give birth to a supreme martial art. Moreover, the aura of the fifth seal was much stronger than the previous 4. It was like a surging tide, which made Xiao Han believe that the myriad beast-devouring spell was a peerless martial art that was created by the heavens and earth. However, with Wu Yu and the middle-aged man by his side, Xiao Han had to control his emotions. Xiao Han sucked in a deep breath. As he powered the spirit turtle's true qi, he suppressed the shocking crack that had appeared from the shattering of the fifth seal on the demon egg and plugged up the demon qi. He forced himself to smile calmly. Nothing. Wu Yu sighed. This remnant page was indeed an ancient relic. The heavy aura of history was suffocating. Yes, Senior, I'll buy this remnant page. I won't regret it. Oh. Wu Yu glanced at Xiao Han suspiciously. The middle-aged man was also a bit surprised, but he didn't ask further. Xiao Han quickly completed the transaction and carefully stored the remnant page in his true acupoint. He spent 10,000 contribution points. Under the mocking and sarcastic gazes of the other heroes, Xiao Han and Wu Yu teleported back to the first floor of the Yaoxia Tower. Xiao Han, what happened to you just now? Is there anything wrong with that remnant page? Wu Yu asked in a low voice. Sect Master, Wu Yu just lost his composure. It's nothing, Xiao Han said. Xiao Han could reveal the secret of the monarch beast's left arm, but he had to keep his mouth shut about the monarch beast's egg in his heart and the mysterious seals. He couldn't let anyone know about it. Including Wu Yu. Otherwise, he would be disemboweled and die a horrible death. Wu Yu looked at Xiao Han deeply but didn't ask anything else. He smiled. It's okay. Everyone has their own secrets. Xiao Han, I won't ask you anything else. Thank you, Sect Master, Xiao Han said gratefully and immediately changed the topic. Sect Master, I want to ask you a question. Go ahead. Blackbird smiled faintly. Sect Master, do the demon generals and demon emperors of the demon race have any other means to replenish their demon energy after their demon meridians dry up and their demon energy is depleted? Xiao Han asked seriously. Heh. Xiao Han, your left arm has refined a great demon emperor's palm and awakened quite a number of demon veins, right? To be able to even refine the demon emperor crystal and learn the demon emperor's natal demonic technique, this was a miraculous thing that was rarely seen. In the battle with Garen, your demonic power was drained and exhausted, right? You want to replenish your demonic power? Wu Xiao laughed. I know that other than devouring humans to recover their demonic power, the demon race can also devour a kind of heavenly desolate demonic fruit, which can also quickly replenish their lost demonic power. Heavenly desolate demonic fruit? Xiao Han was stunned. Yes. That is the habitat of the demon clan, and the plants of the demon realm bred by the demon qi are equivalent to the immortal pills and precious medicines of our human clan. The demonic beasts often consumed the heavenly desolate demonic fruit. Not only did it strengthen their demonic energy, but it also had a chance to awaken their demonic veins. There were even some supreme-grade heavenly desolate demonic fruits that could cause ordinary demonic emperors to mutate and ascend to the heavens in a single step. For the demon race, the heavenly desolation demonic fruit is a supreme treasure, but for us, it's a first-class evil item. The monster hero pagoda would issue a large number of missions to destroy the heavenly desolate demonic fruit. This kind of mission could be said to be tragic, because the guards of the demon fruit woods of heavenly wasteland were at least middle-level and high-level demon emperors, and some were even mutated demon emperors. Low-level demon sovereigns don't have the qualifications to rule over a demon fruit forest of the heavenly wasteland, Wu Yu explained. Oh. I got it. Xiao Han nodded. Alright, let's go take a look at the mission posting area. Xiao Han, you should also accept some quests. Let's go to the 5th floor. The missions there might be more suitable for you. Alright. Xiao Han nodded. The two of them instantly teleported to the 5th floor through the teleportation array on the 1st floor of the Yaoxia Pagoda. This place was still a misty space that surged with golden radiance and crimson light. It was beautiful and spectacular. Many notices were floating in the void of space. Each notice was a quest. On the 5th floor of the Xianxia Pagoda, there were hundreds of thousands of notices floating. About thousands of Xianxia were browsing through the various quests posted on the notice. For ordinary Xianxia, contribution points are extremely scarce, so they can't often enter the Xianxia Pagoda to accept quests. Therefore, they will gather enough contribution points and ask some companions to accept quests. Then, everyone will form a team to complete the quests and split the contribution points equally. Wu Yu explained a little and then said to Xiao Han. Xiao Han, your Xianxia token has already read all the quests on this floor. You can browse it yourself. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Then, he seeped his mental energy into the Xianxia token and read a large amount of quest information. Blue Moon City, Beacon Fire Empire of the Southern Region, 4 to 10 high-level demon generals appeared half a month ago. It has been confirmed that there are no demon emperors. Exterminate the demon clan in Blue Moon City. Contribution points reward, 5,500. Originally ranked 7,386th on the Xianxia ranking, Xian Bingling, peak of the 5th stage of True Qi. She was bewitched by a demon clan woman and betrayed the human clan. Evil beyond redemption. She appeared in the Frost Empire of the Northern Region 10 days ago. Hunted down and beheaded Xian Bingling. Contribution points reward, 50,000. Great Dream Demon Emperor has been confirmed as a mid-level demon emperor. He appears in the Earth Hill Empire of the Western Region. Kill him. Contribution points reward, 300,000. This quest is extremely dangerous. It is recommended that the top 5,000 Xianxia ranking form a team to hunt and kill him. Nine-tailed fox Shurshur has been confirmed as a mutated demon emperor. She appears in the Great Wilderness. Kill the nine-tailed fox Shurshur and obtain 1 million contribution points. This quest is extremely dangerous. It is recommended that the top 1,000 Xianxia ranking form a team to hunt and kill him. 7 Knights Demon Emperor has been confirmed as a high-level demon emperor. There is a possibility of mutation. He appears in the Great Wilderness. Kill him. Contribution points reward, 700,000. This quest is extremely dangerous. It is recommended that the top 3,000 Xianxia ranking form a team to hunt and kill him. Azure Dragon Demon Emperor has been confirmed as a high-level demon emperor. There is a possibility of mutation. He appears in the ancient kingdom of the Great Wilderness and the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Known information: Azure Dragon Demon Emperor has a treasure that can conceal demon chi. He has already infiltrated the royal family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. No one can find him. Any member of the royal family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire could be Azure Dragon Demon Emperor in disguise. Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's innate demonic technique can make his demonic body have the physique of an ancient dragon. He can overturn rivers and seas, sweep across the starry sky, and destroy everything. A month ago, he was ranked 7998, 7987, 7557, 679, 5998, 4877, 4798, 4409. 8 Xianxia entered the Heavenly Dragon Empire in a team and all died. The quest failed. Azure Dragon Demon Emperor has secretly planted Heavenly Wasteland Demon Fruit Forest in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Quest 1, kill Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Quest 2, destroy the Heavenly Wasteland Demon Fruit Forest in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Reward, 1 million. This quest is extremely dangerous. It is recommended that the top 3,000 Xianxia ranking form a team to enter the Heavenly Dragon Empire and kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. This? Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? Xiao Han started thinking. An advanced Demon Emperor. He is roughly the same as Qinglin Demon Emperor. He might mutate, but he hasn't mutated yet. This Azure Dragon Demon Emperor has consumed a spiritual medicine that can block demonic chi. However, it doesn't work on me. My demonic eyes and demonic eggs can see through all disguises and I can instantly detect demons among humans. Moreover, this Azure Dragon Demon Emperor has planted Heavenly Wasteland Demon Fruit Forest in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. The heavenly wasteland demon fruit forest might be able to nourish the demon emperor's dried-up demonic meridians. If I store a large number of heavenly wasteland demon fruits, I might not have to worry about the demon emperor's dried-up demonic meridians and slow demonic power recovery. Moreover, once I complete this quest, I'll be rewarded with 1 million contribution points. Should I do it? As long as I reach the Heavenly Dragon Empire, I'll definitely be able to see through the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's disguise. He might be able to fool others, but he can't fool me. Xiao Han, why don't we hunt some demon generals to warm up? Wu Li suggested gently. Killing demon generals is just a few thousand contribution points. That's too meaningless. Xiao Han said without hesitation. In the next moment, he scanned the area with his spiritual force and accepted the quest to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. The quest could be triggered in the Devil Hero token. Moreover, multiple people could accept the same quest. It all depended on who could complete it first. Sect Master, Wu Li has already accepted a quest. Xiao Han smiled. Oh. What quest? Wu Li asked curiously. Kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor that appears in the Great Wilderness Ancient Kingdom and the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Xiao Han told Wu Li the details of the quest. Wu Li choked. Xiao Han smiled awkwardly. Sect Master, isn't Wu Li overestimating himself? Wu Li just wants to give it a try. He wants to try his luck. Fortune comes from danger. Killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is worth 1 million contribution points. It's too generous. It's much more interesting than killing demon generals and low-level demon emperors. He really dares to fight. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. His fighting spirit is unimaginable. Wu Li frowned and said, in the history of the Devil Hero, the first quest of a rookie who just became a Devil Hero is to kill a high-level demon emperor that might mutate. This is extremely rare and almost unique. Xiao Han. You have to know that high-level demon emperors at their peak are extremely terrifying. They can shake the heavens and the earth, shatter mountains and rivers with their roars. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's bloodline is nobler than the Demon Emperor Qinglin that you killed. It might mutate. It probably planted the Heavenly Wasteland Demon Fruit Forest in the Heavenly Dragon Empire to mutate. Once the bloodline of such a high-level demon emperor mutates, it's not a joke. Well, Wu Li wants to give it a try. Xiao Han felt a little itchy. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Wu Li looked at Xiao Han deeply, as if he wanted to see through Xiao Han's mind. He saw the terrifying fighting spirit in Xiao Han's eyes. He couldn't help but think more highly of this young man. Since you want to go, go ahead. Maybe there will be other devil heroes who will enter the Heavenly Dragon Empire. By then, you might have a chance. You're very lucky. You might be able to take advantage of the situation and gain some benefits. After a pause, Wu Li coughed softly and said in a low voice. Xiao Han, I have another thing to tell you. Oh. Xiao Han pricked up his ears. The Heavenly Dragon Empire is a mysterious ancient country with a long history in the Great Wilderness. It is prosperous and has hundreds of millions of people. The people are brave and raise pure-blooded heavenly dragons and pure-blooded swanmi. Although there are not many devil heroes in this ancient country, their overall strength is very tyrannical. There are nearly 100 tribes of various sizes nearby that are attached to the Heavenly Dragon Empire. In this year's Devil Hero trial, the Tsang Dragon Crown Prince from the Great Wilderness should have died in your hands, right? Huh? Tsang Dragon Crown Prince? Sect Master, the Tsang Dragon Crown Prince died in the hands of Fatty Zhu, but... Wu Li first crippled him and then handed him over to Fatty Zhu to kill. Xiao Han licked his lips. Sect Master, could it be? Yes. The Tsang Dragon Crown Prince is a member of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's royal family and the biological son of the current king. The death of the Tsang Dragon Crown Prince is closely related to you. It's impossible for the Heavenly Dragon Empire's royal family to not know about this. So... Wu Li smiled and patted Xiao Han's shoulder. Xiao Han, think carefully. Are you going or not? What a coincidence. Xiao Han's mouth was filled with bitterness. On the 18th floor of the Demon Hero Tower. In an elegant private room. A middle-aged man in a snow-white robe sat on a wooden chair, holding a teacup in his hand and sipping tea indifferently. His whole body was surging with sword qi. This sword qi was majestic and domineering, with a trace of cutting and killing everything. The middle-aged man was full of arrogance. In his eyes, there was a sword intent that was born and extinguished. Runes interweaved, as if the kingdom of swords was sealed. In his pupils, the sword qi that shot out from his eyes was enough to kill. Behind the middle-aged man stood two elders. They were also heaven-defying sword cultivators, and they reigned supreme over everyone else. Xiao Yinrong stood in front of the middle-aged man in white and said respectfully, "Villa Master, you are well. Well, Yinrong, you are not bad. You actually broke through all the obstacles and became a devil hero. To be honest, I was not optimistic about you at first. I thought you would be eliminated in the first round of the main competition. I didn't expect that. Well, this is your luck. Your future is limitless. In the future, I will focus on training you in the Mingjian Villa. I will even help you kill the Demon Emperor and earn contribution points." The middle-aged man in white was the Villa Master of the Mingjian Villa, Shimen Piaoxue. "Thank you for your help, Villa Master," Xiao Yinrong said gratefully. Shimen Piaoxue took a deep look at Xiao Yinrong. Then, he put the teacup on the table and slowly tapped the table with his right index finger. Every tap was at the interval between Xiao Yinrong's heartbeat. He was very precise, showing the cultivation of a swordsman. Xiao Yinrong was a little flustered. After a full 30 breaths, Shimen Piaoxue said indifferently, "Yinrong, I heard that you have a good relationship with Xiao Han of the Pure Cloud sect. I heard that you are Xiao Han's woman. Is that true?" Xiao Yinrong's pretty face suddenly turned red. She hesitated for a moment and then said in a low voice, "Villa Master, no, that's not true." "Well." Yinrong, Xiafeng was disabled by Xiao Han. You know that Xiafeng, the most outstanding genius in the history of the Mingjian Villa, the future sword god, was destroyed by Xiao Han. It is tantamount to destroying the foundation of the Mingjian Villa. Shimen Piaoxue's mouth showed a grim smile. He slowly took out a scarlet pill, which was the size of a peanut, and gently put it on the table. "Yinrong, this pill will melt in water. It is colorless and tasteless. Villa Master, this is..." Xiao Yinrong's delicate body trembled. "Dissolve this pill in water or wine and let Xiao Han take it. You have a good relationship with him. He will not guard against you." Shimen Piaoxue sneered. "Don't worry. This is a slow poison. It will seep into the bones day by day. It will only take effect after a full 3 years. There's no way Xiao Han would suspect you." "No. Villa Master. I can't do this." Xiao Yinrong screamed in shock. "Yinrong, how dare you disobey me?" Shimen Piaoxue roared. "Have you forgotten the cultivation of the Mingjian Villa? Without the Mingjian Villa, how could you be who you are today? Now that you have become a demon hero and your wings have grown, you dare to refuse my orders? No, Yinrong will not harm Xiao Han." Xiao Yinrong stepped back, her face pale. "Villa Master. Villa Master." Before she finished her words, she had already left the private room. "How dare you!" The two old men standing behind Shimen Piaoxue were full of killing intent. "Quickly send people to the Xiao family in the scorching fire city." Shimen Piaoxue kept smiling hideously. "Xiao Yinrong, it seems that you have a deep affection for Xiao Han. How could you betray him? However, if I hold your whole family in my hands, will you still protect Xiao Han?" Chapter 224. Xiao Han and Wu Li returned to the 29th floor of the Yaoxia Tower from the mission issuance area. In the resting area, Xiao Han's face was filled with hesitation. His emotions were extremely complicated. He was eager to give it a try and his heart was itching. However, he was also a little fearful. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was extremely dangerous. He was a high-level Demon Emperor, and his demonic bloodline was even more noble than that of Qinglin Demon Emperor. There was a chance for him to mutate, and he secretly planted the demonic fruit forest of Heaven Wasteland in search of a supreme opportunity to mutate. It was too difficult to kill it. Furthermore, the Heavenly Dragon Empire was actually the hometown of the Tsang Dragon Crown Prince. As long as I appear in the Heavenly Dragon Empire, I'm afraid I'll have a lot of fun. Xiao Han's thoughts were fluctuating. It's fine. Xiao Han, think about it carefully. You've just become a demon hero, and you're going to the enemy's territory to hunt a high-level demon emperor that's highly likely to mutate. This can be said to be heaven-defying, and there's almost no chance of survival, Wu said with a faint smile. Young man, don't be greedy for achievements. After a pause, he sighed in a low voice. Back then, when I was young, I was also full of fighting spirit and fearless, in the private room. The heavenly fiend old man, Xiao Mingchu, Fatty Zhu, Mo Qingtong, and company had already returned. Boss, what mission did you accept? Fatty Zhu asked chatteringly. Fatty, what mission did you accept? Xiao Han asked instead of answering. Boss, I'm going to the northern region to kill a few high-ranking demon generals. Fatty Zhu was extremely excited. Although Fatty's battle prowess is lacking, it shouldn't be a problem for him to kill a few demon generals. I can also earn a few thousand contribution points. Xiao Han, Qingtong will team up with someone to hunt a low-level demon sovereign in the north region. Mo Qingtong smiled charmingly. Xiao Han, why don't you go with Qingtong? After saying this, Mo Qingtong's watery eyes were full of charm. He glanced left and right. She saw Xiao Mingchu and Dongfang Qin laughing ambiguously. Xiao Mingchu instigated. Junior brother Xiao Han. You can come with me. You'll benefit from it. These words were said with a double meaning. The heavenly demon old man said seriously. Xiao Han, you go. Mo Qingtong immediately blushed and hid behind the heavenly devil old man. Her smile and frown were both charming to the bone. She was a natural stunner. Xiao Han smiled awkwardly. He asked Holly. Senior Sister Hua, what mission did you accept? I joined a temporary escort team to escort the princess of a country in the eastern region to the western region. The journey is long, and I need some demon heroes to protect me. However, the remuneration is not cheap. Hua Gang smiled. Junior brother, I need to accumulate more contribution points now. Hua Fan, you took a banned drug during the southern region qualifier. You've overdrafted your life's potential, causing you to only have 10 years of lifespan left. Regarding this matter, I will think of a way to find the antidote for you. Wu Yu promised. Thank you, Sec Master. Hua Gang bowed. Xiao Han, what mission did you accept? You haven't answered me yet. Mo Qingtong poked her head out from behind the heavenly devil old man and asked shyly. Me? I did accept a mission, and I might go to the great wilderness. However, I haven't decided yet, Xiao Han stammered. Oh right, the few of us will temporarily separate and go our separate ways. However, we can use the Devil Hero token to communicate at any time. If anyone needs help, you can leave a message for me. Boss, I hope that the next time we meet, everyone will be able to advance by leaps and bounds and become independent demon heroes. Fatty Zhu walked over and carefully stretched out his hand. Xiao Han laughed heartily and held Fatty Zhu's hand. Hua Gang and Mo Qingtong also walked forward and stretched out their hands. The four of them put their hands together. For a moment, the scenes of everyone experiencing life and death together in the Devil Hero qualifier appeared vividly in front of them. A strong friendship rippled between the four of them. Xiao Han, be careful. If anything happens, Qingtong will definitely send a message to tell you. At that time, just don't ignore me. Mo Qingtong glanced at Xiao Han bitterly and said in a low voice, I asked you to accompany Qingtong to the northern region, but you refused. There will be opportunities to cooperate in the future, Xiao Han quickly explained. Junior brother, thank you for taking care of us along the way. Hua Gang looked at Xiao Han deeply, there was tenderness in the depths of his eyes. After a long time, the four of them separated. Alright, don't make it seem like a separation of life and death. There will be opportunities for you to team up and explore in the future. The heavenly fiend old man laughed. I hope that all of you can enter the devil hero ranking in a few years. You might even have the resources to participate in the 10-year sacred war of the Devil Hero Pagoda. After chatting for a few hours in the private room, everyone went to a hall outside for a meal. It was an extremely sumptuous banquet. It was a feast for the eyes, inviting people to gorge themselves on it. After the meal, Xiao Han was placed in a small room on this floor by Wu Luo. Wu Luo had the demeanor of a nouveau riche. His contribution points were spent like water, covering all the expenses on this floor. Xiao Han, think about it carefully. Do you want to go to the great wilderness to complete the mission that is akin to fishing for fish in water with your current strength? Wu Luo instructed Xiao Han. Leave the Devil Hero Pagoda tomorrow or the day after tomorrow and return to the Pure Cloud sect. After pausing for a moment, Wu Luo gave Xiao Han a meaningful smile. Xiao Han, it is time for you to make a trip to the Medicine King Valley. You are also a devil hero now. It is their fortune to marry 2 female disciples of the Medicine King Valley. Yes, Sect Master. Xiao Han's heart suddenly felt a little warm. Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong's smile and frown flashed into Xiao Han's mind. Ha 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 ha. Good boy, you will be able to hold the beauties soon. I wonder if the heavenly fiend old man's disciple will be jealous if he knows about this. Ha 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 ha. Wu Luo laughed and left the private room. Heh. Xiao Han sat on the edge of the bed and immediately took off his shoes and sat cross-legged. All kinds of thoughts came one after another. I, Xiao Han, have finally become a devil hero. From a live target that was bullied by others to a person with special authority in this world. It really feels like a lifetime has passed. The reason why I, Xiao Han, am able to do all of this is because of the demon egg in my heart and the seals. Regardless of whether the demon egg is a blessing or a curse, or a blessing or a curse, it has finally brought me a great fortune. It has allowed me, Xiao Han, to change my fate. After a long time, Xiao Han finally calmed his mind and carefully. He treasured and treasured it. He took out the remnant page that was stored in his true meridian. 10,000 beasts devouring art? I now. Let me see what it is. As soon as Xiao Han opened the tattered and decayed scroll, the 5th seal in his heart started to throb and tremble. Rays of divine light and precious rays of light rushed out from Xiao Han's heart and shone brightly. They directly shot onto the remnant page in his hand. Buzz, fish and dragons were everywhere. Clouds were rising. Densely packed jade talisman characters and seal characters were produced and crisscrossed. The immortal charm was faintly discernible. These talisman characters and seal characters did not seem to belong to this world. Strange and profound. Soon, all the precious rays, red clouds, light, talisman characters, and seal characters all condensed and formed a huge cocoon of light, floating in the void. It was unsteady. There was only one cocoon of light. This cultivation technique only has one move? Xiao Han was puzzled. Pooh, in an instant. The cocoon of light shattered and turned into pictures, hand seals, and talisman characters. They scattered in all directions and all merged into Xiao Han's mind. Boom! A feeling of enlightenment directly enveloped Xiao Han. For a moment, all the distracting thoughts in his mind disappeared. His aura was flawless and transparent. Moreover, Xiao Han's hands were continuously practicing all kinds of profound hand seals. At first, there was nothing strange. But soon, as Xiao Han's hand seals changed and guided, rays of precious light were released from his heart, lingering between Xiao Han's hand seals and forming many talisman characters. 10,000 beast devouring art, only one move. This cultivation technique is neither offensive nor defensive, and it's definitely not a movement technique. Seriously speaking, this is a body-refining cultivation technique. This cultivation technique creates a large formation and directly seals a giant beast. This giant beast will be swallowed by force and scattered into the bones, hair, cells, organs, pores, and skin of the body. This will cause every cell in the body to absorb the giant beast's life essence, blood, and genes to be nourished and strengthened. This cultivation technique is extremely domineering. It can devour ordinary wild beasts, pure-blooded ancient beasts, and even divine beasts. Devour all beasts. I am the only one in the world. The premise of the devouring beasts is that one's flesh shell must be extremely strong. For example, if one devours a pure-blooded true Ho, if one's flesh shell is too weak, then the pure-blood true Ho's enormous life force will flow into one's body, causing one's body to explode. Those with relatively weak flesh shells can first devour some low-level wild beasts to slowly refine their flesh shells. When their flesh shells are strong enough, they can then devour ancient beasts. At this moment, as Xiao Han's hands kept forming hand seals, wisps of precious light were extracted from his heart, causing sacred talisman characters to form. These talisman characters followed a special pattern and instantly formed a large formation. 10,000 beast devouring art. In the void, there was a mysterious large formation with a surging desolate aura floating. Every talisman that formed this large formation was not written in the human world. A faint immortal aura was rising from it, giving off an immortal aura. This is a celestial art. Xiao Han's heart was shaken. These talismans are actually written in the immortal world. I actually obtained a celestial art. Soon, with a thought from Xiao Han, the great formation in the void was inserted into Xiao Han's body. I was able to master this celestial art, the 10,000 beast devouring art, in such a short period of time because the origin of this cultivation technique, the broken fifth seal, has leaked out a lot of energy essence, allowing me to refine it. Xiao Han looked inside himself. On the surface of the demon egg, the broken fifth seal had completely lost its ability to suppress the demon egg. Originally, the seal had a jade-like luster and rippled with energy. But now, the seal had turned into a deathly gray color. All of its energy had been absorbed. When Xiao Han was cultivating this cultivation method, he absorbed all of the essence energy from the fifth seal, making it almost effortless for him to cultivate this cultivation method. To put it simply, there seems to be an immortal aura fluctuation on the seal. Now, I have directly extracted the immortal aura to cultivate this divine celestial art. This immortal aura is the origin immortal aura of this cultivation technique. Many thoughts flashed through Xiao Han's mind. This cultivation technique can directly devour 10,000 beasts and forcefully absorb them, crushing everything in its path. It is a top-notch body-refining cultivation technique. In fact, it is many times stronger than the indestructible golden body. Even the legendary divine beasts can be absorbed. Heavens! If I devour a divine beast, to what extent will my strength increase? I don't dare to imagine. However, with the current strength of my flesh shell, even if I have the indestructible golden body, if I were to devour a divine beast, I don't think I will be able to bear the consequences. I will be stuffed to death. Take it slow, take it slow. To be continued. Chapter 225. Xiao Han also understood that the reason he was able to cultivate the 10,000 beast devouring tactic so effortlessly was because he had unscrupulously absorbed the origin energy contained in the fifth seal. Otherwise, he would not have been able to practice it even if he had the cultivation method of this divine art. It was a great stroke of luck. But very soon, Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. Wait. There's immortal chi on the seal, and the triggered myriad beast devouring method is an immortal art. In other words, the person who cast this seal was an immortal? Xiao Han was completely astounded. Just what was the origins of this demon egg? It actually needed an immortal to seal it. Moreover, the surface of the eggshell was densely covered in seals. Who knew how many there were? Did a group of immortals work together to seal this demon egg? Xiao Han was completely dumbfounded. Immortals were legendary existences. They were as bright as the sun and moon and lived as long as the world. They were basically indestructible. Who knew how many times more powerful than the great figures of the past? A group of immortals worked together to seal the demon egg. A demon emperor hatched from the eggshell. A demon emperor? I'm afraid even a demon emperor isn't worth a group of immortals working together to seal, right? Moreover, after the fifth seal was broken, a startling crack appeared on the surface of the eggshell. Demon qi surged out and filled the air with viciousness. Xiao Han had to seal up the crack with the spirit turtle true qi to prevent the demon qi from seeping out. Xiao Han had a feeling that once the surging demon qi burst out, he would struggle to control it. I can vaguely sense the quality of the demon qi. It's even more powerful than a demon emperor like Qing Lin. The demon qi it gives off is even more terrifying. It's even more terrifying. Fortunately, my spirit turtle true qi is barely enough to block up this gap, Xiao Han thought quickly. However, if I were to break one or two more seals, I really won't be able to hold on anymore. Unless my true qi realm increases, I really won't be able to hold on anymore. That way, I'll have abundant spirit turtle true qi to seal the demon egg so that the demon qi won't leak out. For a moment, Xiao Han had no idea whether it was a blessing or a curse. However, it was clear that he had to continuously cultivate and raise his cultivation and battle prowess. Only then would he be able to grasp his life and death in his own hands. This demon egg has already completely fused with my heart. Once a mutation occurs, I will die without a burial place. No. I must cultivate like crazy. Constantly sharpening himself between life and death. Xiao Han had a premonition that there was a hidden danger lurking in the air. All right. I will seek life in death and enter the great desolate heavenly dragon empire. Kill the azure dragon demon emperor. To undergo a tempering that was extremely dangerous. At the edge of life and death, you will transform yourself. In Xiao Han's eyes, a saber light flashed. The saber intent that could shatter the void instantly extinguished all fear, causing Xiao Han's fighting spirit to soar. His spirit and will could not be extinguished. Furthermore, there are many ancient beasts in the great wilderness, such as the great phoenix savage beast, which allows my 10,000 beast devouring art to be of use. It's like putting what I've learned to use, like a fish in water or a dragon returning to the sea. Good, very good. I've heard from the sect master that the Heavenly Dragon Empire's royal family has a pure-blooded sky dragon and a pure-blooded swanni. This. Xiao Han could not help but lick his lips. In his mind, he could not help but come up with some devious ideas. The next day, Xiao Han came to the mission issuance area of the Yaoxia Pagoda. This mission issuance area was not only used to accept missions, but many Yaoxia could also issue missions here. Xiao Han was about to leave the Yaoxia Pagoda with Xiao Mingchu and the others and return to the Pure Cloud sect. Before he left, he also asked for Ah Chou on how to treat the scar on his face. The scar on Ah Chou's face could not be healed by medicine. Only a true energy realm martial artist who was proficient in the reincarnation divine fire could use the reincarnation divine fire to burn the acne on Ah Chou's face. This would allow Ah Chou to regain his previous appearance. There was no other way. Xiao Han spent 1,000 contribution points to issue a mission in the mission issuance area. Find a Yaoxia who is proficient in the reincarnation divine fire to treat the scar on a friend's face. The reward will be negotiable. Once Xiao Han's mission was accepted by other Yaoxia, Xiao Han would receive a notification in the Yaoxia token. He would communicate and negotiate with the Yaoxia who accepted the mission. He, senior brother Ah Chou, I issued this mission. Any Yaoxia who cultivated the reincarnation divine fire will definitely accept this mission after seeing it. It is to burn the scar on your face. This mission is extremely simple and effortless. At that time, let's see if senior brother Ah Cho is really as handsome and unrestrained as you claim to be. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of the chance to see Ah Cho's true appearance, Xiao Han felt that it was quite interesting. Before returning to the Pure Cloud sect, Xiao Yunrong went to the 29th floor to find Xiao Han. Oh. Yunrong. You're here? Xiao Han smiled and brought Xiao Yunrong into his small single room. Sit here for a while. Xiao Yunrong sat on the edge of the bed and raised her head to look at Xiao Han. In the depths of her eyes, there was a trace of undetectable sadness and heartbreak. Xiao Han, are you going to return to the Pure Cloud sect now? Did you accept a mission? I will go back with sect master today. As for a mission, I accepted one and will go to the Great Wilderness soon. Xiao Han smiled. By the way, Yunrong, did you accept a mission? Not yet. Xiao Yunrong's eyes were evasive. Yunrong, you seem to have something on your mind? Xiao Han suddenly noticed Xiao Yunrong's restless mood and stared at her. What's wrong? No. Xiao Han, Yunrong has nothing. Xiao Yunrong said in a panic. No, you must have something on your mind. Xiao Han walked over and sat beside Xiao Yunrong. Fatty, Qingtong and senior sister Hua, after they became evil heroes, they were all smiling all day long. But Yunrong, you look like you have something on your mind. What happened? You can tell me. Don't you trust me? No. Xiao Yunrong suddenly turned her head and stared at Xiao Han. Her eyes were like water. She was very close to Xiao Han and the faint virgin fragrance on her body lingered in Xiao Han's nose. Xiao Han, I came here today to tell you that in this life, I will not do anything to hurt you. I know that one day, Xiao Han, your name will definitely shake the mountains and rivers and you will be all-powerful. Unhindered in the world. Becoming a famous figure on the evil hero ranking. Yunrong just hopes. At that time, sometimes, you can still remember Yunrong. What do you mean? Xiao Han was completely confused by Xiao Yunrong. Right at this moment. All of a sudden, Xiao Yunrong kissed Xiao Han's left cheek quickly, and then stood up, blushing, and said shyly. Xiao Han. I'm going to take on the task. See you later. After saying that, Xiao Yunrong ran out of the room. As soon as Xiao Yunrong left, Xiao Mingchu walked in with his arms crossed. He whistled and said with a lazy face. Junior brother, it's not right for you to be so affectionate. First senior brother, it seems that something happened to Yunrong. Xiao Han stood up with suspicion. It's just a love affair. Xiao Mingchu smiled and said, nothing will happen. Xiao Yunrong is the only evil hero of Mingjian Villa this time and will definitely become the cornerstone of Mingjian Villa in the future. The villa master of Mingjian Villa must regard her as a treasure. He was afraid that she would fall in his hands and melt in his mouth. What could happen? Well, junior brother, let's go back to Pure Cloud sect now. The sect master will rush back to arrange your marriage. This time, our Pure Cloud sect will come to Medicine King Valley to propose marriage in a grand manner. It's a great honor for Medicine King Valley. Oh. Xiao Han nodded with a little embarrassment. There's no need to mobilize so many people. Ha ha ha, junior brother, you're now an outstanding figure among the younger generation in the world. If we don't arrange this grand marriage for you, our Pure Cloud sect will lose face. Ha ha ha. Let's go. Xiao Mingchu turned and left. Forget it, I'll go back to Pure Cloud sect first. I can communicate with Yunrong through the evil hero token at any time and ask her what's on her mind. Xiao Han was also eager to go back. Xiao Han, Wu Yu, Xiao Mingchu, Dongfang Qin, Fang Ling, and Hui Yang bid farewell to the heavenly devil old man and Mo Qingtong. Everyone said goodbye to each other. The mountains would not change and the rivers would flow forever. After saying goodbye today, they would meet again in the future and have a drink and talk happily. Everyone parted ways. Crow carried the cloud, and everyone rode on the cloud, leaving the Devil Hero region. Back to the southern region, Pure Cloud sect. On the 33rd floor of the Evil Hero Tower. In a private room. With a scorching sun above his head, the great Sun Emperor, who had a clear temperament, sat at the table with the Dragon Bone Saint Saber. Great Sun, how's your cultivation recently? Have you accumulated enough? If it's enough, let's start the last meridian expansion. After 10 times of meridian expansion, one could condense a true talisman. At that time, he would also become an ancient giant. In the 10 years Sacred War, he would be ranked within the top 1,000. In the eyes of the great Sun Emperor, there were faint runes floating up and down. However, these runes did not seem to solidify and had a half-real, half-fake feeling. True Qi talisman must be a true talisman and not half-fake. However, this great Son of Heaven was only a step away. True Qi level 6, Meridian Expansion Realm. Starting from the 51st to the 60th true meridian, every time I open a true meridian, I will expand it once. I have now expanded my meridians 9 times, which is a total of 43 times. Looking at the entire Devil Hero ranking list, my talent is above average. The last expansion is no small matter. I am constantly accumulating my foundation, just so that the capacity of the true meridians can be expanded to 50 times during the last expansion. Then I will enter the Talisman Transformation Realm. In the Holy War 5 years from now, I will definitely become one of the greatest powerhouses of all time. It is not impossible for me to enter the top 800. The eyes of the great Sun Emperor were filled with arrogance as if he had everything in his control. However, his face suddenly darkened. Long Gu, Xiaohan actually became the champion of this year's Monster Hero trial. He's in the limelight. That little bastard knows the secrets of the Monster Clan, but the higher-ups didn't even ask about it. How dare they? It is a pity that our words do not carry much weight. We sent some news to the higher-ups but they actually ignored it. Damn it. Humph. Great Sun is just a little bastard who does not know his place. Bastard. His true Qi cultivation is a mess. He only relies on his flesh shell and a few evil skills. He has not started expanding his meridian. It is easy for us to kill him. However, we are all people who have one foot in the ranks of ancient giants. If we personally kill this little ant, it will be too embarrassing. Moreover, he has Xiao Mingchu and Wu Bai as his backing. Right now, the higher-ups seem to think highly of him. If we act rashly, it will be the opposite of what we want. How about this? Keep an eye on this little bastard and see what he does recently. Dragon Bone, I will leave this matter to you. I am going into seclusion because I lost the bet to Xiao Mingchu. I am afraid that he will come looking for me. I need to avoid him. Secondly, I need to properly expand my meridian for the 10th time. Once I refine the true talisman, I may be able to deal with Xiao Mingchu. Right now, I do not know what realm Xiao Mingchu is at. This guy is cunning. I am afraid that he has already reached the peak of Talisman Transformation Realm. On the Evil Hero ranking board, he is firmly ranked 898. He is not that easy to deal with. Alright, Great Sun, I will keep an eye on Xiaohan for you. You go into seclusion with peace of mind. I have just condensed my true Qi into talisman. My realm is not stable yet. I also need to find some treasured herbs to nourish the true talisman. The Dragon Bone Saint Saber said solemnly. After a pause, the Dragon Bone Saint Saber sneered. But it does not matter. In the southern region preliminaries and even in the main competition, this little bastard Xiaohan has killed countless people and made many enemies. Naturally, there will be many people who covet him and want to put him to death. Let us watch the fire from the other side. If there is a chance, we will make a move and turn him into ashes. We can also have a share of the evil monster race's secrets. On the 18th floor of the Evil Hero Tower. Xiao Yunrong stood in front of Shimen Piaoxue. On the table, there was a medicinal pill. Yunrong, what do you think? In this world, it is not easy to produce an evil hero. Since you are the new evil hero of our Mingjian villa, then I will definitely not hurt you. On the contrary, I will use all the resources to nurture you. I value you. However, your family. Blazing Flames City Shao Clan. I will not tolerate them. Do you understand what I mean? Shimen Piaoshue's face was gloomy. On the contrary, Xiao Yunrong's face was very calm, so calm that it was scary. Yunrong has thought it through. Xiao Yunrong nodded. Her eyes were filled with relief. Oh. Yunrong, you have finally thought it through? Right. What is Xiao Han? What is his relationship with you? Why do you have to rebel against the sect for him? The loss outweighs the gain. Yunrong, don't worry. As long as you trick Xiao Han into taking this medicinal pill, I promise that I will use all the resources of Mingjian Villa to nurture you. Shimen Piaoxue said fervently. Xiao Yunrong stepped forward and gently picked up the medicinal pill. Villa Master, do you have more of this medicinal pill? Please give Yunrong a few more. Yunrong is afraid that I will not be able to get it this time. No more. This medicinal pill is extremely expensive and can only be found by luck. Our sect only has one. Shimen Piaoxue shook his head. At this moment. Suddenly. Xiao Yunrong put the medicinal pill in her hand into her mouth. It melted in her mouth. Without thinking, she directly retreated to the side of the door. Please forgive me, Villa Master. Yunrong cannot harm Xiao Han and cannot do anything that goes against the sect. Therefore, Yunrong is willing to take the blame for him and die to thank Villa Master. After she finished speaking, Xiao Yunrong flashed out of the private room under Shimen Piaoshue's dumbstruck eyes. Villa Master. Not good. Yunrong swallowed this rotting heart bone pill. The medicinal power spread out and slowly seeped into her internal organs and bones. 3 years later, she will pass away. How could this be? For Xiao Han, she actually did such a stupid thing. An old man said in shock. Damn it. Shimen Piaoxue was furious. The sword qi on his body exploded. The air in the private room instantly collapsed. The tables and chairs were all crushed into powder by the violent sword qi. To be continued. Chapter 226. Southern Region, Pure Cloud Mountain Range. Ancient vines accompanied old trees, small bridges and flowing water, beautiful winding mountain ridges, like a sleeping dragon, traversing across the beacon fire empire. The mountains were bathed in divine light. It was picturesque and breathtakingly beautiful. At this moment, in the area of the Pure Cloud sect, Xiao Han's mountain peak, decorated with lanterns. Decorated with flowers. Red candles burning. Big red lanterns hanging high. A large group of true disciples was instructing the inner and outer sect disciples to decorate Xiao Han's mountain peak. Hang the lanterns higher. A middle-aged true disciple was instructing a group of inner sect disciples to hang lanterns everywhere. Reporting to this true disciple, the disciple who gathered the flowers has returned. He has brought back all the flowers that could be purchased within 1,000 miles, an inner sect elder carefully reported to a female true disciple. Decorate senior brother Xiao Han's mountain peak with fresh flowers. Oh right, find some clever female disciples to make a large number of bonsai and flower baskets, the female true disciple said indifferently. Huh. Xiao Han. Senior brother Xiao Han. The inner sect elder was shocked. The female successor disciple glared at him and said, Senior brother Xiao Han made a killing in the devil hero trial this time. Not only did he become a devil hero, but he was also the most powerful one among the contestants. He overcame all the obstacles along the way and was very impressive. Although I am not qualified to go to the Devil Hero region to admire senior brother Xiao Han, I am still impressed. This time, senior brother Xiao Han is going to marry 2 female disciples of the Medicine King Valley. Senior brother Xiao Han's mountain peak. Make it festive. Warm. Understand? Yes, yes, I will immediately order all the female disciples to come and help. The inner sect elder quickly bowed and left. Changed the bed in senior brother Xiao Han's bedroom to a big bed. Another true disciple was instructing the inner sect disciples to bring some red wedding blankets embroidered with dragons and phoenixes. Into Xiao Han's bedroom. This true disciple, we forgot to buy a bed, but senior brother Xiao Han's bed is already big enough, an inner sect disciple said in fear. Go get a bigger bed right now. Eldest senior apprentice brother sent a message back. It was said that senior apprentice brother Xiao Han had married 2 female disciples of the Medicine King Valley in a row. The bed was too small to turn over, so senior apprentice brother Xiao Han would definitely not be happy. If senior brother Xiao Han isn't happy, we, as his junior brothers, can't do anything about it. You won't be happy. Change him, change him. That true inheritor said. He waved his hands frantically. The inner court disciple stuck out his tongue and muttered. Direct disciple senior brother Xiao is truly blessed with women, to be able to marry 2 at once. Furthermore, they are 2 of the 4 beauties of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. How enviable. What do you know? The true inheritor sneered. Do you know who senior brother Xiao Han is now? Evil hero. Moreover, he was the most promising hero. 2. Even if you marry all the female disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. It turned out that Xiao Mingchu had used a special method to transmit the news of the Crow Dragon, Xiao Han, and the others returning to the Pure Cloud sect. Moreover, he simply announced that Xiao Han had won the crown in the main competition and had become the evil hero. In addition, Xiao Mingchu also ordered all the disciples of the Pure Cloud sect, from the direct inheritor to the outer court disciples, to properly decorate Xiao Han's mountain peak. Xiao Han was about to marry 2 female outer court disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. The 3 leaders of the outer court peak where Ah Cho and Xiao Han were previously stood on Xiao Han's mountain peak with a face full of emotion. My brother Xiao Han has really become the evil hero. Ha ha ha, 3 leaders, Xiao Han has really become the evil hero. That's great. I've heard that below the group of immortals is the evil hero, below the evil hero are all living beings. Although I don't understand what this sentence means, I know that it must mean something very powerful. Ah Cho was almost incoherent. The 3 leaders were also in tears. The heavens have eyes, this child Xiao Han has actually become the evil hero. Our mountain peak has produced an evil hero. That is an unparalleled genius that is rarely seen throughout the ages. Only a genius in the true Qi realm, with both wisdom and courage, is qualified to compete for the title of evil hero. Now, even if we 3 old things die, it will not be in vain. Ha 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 ha. Back then, when Xiao Han had just entered the outer court, he was so young and did not know anything, but now. The 3 chiefs were on the verge of bursting into tears. At this moment, sect leader is back. Eldest senior brother is back. Senior brother Xiao Han is back. A group of true inheritors started to shout. Boom! In the next moment, a large group of true disciples released their true qi at the same time, completely igniting Xiao Han's mountain peak. Auspicious clouds, divine light, heavenly flowers fell, and golden lotuses appeared on the ground, causing Xiao Han's mountain peak to look like a divine mountain. It was a magnificent sight. In the sky. Sect leader, why are there so many people busy decorating the disciples' mountain peak? Moreover, many true disciples are willing to use their true qi to decorate the disciples' mountain peak. Xiao Han was stunned. Ha ha ha. Junior brother, it was I who sent a message to ask everyone to decorate your mountain peak. You are about to get married, so you can have a good time. Xiao Mingchu laughed. This. Eldest senior brother, isn't this making a mountain out of a molehill? Xiao Han was extremely embarrassed. Alright, Xiao Han, let's go to your mountain peak. Wu Yu smiled indifferently. The smoke descended and floated towards Xiao Han's mountain peak. For a moment, countless people on Xiao Han's mountain peak were shouting in unison, "Welcome sect leader, welcome eldest senior brother, second senior brother, third senior brother. Congratulations to senior brother Xiao Han for your triumphant return, becoming another evil hero of our pure cloud sect. Congratulations to senior sister Huiyang for becoming an evil hero. I wish senior brother Xiao Han a happy wedding." Xiao Han and the others finally landed on the mountain peak. Xiao Han looked around and saw that his mountain peak was filled with flowers. There were white cranes holding Ganoderma, immortal apes holding longevity peaches, and many spirit beasts walking back and forth on the mountain, adding to the festive atmosphere. Big red lanterns decorated the mountain in a picturesque manner. The doors and windows were plastered with big red, happiness characters. The atmosphere was joyous. The entire mountain peak was enveloped by true qi, and the morning glow soared to the sky. Light rays filled the air. It was like a dream. Phew, Xiao Han was dazzled. Junior brother. Are you satisfied? If you are not satisfied, you can tell me. Xiao Mingchu smiled. It's already very good. Xiao Han was very touched. Thank you, senior brother. I never thought that I would have such glory today. After exchanging some pleasantries with the direct disciples on the mountain peak and receiving everyone's congratulations, Xiao Han rushed towards Ah Cho and the three chiefs. Senior brother Ah Cho, three chiefs. Xiao Han laughed loudly. Xiao Han, you are returning home in glory now. Ah Cho had a sincere smile on his face. His face was almost rotten from smiling. Xiao Han, you have really made a name for yourself. Heh, it's just a so-so. Xiao Han grinned. He patted Ah Cho's shoulder. Senior brother Ah Cho, I have issued a mission in the Demon Hero Pagoda this time. I believe that someone will come and treat your face injury soon. At that time, I will see if senior brother Ah Cho is as handsome as you boast. Ha ha ha. Chiefs, it's been a long time. Xiao Han greeted the three chiefs with a smile. Then, he walked out from the true acupoint. Then, he took out a pile of supreme-grade true qi spirit stones and precious medicines. They were all given to Ah Cho and the three chiefs. These things, senior brother Ah Cho and the three chiefs, please take them and play with them. Then, Xiao Han began to distribute items on the mountain peak. They were all the supreme-grade true qi spiritual stones, treasured sabers, swords, precious medicines, and glossy Ganoderma that were dropped from the true acupoints of the contestants he killed in the Monster Hero preliminaries. It was as if everyone had a share, and everyone had gained some benefits. Then, Xiao Han returned to Wu Yu's side. Xiao Han, have you decided to go to the Great Desolate Sky Dragon Empire to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? Wu Yu asked. Yes, I have decided to complete this mission. Xiao Han nodded. Then hurry up and get married. Wu Yu smiled slightly. How about this? I will immediately send Dongfang Qin and Fong Ling with a betrothal gift to the Medicine King Valley to inform them. 3 days later, Xiao Han, you will go to fetch the bride. So fast? Sect Master, I don't know if the Medicine King Valley will agree readily. I am not sure. Xiao Han hesitated for a moment. Ha! Wu Yu glanced at the mountain peak. Xiao Han, it has already been arranged like this. They have to agree whether they want to or not. Xiao Han, go fetch the bride 3 days later. I will not go. Go by yourself. If there are any twists and turns, you can deal with it yourself. Remember, you are already a demon hero now. Go ahead and don't worry too much. If anything happens, I and Mingchu will solve it for you. Yes, Xiao Han nodded. Yinxue and Shirong have promised me that when I become a demon hero, I will go to the Medicine King Valley to fetch them. They are all waiting for me. Dongfang, Fangling, both of you immediately go to the Medicine King Valley. Tell old man Gongsun that in 3 days, Xiao Han will personally go to the Medicine King Valley to fetch the bride. Tell the people of the Medicine King Valley not to neglect them. Wu Yu ordered. Yes, Sect Master. The Southern Region. The Medicine King Valley. In the Medicine King Valley, the paths crisscrossed and colorful butterflies fluttered. It was as beautiful as a poem. In the Medicine King Valley, the most attractive landscape was the 1,000-story trapezoidal medicine field. This trapezoidal medicine field was at least a few thousand meters above sea level, and the slope was inclined. From the foot of the mountain to the top, the small hills were like a snail, and the big mountains were like a tower, layer upon layer, high and low. The lines were smooth and flowing, elegant and smooth. Each layer of the trapezoidal medicine field was planted with countless Ganoderma and herbs. The fragrance of medicine filled the field. A large number of Medicine King Valley disciples were carefully picking herbs between the trapezoidal medicine field with a hoe and a basket on their back. At the bottom layer of the trapezoidal medicine field, 2 breathtakingly beautiful women gathered together, digging for herbs and chatting in private. Senior Sister Shirong, when do you think Uncle will come to pick us up? Jing Yanxua looked depressed. Uncle went to participate in the Devil Hero trial. I heard from some true disciples that this time's Devil Hero trial is extremely dangerous, and the death rate is very high. I don't know if Uncle can pass. But Uncle is so brave, he will definitely become a Devil Hero and come to pick us up. Jing Yanxua looked towards the horizon. Her bright and beautiful eyes were filled with a young girl's first awakening of love, as well as a young girl's prayers and fantasies. I don't know why, but I always dream of Uncle recently. Jing Yanxua murmured. Pfft. Little love-struck fool. Lan Shirong covered her mouth and laughed. Senior Sister Shirong, don't you think about Uncle? I do. Don't laugh at me. Don't tell anyone. Suddenly, Jing Yanxua clasped her hands together, looked towards the horizon, and said in a very serious tone. Since the heavens arranged for Uncle and I to meet in that small town, he sacrificed himself to save my life. Although he was playing tricks at the beginning and even wanted to steal our dragon horse, Yanxua believes that he is definitely not an ordinary person. I can't be wrong. Yanxua knows that one day, he will appear in front of everyone, wearing a golden saint robe, stepping on a 7-colored cloud to marry me. He will become a devil hero. He said that he will come to pick us up, and he will not go back on his words. Lan Shirong murmured. I am just a little woman. I don't have any big dreams, and I have never thought of reaching the true Qi realm. I just want to be with the person I like and be with him every day. He is in my heart, and I am in his heart. Nothing will change even if the world turns old. Humph. Become a devil hero? A crazy person like Xiao Han who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth can also become a devil hero? At this moment, a cold voice sounded, Junior Sisters. Although Xiao Han was lucky to enter the main competition, there are thousands of experts from the Great Wilderness participating in this devil hero selection competition. There are also countless geniuses from the East region, and there are even a group of monstrous geniuses trained by the Devil Hero region. Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha. I'm afraid that his bones have already turned cold. I advise you 2 junior sisters, don't daydream here. You probably don't know, but 3 days later, the royal family of Beacon Fire Empire will send someone to pick you up. It is a foregone conclusion that you will marry into the royal family. Ah. Senior brother Si Kongji. Jing Yanxua and Lan Shirong stood up together. The person who came was wearing a light yellow robe. His face was like jade, and he had an imposing appearance. His whole body was emitting a medicinal fragrance. Impressively, he was the #1 genius among the younger generation of Medicine King Valley, Si Kongji. Previously, in the Southern Region qualifier, Si Kongji fought against Xiao Han. He was seriously injured by Xiao Han. After he returned to Medicine King Valley, he consumed an unknown number of sacred medicines before he could barely recover from his injuries. However, now that he was cultivating, he did not improve, but instead regressed. The halo of a genius also gradually dimmed. In this life, he could be considered half a cripple. Xiaohan. Once Si Kongji mentioned Xiaohan, he was full of hatred, and his face was full of a sinister smile. Behind Si Kongji stood a few Medicine King Valley disciples in the true Qi realm. Junior brother Si Kongji, although the results of this time's Devil Hero qualifier have not had time to spread, I think that Xiaohan is definitely dead. What kind of thing is he? I heard that this little B***starred was born a living target, a dog-like person. How can he become a devil hero? Dream on. Junior brother Si Kongji, if Xiaohan did not die this time, we brothers will definitely help you get back at him and break his arms and legs. He is not a little B***starred. Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong said in unison. Alright, junior sisters, in 3 days, you will be married into the royal family of Beacon Fire Empire. I heard that the emperor is choosing concubines and has chosen the two of you. Si Kongji said with a fake smile. It is also your fortune to serve the current emperor of Beacon Fire Empire. We do not want to marry into the royal family. Senior brother Si Kongji, you are talking nonsense. The Valley Master said that we will wait for Xiaohan to come and pick us up. Jing Yanxue clenched her fists. Xiaohan is already dead. Maybe not even his bones are left. How can he come and pick you up? Ha 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 ha. It is a pity that I cannot kill this bastard with my own hands. Si Kongji gritted his teeth. At this moment, Valley Master Gong, son of the Medicine King Valley, Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling of the Pure Rain sect are here to pay a visit with betrothal gifts. In 3 days, my junior brother Xiaohan will come personally to marry the 2 junior sisters, Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong. In the void, sword chi lotuses bloomed. Fang Ling broke through the space and walked out with his head held high. His hands were behind his back and his sword chi was like a rainbow. He looked at Si Kongji and said, Si Kongji, don't talk behind our backs. My junior brother Xiaohan has already become a demon hero and has a respectable status. If he hears you talking bad about him, he will beat you to death. You deserve it. Ha 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 ha. Si Kongji's eyes widened and his face was ashen. His throat let out the sound of an owl. Demon hero. Xiaohan. Xiaohan, he actually became a demon hero. Impossible. How is this possible? As soon as he finished speaking, Si Kongji felt the world was spinning. His vision turned black and he fainted. Chapter 227. Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling entered Medicine King Valley with betrothal gifts and announced the engagement between Xiaohan and Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong. They finally announced the fact that Xiaohan had become a demon hero to the world. The entire Medicine King Valley was in absolute silence. How could Xiaohan become a demon hero? Pfff. Si Kongji vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Their throats were choked and they couldn't say anything. They only felt that their hearts were filled with comfort and pleasure, as if they had fallen into the clouds. At this moment, a vast aura rose from one of the main halls of the Medicine King Valley, and a powerful airflow burst out. The heaven and earth spiritual chi formed a huge vortex, from which the fragrance of medicine filled the air, and it also contained the traces of the 4 seasons. A young man in white slowly walked out from the airflow whirlpool. With a slight movement of his body, the weather within a small area fluctuated. The spring rain lingered, the summer thunder was swift, the autumn frost covered the ground, and the winter snow filled the fields. Brother Dongfang, brother Fang Ling, how have you been? The young man in white smiled. Feng Xiaoling, hello. Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling nodded at the young man in white at the same time. After so many years, you two are still as brilliant as ever and your cultivation has improved a lot. Back then, I teamed up with you two to kill a demon king. If it wasn't for you two taking care of me, I'm afraid I would have died. The young man in white smiled. Feng Shaoling, we didn't come here to catch up with you. Where's Valley Master Gongsun? Why didn't he come out? Dongfang Qin frowned. Oh. Valley Master is in seclusion. He's going to refine a cauldron of secret medicine this time. It's no small matter. The young man in white smiled. So he's hiding. Fong Ling sneered. During the Southern Region qualifier, our sect master made a promise with Valley Master Gongsun. If junior martial brother Xiao Han became a demon hero, he would visit us personally and marry Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong. Valley Master Gongsun also agreed to it. But now, Valley Master Gongsun actually found an excuse to hide. What a joke. Ordinary people might not know that junior brother Xiao Han had become a demon hero, but how could Valley Master Gongsun not know? Valley Master Gongsun didn't go into seclusion earlier or later. Why did he have to go into seclusion at such a critical juncture? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Fong Ling's words struck the heart, causing Feng Shaoling to be speechless. Feng Shaoling sighed after a few breaths of time passed. To be honest, the current emperor of the Beacon Fire Empire, His Majesty Mo Chen, has already issued an imperial edict. 3 days later, he will marry the 2 junior sisters Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong as concubines. I hope the 2 of you won't make things difficult for my Medicine King Valley. The Valley Master has chosen to go into seclusion. I had no other choice. Ha 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 ha, Dongfang Qin laughed wildly. What is an emperor in the secular world? I don't understand. Valley Master Gongsun is also a hero, why would he willingly submit to Mo Chen? Alright, that's all I have to say. 3 days later, junior brother Xiao Han will personally come to Medicine King Valley. Junior brother Xiao Han is now a demon hero and is not bound by the secular laws. Mo Chen's ranking on the Devilman list. It wasn't a big deal. They wanted to snatch his love away. He doesn't have the ability to snatch junior brother Xiao Han's woman. Let's wait and see. After saying that, he put down the betrothal gifts. Fong Ling and Dongfang Qin floated away. The people of the Pure Cloud sect are too powerful. Some of the true disciples of Medicine King Valley expressed their dissatisfaction. I heard that the sect master of the Pure Cloud sect, Wu Ling, is ranked at the top of the Devilman list. Their chief disciple, Xiao Mingchu, is also not an ordinary person. However, who is Xiao Han? He has just become a Devilman. What background does he have to bully our Medicine King Valley? He's just a dog relying on his master's power. However, Sect Master Wu will not directly intervene in this kind of matter as it will disgrace his identity. Feng Shaoling's eyes flashed with a look of consideration and worry. Immediately after, his figure flashed and directly returned to the main hall of Medicine King Valley. Feng Shaoling stood outside a room with a closed door and said in a low voice. Valley Master, I have already negotiated with Fong Ling and Dongfang Qin of the Pure Cloud sect. However, their attitude is extremely tough and they will not let it go easily. Moreover, Xiao Han has been in the limelight recently and is high-spirited. He will definitely not be willing to be defeated. Valley Master, why don't we cancel the engagement with Emperor Mo Chen of the Fire Beacon Empire? After all, although Mo Chen is the emperor of the secular world, his ranking on the Devilman list is far lower than Wu Ling and even far lower than Xiao Mingchu. Emperor Mo Chen is also like a fox exploiting the tiger's might. Relying on his power in the secular world, he does not put the Pure Cloud sect in his eyes. Cough cough, in the room, there was the sound of an old man coughing. Ah. Shaoling, do you think that I am willing to rely on Mo Chen? It is really forced by the situation. Although the disciples of Medicine King Valley are good at refining elixirs, their battle strength cannot be compared to the experts of other sections. Therefore, throughout history, the geniuses of Medicine King Valley have always been at the bottom of the Devilman list. The reason that I can barely make it into the top 5,000 is also because of the various secret medicines that I have refined, which have helped me form many good karma. After thinking about it, I feel that the disciples of Medicine King Valley really do not have the resources to compete with others on the Devilman list. Therefore, we might as well withdraw from the Devilman list, return to the secular world, rely on the Empire, and focus on refining elixirs. This old man's voice also sounded a little disheartened. I have already given up my ranking on the Devilman list. I will not compete anymore, I will not compete anymore. Logically speaking, I should not offend Wu Ling for Emperor Mo Chen's sake. After all, although Wu Ling has always been low-key, his strength far exceeds Mo Chen's. If he makes a move, he will definitely kill Mo Chen in a second. However, the ancestral land of the Fire Beacon Empire is in the prosperous eastern region. The heaven-devouring empire in the eastern region is prosperous and has many talents. It is not something that a small empire like the southern region can compare to. I heard that in the heaven-devouring empire, there are more than 100 sects, big and small, and they have produced many devilman. Now, Mo Chen has already made contact with the heaven-devouring empire. In recent days, an envoy from the heaven-devouring empire has specially come from the eastern region to discuss the matter of Mo Chen's return. Oh. So that's how it is? No wonder Emperor Mo Chen dared to challenge Wu Ling. So it is because of him. Feng Xiaoling suddenly understood. Mo Chen knows that after Xiao Han becomes a devilman, he will definitely come to the Medicine King Valley to marry Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong. Therefore, he deliberately made things difficult and forced Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong to marry Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong. It is obvious that he wants to go against the Pure Cloud sect. Without the support of the heaven-devouring empire, do you think Mo Chen would dare to do this? He is not stupid. Speaking of which, Xiao Han killed Mo Chen's biological son, Crown Prince Mo Zhen, in the southern region preliminaries. This is a feud that will not end until one of them is dead. Therefore, Mo Chen will definitely stop Xiao Han from marrying the Devilman. Moreover, there might be a day when we will meet again. If the heaven-devouring empire supports Mo Chen will have the ability to challenge the Pure Cloud sect. The Eastern Domain is a powerful nation with a well-deserved reputation. It has given birth to many geniuses, and some of the old-timers are definitely no weaker than Xiao Mingchu. Feng Xiaoling nodded. Valley Master, what should we do now? Let's just watch from the sidelines. Let the two of them fight it out. We don't need to get involved. Whoever has the ability can take Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong away. Beacon Fire Empire, Imperial Palace, Imperial Study. The current emperor of the Beacon Fire Empire, Mo Chen, was serving two men politely and attentively. One of them was an old man. His face was fair and beardless. His face was very white, like a peeled egg. Not a single wrinkle could be found. The strangest thing was on his lips. She also seemed to have applied rouge on her face. It was bright red and very frightening. The old man was flipping through an ancient book with his thumb and middle finger. He spoke in an arrogant tone. Your Majesty Mo Chen, I have already checked and verified your lineage. Indeed, a prince of my heaven-devouring empire came from the eastern domain to the southern domain and founded your Beacon Fire Empire. Your origin is in the eastern domain. Yes, Unicorn. This time, I have the intention to return to my roots, Mo Chen said hurriedly. It was obvious that he was being subservient. The old man, Unicorn, said arrogantly. I heard that one of the 5 great sects of the Beacon Fire Empire, the Medicine King Valley, is also going to submit to the great heaven-devouring empire? Yes, the current Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley has the same intention. Valley Master Gongsun has already reached an agreement with me. In 3 days, I will send someone to the Medicine King Valley to announce the imperial edict. The Medicine King Valley will be recognized as a sect of the Beacon Fire Empire's royal family. After that, I will bring all the disciples of the Medicine King Valley to return to the Eastern Domain. Good, Mo Chen. Not bad. The Medicine King Valley is a sect that specializes in alchemy. It is of some value to the heaven-devouring empire. How about this? I will personally go to the Medicine King Valley in 3 days and announce the imperial edict on your behalf, Eunuchan said sinisterly. Thank you, Eunuchan. Mo Chen was deeply grateful. In the next moment, his expression changed slightly and he said darkly. Eunuchan, in 3 days' time, I will be choosing a concubine in the Valley of the Medicine Masters. However, I have received news from an informant in the Valley of the Medicine Masters that in 3 days' time, Xiao Han from the Pure Cloud sect will also be going to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. He has threatened to snatch away 2 of my concubines. Xiao Han of the Pure Cloud sect. Eunuchan was stunned. Yes, this person is my mortal enemy. He personally killed my son, Mo Zhen. I can't wait to burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Furthermore, I wanted to send my youngest daughter, Mo Hen, to the eastern region as a sacrifice to the ancestors. However, everything was ruined by Xiao Han. He actually kidnapped Princess Mo Hen and killed one of my generals, Devil Hero Nangang Yi. These are all heinous crimes. Mo Chen said bitterly. Xiao Han. I don't have time to personally watch the Devil Hero selection this time. However, I have heard of Xiao Han's name. It is said that he performed exceptionally in this selection. Another man stood by the window with his hands behind his back. He wore a light yellow robe and his face was as white as a powder. His gaze was as sharp as a sword and his face was filled with arrogance. It was as if he did not place anyone in his eyes. It was as if looking at someone for an extra moment was a gift. He's just a rookie. No matter how monstrous he is, how monstrous can he be? In this world, there were not many devil heroes, but there were also millions of them. Those who were not on the devil hero ranking were all trash. Not to mention a rookie. 3 days later, I will personally go to the Medicine King Valley. If I meet that Xiao Han, I will teach him a lesson. Ha ha ha, like father, like son. Young Master Wan, you already have the style of General Wan in the past. Majestic and unparalleled. Eunuchan beamed with delight as he flattered him. With young Master Wan teaching that Xiao Han a lesson, nothing could be better. Mo Chen was overjoyed. Young Master Wan, please humiliate that Xiao Han. I heard that guy killed many young heroes in the eastern region. I'll personally measure his worth. Young Master Wan laughed coldly. 3 days later. Medicine King Valley. Early in the morning, the atmosphere in Medicine King Valley was somewhat unusual. Many disciples of Medicine King Valley were busy arranging various matters in the valley. Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong, each wearing a bright red robe, were placed in a small hall and waited quietly. It was as if they were waiting to be married. However, not only was there no joy in Medicine King Valley, it was filled with danger. Today, there were actually 2 groups of people who came to Medicine King Valley to marry Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong. Furthermore, these 2 groups of people had enmity with each other. It was possible that they would kidnap the bride. The 2 groups of people started fighting. And the attitude of Medicine King Valley was to watch the fire from the other side. They would not interfere in this matter. It was close to noon. Outside Medicine King Valley, there was the beating of gongs and drums, the sound of stringed instruments, flutes, and soon, firecrackers. It was lively and festive. Suddenly, all the outer sect disciples of Medicine King Valley, the inner sect disciples and true disciples all went out to watch. They saw that the wedding procession of Pure Cloud sect had already entered Medicine King Valley. The wedding procession of Pure Cloud sect was made up of a large number of outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and some true disciples. A bright red bridal sedan, a majestic flood dragon horse. A group of female disciples who were proficient in music. A flute, a zither. Zither, zhuji, pipa. Huqin, kongshao, they played with all their might. Xiao Han was wearing a festive light red robe. He looked handsome as he sat on a flood dragon horse. Xiao Mingchu, Fang Ling, and Dong Fang Qin clustered around Xiao Han. The people from the Pure Rain sect are really here. They are going to oppose the Beacon Fire Empire's royal family. Yi Qingtang's eyes widened. Even the Valley Master has avoided it. Let's not be nosy and let the two of them fight. I wonder when the wedding procession of the Imperial family of Fire Beacon Empire will come. Junior brother, from today onwards, you have grown up. I am very pleased. Xiao Mingqiu said to Xiao Han with a smile. Senior brother, don't tease me. I'll treat this wedding as an engagement. After marrying Yanxue and Shirong back to the Pure Maiden sect, I'll enter the Great Wilderness and return from the Great Wilderness to complete the wedding. Xiao Han clearly had a plan in mind. Oh. So long? Early wedding night is the right thing to do. Xiao Mingqiu teased. Senior brother, this time, I am going to take on a mission with a slim chance of survival. Isn't it too irresponsible to go to the bridal chamber rashly? Alright, senior brother, I have made up my mind. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the Great Wilderness alone. Xiao Han said. Junior brother Xiao Han, are you really going to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? Fang Ling frowned. Before Xiao Han could answer, at this moment, above the Medicine King Valley, a powerful energy wave came. True Qi soared into the sky, causing everyone in the Medicine King Valley, including Xiao Han and the others, to look up. A giant dragon ship was coming from the sky. It was more than 100 feet long and was pulled by 2 fierce flood dragons. On the dragon ship, there was a group of true Qi realm martial artists standing arrogantly. In next to no time, a carriage slowly drove up from behind the dragon boat, and a young man in light yellow clothes stood in the carriage. He was probably around the age of 27 or 28, and he had his hands behind his back as he looked up into the sky. He seemed aloof and proud to the extreme. The true Qi in his body was fluctuating like a tide. There was even a galaxy rolling above his head. Pulling the carriage were 2 5-colored divine bulls with wings on their backs. Their bodies were shining with 5 different colors. It was a spectacular sight. They were the descendants of the ancient bloodline. They were found in the Great Wilderness at a high price. Oh. The people from the Beacon Fire Empire's royal family are here? Xiao Mingqiu looked at the dragon boats and carriages in the sky with great interest. He touched his nose and said, "What a grand show. Junior brother, these people are here to snatch your wife." Ha ha ha, do as you see fit. Yes, Xiao Han licked his lips and said calmly. The dragon ship stopped in the sky above the Medicine King Valley. From the dragon ship, an old man walked out. His face was fair and beardless, and his lips were red. He held an imperial edict in his hand and said in a strange tone. The imperial edict has arrived. All the disciples of the Medicine King Valley, kneel down and receive the edict. It was Eunuchan, a eunuch from the East region. The many disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters looked at each other, speechless. Before this, the Beacon Fire Empire's royal family had also sent an imperial edict, but the disciples of the Medicine King Valley had never knelt down. But today, this eunuch actually wanted the disciples of the Medicine King Valley to kneel down and receive the edict. This caused all the disciples of the Medicine King Valley to be dumbfounded. They did not know whether to kneel or not. Humph. Eunuchan looked down as if he was some noble who had come to the countryside to inspect. This southern region is indeed a small pond. The Medicine King Valley is known as one of the 5 major sects of the Beacon Fire Empire, but it is also in such a decline. No wonder they want to rely on the heaven-devouring empire and move their sect to the east region. Suddenly, Eunuchan looked at Xiao Han and the others and laughed coldly. Oh. You are from the Pure Rain sect, right? Who is Xiao Han? Step forward. This time, the heaven-devouring empire has issued an imperial edict. Not only all the disciples of the Medicine King Valley must kneel, but also you, Xiao Han, must kneel. Step forward quickly. Hearing this, Fang Ling and Dongfang Qin's expressions changed and were about to explode. Xiao Mingqiu gave them a look, telling them not to be impatient. He said in a low voice. Let junior brother Xiao Han handle it himself. He is also a demon now, he can't let us do everything. Sect leader has already said to let junior brother Xiao Han do as he pleases. Now, let's wait and see what junior brother Xiao Han has up his sleeve. Hey! Xiao Han stretched his body, flipped off the horse, and looked up at Unicorn in the sky. You are Xiao Han, right? Unicorn looked down at Xiao Han, his eyes full of disdain, as if he was looking at an ant that could be squashed at any time. Kneel. You are the legendary eunuch? Xiao Han suddenly said seriously. No little tricks. Chapter 228. Unicorn was a eunuch, a eunuch. There was no doubt about that, but that did not mean that he was willing to be called a eunuch in front of so many people. This was a great humiliation. In an instant, Eunuch N's fair and delicate face turned the color of a pig's liver. He was so angry that his whole body was convulsing and trembling. Gurgling sounds came from his throat. The group of true energy realm martial artists standing on the dragon's ship were all furious. They bared their teeth and were about to pounce on Xiao Han. Xiao Han calmly raised his head and looked at Eunuch N, saying calmly. Yinyang. You. Eunuch N's eyes widened. What did you say? I said you are a Yinyang. You want me to kneel? I think you're tired of living. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask a demon hero to kneel? Xiao Han laughed coldly. Indeed, demon heroes were not bound by the laws of the world. Even the emperor of a country did not have the right to ask a demon hero to kneel, much less a eunuch. This eunuch was simply trying to bully Xiao Han for being young and ignorant. He had just become a demon hero, and wanted to force Xiao Han to death. But unexpectedly, Xiao Han did not fall for it. Since you want me to kneel and humiliate me, then, you should kneel. All of you, kneel, Xiao Han said slowly. I think a eunuch cannot become a demon hero. Below the immortals are the demon heroes, and below them are the mortals. Since you are not a demon hero, then it is reasonable for you to kneel to me. As soon as these words came out, the entire valley of the medicine masters fell silent. Arrogant. Unscrupulous. That indifferent tone, that arrogant attitude, that slight smirk. It was arrogant to the extreme. Arrogant to the extreme. Everyone knew that Xiao Han had risen to fame recently. But to the ordinary disciples of the Medicine Masters Valley and the Pure Rain sect, they had not seen Xiao Han's methods before, but this time, they had seen it with their own eyes. It was indeed outrageous. He had ignored the imperial edict of the Heaven-Devouring Empire, a powerful country in the eastern region, and instead wanted the envoy of the Heaven-Devouring Empire to kneel to him. Ha 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 ha. Did I hear wrongly? You are courting death. Eunuch N laughed sinisterly. Just then. Come down. Xiao Han's right hand suddenly reached out. In an instant, the starlight of extinction surged. Endless dazzling light beams rushed out from under Xiao Han's skin. Fine and dense dust and star sand were rolling. Xiao Han's temperament instantly changed from calm to dazzling, like a god. However, his eyes were very calm as the bright moon. Hong, he slapped at the dragon boat. The terrifying power of 1,500,000 ding condensed into a single point and exploded. This palm strike caused the wind and clouds to surge, and its might pressed down upon the heavens. The void collapsed. This was pure power. There was not the slightest fluctuation of Zhenqi, but it was extremely majestic, as if it could break through all Zhenqi. In an instant, the space cracked inch by inch. Pucci, with a loud explosion, the dragon boat was smashed into pieces. Including Eunuch N, the dozen or so true Qi realm martial artists standing on the boat were instantly smashed down. Boom! 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 Eunuch N and the rest of the true Qi realm martial artists fell to the ground, pressed down by the powerful force. Many of the bones in their bodies were cracked, and they knelt on the ground, coughing up blood. Even the two dragons pulling the dragon boat were suppressed by Xiao Han's power, lying prostrate on the ground, trembling. A bunch of scum. You can't even compare to those competitors, and yet you dare to jump out and bark? Xiao Han said coldly. With one palm strike, a group of true Qi realm martial artists all knelt. There was even more silence. Everyone looked at Xiao Han with terrified eyes. Even Valley Master Gongsun, who was hiding in the main hall of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, as well as the true disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, were stunned. Xiao Han was too domineering. There was no logic to it. He had completely crushed everything with brute force. I'll fight you to the death, Eunuch wailed as he spat out blood. His body twisted and he tried to stand up. Kneel. Xiao Han extended a finger and pressed down, forcing Eunuch An's knees several feet into the ground. Eunuch wailed. Young Master Wan. Young Master Wan. You have to stand up for me. This kid is too domineering. At this moment, young Master Wan, who was standing in the carriage with his hands behind his back, fixed his gaze on Xiao Han. You are indeed the most eye-catching competitor in this year's Devil Hero Trials. Although your true Qi cultivation is a mess, your body is like that of a beast in human form. But it is still not enough. Xiao Han, I was the Devil Hero who stood out in the previous Devil Hero Trials. I became a Devil Hero 5 years ago, and 2 years ago, I was ranked 8,498th on the Devil Hero leaderboard. Luan Xiaoxiong. How dare you injure Eunuchan, you deserve to die. Originally, I would not have bothered to deal with a rookie without a ranking like you, but you are too arrogant. I need to teach you how to be a reserved person. Otherwise, you will be beaten to death when you go out in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, his body burned with 48 pentagram true acupoints. Beams of light shot up to the sky, and clouds of mist swirled around him. Tisk 8,498th. Xiao Mingchu sneered. Oh. The few of you are laughing at me? Young Master Wan looked at Xiao Mingchu. I really don't know what qualifications you have to laugh at me. You are that Xiao Mingchu, right? I heard that you are also an ancient tycoon. But, how old are you? How old am I? How many years have you been cultivating? How many years have I been cultivating? You are an old antique who has lived for hundreds and thousands of years. What qualifications do you have to laugh at me? I am only 28 years old this year. To cultivate to your age, you are at least an ancient tycoon. Are you going to intervene in today's matter? If you don't care about your status and interfere, then this young master will admit defeat and leave. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Mingchu laughed. You actually use such words to make it inconvenient for us to intervene because of our status. What a joke. You probably think that you are a genius just because you became a Devil Hero at the age of 28 and obtained a position on the Devil Hero leaderboard. Ha 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 ha. Junior brother Xiao Han, do it. At this moment. Suddenly, both of Xiao Han's hands were seen forming seals. Immortal Qi floated around the runes. They were like butterflies flying through flowers. They circled and danced between Xiao Han's hands. In an instant, Xiao Han formed a large array that was a few acres in size. It covered the sky and directly covered the two 5-color divine bulls that were pulling Luan Xiaoxiong's carriage. Moo, in an instant, the two descendants of the ancient bloodline let out heart-wrenching howls. The array turned slightly. Its enormous body was like a cocoon, directly turning into rays of light and multicolored light. Like pillars of water, it rushed towards Xiao Han. Boom! 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 Endless rays of light merged into Xiao Han's limbs and bones, internal organs, bones, muscles, and every cell. These rays of light were the life essence of the two 5-color divine bulls. They were formed by their bloodline genes and were forcibly absorbed by the 10,000 beast-devouring art. They merged into Xiao Han's body and refined Xiao Han. All the cells in Xiao Han's body swelled. His whole body felt comfortable, and his strength was rising steadily. Although he did not grow taller by 1.5 inches, his aura was violent. His whole body pointed to the sky and stood on the ground, like an ancient giant, his clothes and hair fluttering in the wind. The people in all directions could not help but take a few steps back. What kind of cultivation technique is this? It actually has a faint immortal qi. Xiao Mingqiu only felt shocked. In the blink of an eye, after losing the pull of the 2 5-colored divine bulls, the carriage immediately fell down. Luan Xiaoxiong was shocked, and Xiao Han took the opportunity to slap with his right palm. The power of this palm was even stronger than before. It instantly pierced through the sky, causing the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. It even caused a large mass of air to solidify. Puchi. With a loud sound, the carriage was smashed into pieces. Luan Xiaoxiong let out a heart-wrenching scream and was forcefully slapped down from the sky by Xiao Han. A human-shaped pit was formed on the ground, and he kept twitching and vomiting blood. He wanted to get up, but he could not get up for a long time. You want to find trouble with junior brother Xiao Han just because you're ranked 8,498th? You're really reckless. Dongfang Qin sneered. Junior brother Xiao Han, what kind of cultivation technique did you just use? Fang Ling frowned and asked. I've just learned a kind of body refining cultivation technique. I couldn't help but use it. Xiao Han smiled slightly. At this time, the blood, genes, and life essence of the 2 5-colored divine bulls were far from being refined by Xiao Han's body. Therefore, under Xiao Han's skin, they kept rolling and faintly made miserable moaning sounds. The situation was very strange. What kind of cultivation technique is this? It can actually refine wild beasts. Xiao Mingqiu was a little shocked. Eldest senior brother, I accidentally learned a small cultivation method. It's not very elegant, it's just an insignificant skill. Xiao Han casually laughed and changed the topic. Eldest senior brother, it seems that I can defeat those ranked 8,000, 10,000 on the monster ranking list. Xiao Mingqiu knew that Xiao Han was deliberately changing the topic. He did not say anything and followed Xiao Han's words. Junior brother Xiao Han, in fact, on the monster ranking list, the 7,000, 10,000 are very volatile. The monster heroes in these rankings will often change. In other words, there are many monster heroes who have the ability to challenge the 7,000, 10,000 ranks. Therefore, the monster heroes in these rankings will not be able to sit still and will be replaced by other monster heroes. After a pause, Xiao Mingqiu smiled. Alright, junior brother Xiao Han, go and receive the bride. Because of Xiao Han's strength, the Beacon Fire Empire's wedding procession all knelt on the ground in extreme humiliation. The Mo Chen Emperor did not come personally. Otherwise, his fate would have been even worse. Xiao Han single-handedly took care of the group of true Qi realm cultivators from the Beacon Fire Empire as if he was cutting melons and vegetables. Even the monster hero Wan Xiaoxiong was defeated by Xiao Han without any ability to resist. This caused the Valley of Medicine Masters to quickly understand the situation. The valley head of the Valley of Medicine Masters, Old Man Gong's son, personally came out and handed Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong to Xiao Han to take away. When Xiao Han and the others returned to the Cloud sect, Xiao Han had completely refined the 2 5-colored divine bulls. The strength of the flesh had increased from 1,500,000 ding to 1,550,000 ding. This allowed Xiao Han to taste the wonders of the 10,000 beast devouring method. This also strengthened Xiao Han's determination to immediately leave for the great wilderness. After returning to the Cloud sect, Xiao Han reported to the Crow King that he, Jing Yanxue, and Lan Shirong were temporarily engaged. When Xiao Han returned from the great wilderness, they would marry and share the same room. Night. On Xiao Han's mountain peak, many of the true disciples, inner disciples, and outer disciples celebrated for a few hours before dispersing. At this time, on the mountain peak, Xiao Han had already vacated 2 courtyards for Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue to stay in. The three sat in a pavilion on the mountain peak. Xianxia and Lan Shirong were both dressed in bright red robes, their faces full of shyness. Under the melted moonlight, a kind of warm and subtle atmosphere circulated between the three of them. Xiao Han sat between the two girls. He thought for a moment, then grabbed Xianxia and Lan Shirong's hands with his left and right hands. The two girls blushed and lowered their heads slightly, but allowed Xiao Han to hold their hands. Xiao Han's hands were full of warm and fragrant jade, and his heart was filled with joy. He said in a low voice, "I will go to the great wilderness tomorrow. You two stay in the cloud sect and wait for my return." "Uncle, what are you going to do in the great wilderness?" Xianxia blinked her bright and beautiful eyes and asked curiously. Lan Shirong also looked at Xiao Han affectionately. "I am going to train." Xiao Han said softly. "I need to become stronger continuously to be able to protect you too, right?" "NN. Then can we go with you?" Xianxia said. "No, the great wilderness is too dangerous. You two cannot go." "All right, I will accompany you to watch the stars and moon tonight. I will leave early tomorrow morning." Xiao Han smiled and said. Hearing Xiao Han's words, the two girls quieted down and quietly leaned on Xiao Han's arms. "P.S. I caught a cold and feel dizzy. I don't feel well. Hurry up and take some medicine to sleep. I will try to get better tomorrow." Chapter 229. Early the next morning, Xiao Han bid farewell to Wu Bu, Fang Ling, Dong Fangqin, Xianxia, and Lan Shirong. Xiao Mingqiu also wanted to return to the great desolate ancient village, so he went with Xiao Han. Xiao Mingqiu's true qi transformed into a divine phoenix. It was extremely fast, so Xiao Han could reach the great desolate as soon as possible. On the bird's back, the two were talking. "Junior brother Xiao Han, the heavenly dragon empire you are going to, strictly speaking, does not belong to the great desolate. It is an ancient country in the great desolate that is almost isolated from the rest of the world. That is a true barbarian. At least the heavenly dragon empire has chosen a young genius to participate in the Hex Hero selection competition," Xiao Mingqiu said. "The heavenly dragon empire is not a special ancient country or secret realm. Therefore, junior brother Xiao Han can enter at any time with the Hex Hero token." "Yes, senior brother. I spent some contribution points at the Hex Hero Tower to buy a map of the Heavenly Dragon Empire." Xiao Han smiled and nodded. Because Xiao Han was not ranked on the Hex Hero ranking, his Hex Hero token only allowed him to enter 50% of the countries and secret realms that ordinary people were not allowed to enter. Fortunately, the Heavenly Dragon Empire was within this 50% range. Junior brother Xiao Han, the Heavenly Dragon Empire is one of the strongest ancient countries in the periphery of the Great Desolate. Raising pure-blooded heavenly dragons in Swanni is not a small matter. After you enter the Heavenly Dragon Empire, you must be careful. The people of the Great Desolate are very tough and will not even give face to the Hex Hero. You killed the prince of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Tsang Dragon Crown Prince. This is also a disaster. Let's see how you deal with it. This is after you become a Hex Hero. As for the next mission, I won't be participating in it. You should train yourself well. Remember, if there are any changes, immediately leave the Heavenly Dragon Empire and meet me at the ancient village," Xiao Mingqiu said solemnly. "Yes, senior brother. Eldest senior brother." Xiao Han nodded. A few days later, the two entered the Great Desolate. The vast and endless Great Desolate gave off an ancient and primitive aura, as well as a creepy sense of danger. There were towering mountains, lush primitive forests, and lakes filled with spirit qi. There were even great luans with brightly colored feathers that were crying and gliding in the sky. Their blood energy was exuberant, their eyes producing lightning and flames. Ferocious tigers that were hundreds of feet long could be seen everywhere on the ground. Apes, centipedes, rhinoceroses, giant pythons. All of them let out a deafening roar that shook the clouds in all directions. "I've come to the wasteland again." Xiao Han took a deep breath of the primordial, desolate, and fragrant air of the wasteland. He was no stranger to the great wilderness. On the contrary, it also made him feel that the sky was wide and the sea was wide. He could run freely without any restrictions. Looking at the various ancient species, birds, and beasts roaming about the great wilderness, Xiao Han was itching to use the 10,000 beasts devouring art. He furiously refined it. It was only because Xiao Mingchu was at the side that Xiao Han had been restraining himself. When they were about to reach the ancient village, Xiao Han and Xiao Mingchu parted ways. Junior brother Xiao Han, you have a mission, so you don't have to go to the ancient village for now. You can come back to see your little princess after you've completed your mission. Xiao Mingchu teased Xiao Han. In the ancient village, Xiao Han had hidden a mistress in his golden house, including Princess Mo Hen. Xiao Han nodded. Eldest senior brother, I'll go to the Heavenly Dragon Empire on my own. According to the map, it'll only take me a few days to get there. Xiao Han released a wisp of true qi, stepped on it, and flew straight to the east. Junior brother Xiao Han, be careful. Xiao Mingchu's voice sounded behind Xiao Han. Swoosh, Xiao Han flew on his qi and turned into a stream of light, instantly disappearing from Xiao Mingchu's sight. Junior brother Xiao Han, if you can successfully kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor this time, you'll definitely get a good ranking on the Monster Hero ranking. Maybe you'll enter the top 5,000, surpassing junior brother Dongfang and junior brother Fang Ling. Xiao Mingchu looked thoughtfully at the place where Xiao Han disappeared. Xiao Han flew in the great wilderness. His destination was the Heavenly Dragon Empire. On the way to the Heavenly Dragon Empire, apart from the lifeless stone mountains, there were all kinds of ferocious beasts. There were blue swan, fire bird, phoenix, giant ape, giant tiger, giant crocodile, everything. It'll take about 3 days to get to the Heavenly Dragon Empire from here. Why don't I cultivate along the way and use the multitude beast devouring technique to absorb the vitality and genes of the mutated beasts to strengthen my body? Xiao Han licked his lips. At this moment, swoosh, a red swan that was more than 30 meters long, with flames burning between its feathers, and its eyes had already turned red. After circling around Xiao Han for a few rounds, it finally launched an attack on Xiao Han, wanting to devour Xiao Han as a snack. You're courting death. Xiao Han formed a seal with both hands. Soon, boom. The multitude beast devouring formation was formed instantly and shrouded the red swan. Chirp, the red swan was extremely intelligent and had a lot of wisdom. It seemed to have a terrible premonition that it was on the verge of death. Its body froze and it wanted to forcibly change its direction and fly away. However, the multitude beast devouring formation had already caught the red swan completely in a split second. The red swan shattered and turned into rays of light that forcefully shot into Xiao Han's body. Every single cell in Xiao Han's body was endlessly nourished and strengthened. His entire person was immersed in this beautiful and indescribable state. His entire body's strength began to rise. The birds that were originally coveting Xiao Han were so frightened that they cried out and flew far away. They fled without a trace. As Xiao Han flew, he refined the red swan's genetic bloodline. 2 hours later, completely refining this red swan will only increase my physical strength by 10,000 ding. It is not even as nourishing as the 2 5-colored godly bulls. It seems that this red swan's bloodline is not pure and its genes are inferior. Xiao Han was speechless. After that, Xiao Han tried to refine a giant tiger and a green eagle, but it only increased his strength by 30,000 ding. It did not increase his strength by leaps and bounds. It seems that these wild beasts that appear in the wild all have trashy bloodlines. That's right, the true ancient bloodline must have been captured and raised by the clans of the Great Desolation Ancient Kingdom. Xiao Han thought to himself. The next day, in front of Xiao Han, a stone mountain that was tens of thousands of zhang tall appeared. Not a single blade of grass grew. Its entire body was as smooth as white jade, like a sacred mountain. However, just as Xiao Han was about to fly past the sacred mountain, something terrifying happened. Boom! Above the sacred mountain, a giant golden cloud floated over. The fog was like an ocean, and light rays surged. A horrifying aura was emitted, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. It was as if a demon's den that had been sealed for countless years had suddenly been opened. In the next moment, a giant and ferocious golden claw suddenly grabbed out from the golden cloud, grabbing onto the sacred mountain. The mountain was crushed like tofu, crumbling and cracking. The earth sank. The entire mountain caved in. Isn't this too terrifying? Xiao Han suddenly stopped in mid-air, staring at the golden claw with his mouth agape. Just a slight grab and a sacred mountain crumbled. What kind of variant is this? Chirp! A bird's cry pierced through gold and cracked rocks, exploding the air within tens of li. The golden cloud split open. A giant luan flew out. It was about 300 zhang long, and its feathers were golden. It looked like pieces of sunlight, or as if it was made of gold, shining brightly, dazzling, and overflowing with ferocious aura. It was a golden luan. The golden luan's eyes had already turned golden, and there were faint ancient runes appearing and disappearing. He really didn't know what kind of ancient descendant bloodline it was. However, it was definitely extremely powerful, and in the great wilderness, it could also rule over a region. Sweep over a region. Huh? Xiao Han was startled. He realized that the golden luan's eyes were actually looking at him. It was an extremely ferocious gaze, very human-like, and filled with killing intent. It can't be, right? It's targeting me? Xiao Han licked his lips. In the next moment, boom! The giant golden claw that was grabbing onto the god-collapsing mountain actually smashed towards Xiao Han. This claw flowed with golden light, causing the entire sky to brighten up. However, the ferocious aura filled the sky, and the claw destroyed everything. Damn it! Xiao Han's figure turned in the sky, and he dodged the claw in a breath's time. He glanced around with the corner of his eyes and discovered that a large part of the void had been torn apart, and the airflow had collapsed and caved in. The golden luan didn't let Xiao Han go after missing its claw, and it relentlessly pounced towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han flew in the sky and fled. The golden luan chased after him like a maggot on a bone. This golden luan is really interesting. However, as Xiao Han fled, his heart was itching. Might as well do that, a few thoughts flashed through his mind. Shockingly, boom! The 10,000 beast-devouring grand array with immortal charm enveloped the golden luan. Chirp! The golden luan let out a miserable cry, and it flapped its wings wildly, shattering the surrounding air. Golden light filled the air, and light beams shot into the sky. However, it was already imprisoned by the 10,000 beast-devouring grand array. Its enormous body was melting. It was like steel being refined into molten iron in an oven. Oh! Xiao Han turned around. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, strands of golden light, like 10,000 rays of sunlight, shot into Xiao Han's body. The powerful life gene, filled with wisdom, crazily rushed into Xiao Han's limbs, bones, and every cell. Pooh! Xiao Han's body, as if it was being blown, swelled up, then fell down, then swelled up again, and then, an endless amount of violent energy rushed into Xiao Han's body, like 10,000 horses galloping, almost causing Xiao Han to explode. The situation was very strange. Xiao Han's body, at times, was like an inflated balloon, floating in the air, and at other times, it was as if air had been released, emitting poochie-poochie sounds. The airflow was like a hurricane, blowing the air apart, and blowing many beasts on the ground to pieces, causing them to die on the ground. Ah! This golden luan's bone structure and bloodline gene are too tyrannical. It makes my entire body feel like it's being torn apart. There's even a feeling that my body is about to explode. Am I too greedy? Xiao Han, in midair, kept tossing and turning. Endure it. Endure it. I will endure it. Once I endure it, my strength will explode. Xiao Han abandoned all distracting thoughts, and steeled his heart. Bang! After tossing and turning for an unknown period of time, Xiao Han's body suddenly smashed onto the ground, like a falling meteor, smashing a large area of the ground into pieces. The ground collapsed, and cracks crisscrossed. Xiao Han's body was still expanding, and within every cell of his body, seemed to be emitting a ferocious Luan cry. His ferocious qi soared to the sky, forcing the desolate beasts in all directions to flee, not daring to approach. After an entire day and night, in a daze, Xiao Han heard "shio shio shio" sounds of breaking through the air above his head. Countless amounts of air twisted, and there was also a strong true qi fluctuation, as if some true qi realm martial artist had arrived. However, Xiao Han was still refining the golden wan's blazing vitality and genes, and his entire body felt as if it was soaking in a hot spring, warm and indescribably comfortable, so he didn't climb up. He still laid on the ground, not moving at all. "Oh. Senior Yuming, there's actually a person lying here, as if he's in deep sleep?" A man's voice rang out. Xiao Han immediately sensed that a few people had appeared beside him. It should be 4 people. It's Xiao Han. That's right. He's the most outstanding contestant of this year's Devil Hero trial, killing countless geniuses. Even Garen died in his hands, becoming a Devil Hero. He's in the limelight. It's really Xiao Han. This kid has just become a Devil Hero, and he came to the Great Wilderness. What does he want to do? This is the only way to the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Could it be that this kid also accepted the mission to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor like us? He's really reckless. He has just become a Devil Hero, and he's already courting death like this. He ran to the Heavenly Dragon Empire, trying to kill a high-level demon emperor. But, speaking of which, this kid has the secrets of the demon clan, and the move he used to kill Garen was a demonic technique. Senior Yuming, we might as well wake this kid up, interrogate him, and get the secrets out of him, so that we can have a share of the loot. Shut up. An indifferent and arrogant man's voice rang out. Let's wake him up first. Xiao Han can become the most outstanding contestant of this year's Devil Hero trial. He's not simple, he's a cunning and treacherous person. He won't be easy to deal with. Don't talk about the secret technique of the demon clan in front of him, lest he bears a grudge. We'll plan this matter slowly. There was a hint of greed in this voice. Chapter 230. Hearing the conversation between the few true Qi realm experts, Xiao Han had a plan. So it's a few heroes. Just like me, they also accepted the mission to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Moreover, they are coveting some of my secrets. At this moment, Xiao Han no longer pretended to be asleep. He stretched and jumped up. He swept his gaze across and saw 4 men standing not far away. They didn't look very old. 3 of them were very handsome and wore beautiful silver clothes. Their auras were extremely powerful and surged out like tides. Their true qi was vigorous. Xiao Han observed for a while and found that there were 48, 49, and 50 true acupoints in their bodies. They were all at the peak of level 5 true qi. Moreover, the quality of their true qi was very high. It was full, lingering, transparent, and powerful. If they were placed in the various sects of the 4 regions, they would definitely be powerful and influential figures, similar to Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling of the Pure Rain sect. The one in the lead was wearing a silver robe. His long eyebrows extended to his temples and his hands were empty. His skin was very white and clean, like jade. The void around his body was slightly distorted, as if it was about to collapse. The true qi in his body surged into the sky, and a mercury-like heavenly river appeared above his head. His body was like an abyss, making Xiao Han unable to see through his cultivation level. His aura was deep and mysterious. He was at least a level 6 true qi realm expert. Once his cultivation reached level 6 true qi realm, Xiao Han would not be able to see through him. Oh, there's actually an expert. Xiao Han was slightly stunned. However, he had refined a terrifying ancient species, the Great Golden Wan, and the strength of his flesh shell had risen to 2.4 million ding. He also had something to rely on and a foundation. He was not afraid of trouble. Xiao Han. That expert looked at Xiao Han indifferently. His gaze seemed to be trying to see through Xiao Han. What are you doing in the depths of the great wilderness? The other three sneered. Xiao Han, you just became a hero and you're already running around in the depths of the great wilderness. Are you tired of living? It's said that there is an ancient species in this area. The golden one roams everywhere. With your cultivation, Xiao Han, if you're not careful, you might die. Ha 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 ha. To think that you all recognize me, Xiao Han. I have yet to ask for your esteemed names. Xiao Han laughed. Gui Han, ranked 6901 on the Hex ranking. Wu Xiaofeng, ranked 6999th on the Devilman ranking. Qin Tianla, ranked 7012 on the Devilman list. The three true Qi realm cultivators looked at Xiao Han with cold arrogance. Yu Ming. That expert. He said casually, the Devil Hero list. Rank 3999th, Xiao Han, are you going to the Heavenly Dragon Empire to kill the Azure Dragon Monstrous Emperor? Xiao Han smiled noncommittally. In his heart, he thought, this Yu Ming is ranked 3999 on the Demon Hero ranking. He is indeed a powerful figure. According to the sect leader, those ranked below 5000 on the Devil Hero ranking have yet to reach the expanded acupoint realm. In that case, those ranked within 5000 are at least at the expanded acupoint realm. Once one's cultivation level reaches the expanded acupoint realm, the capacity of one's true Qi will increase by at least 10 times. With just a slight move, one's true Qi will cover the sky and the sun. I didn't expect a small fry like you to dream of getting a share of the Azure Dragon Monstrous Emperor's loot. Ignorance is bliss. Guihan's tone was full of sarcasm. It's all right. Yu Ming waved his hand and gestured for the other three to remain silent. He looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, it doesn't matter if you join us. How about this, you can join our team and enter the Heavenly Dragon Empire together. You'll be courting death if you enter the Heavenly Dragon Empire alone. Why don't you join our team and join us? Don't worry, we came prepared this time. There will be people waiting for you in the Heavenly Dragon Empire's Imperial City. It's absolutely safe to kill the Azure Dragon Monstrous Emperor. This is your first time doing a mission, right? I'll let you obtain this opportunity and share some of your contribution points with us. What do you think? As he spoke, Yu Ming's eyes were constantly brewing conspiracies. He seemed to be scheming against Xiao Han. Unexpectedly, Xiao Han agreed without hesitation. All right, let's enter the Heavenly Dragon Empire together then. Xiao Han had his own plans. This was his first time out on a mission, and he wanted to make use of this group of experienced heroes to sneak into the Heavenly Dragon Empire first. Oh. Yu Ming was a little surprised to see Xiao Han agree to it immediately, but he quickly nodded. Let's hurry then. Our people are already in the Imperial City of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, and they're in contact with the Imperial family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. When we arrive at the Imperial City, we can directly enter the palace to kill the demon. However, the Azure Dragon Monstrous Emperor is hiding very well, and he's taken spiritual medicine that can shield him from demonic aura. It'll take a lot of effort to find him. However, with brotherly Fan Ming around, the Azure Dragon Monstrous Emperor will definitely be killed today. When Yu Ming mentioned the name Li Fan Ming, his face was suddenly filled with admiration and worship. Li Fan Ming? Xiao Han blurted out. All right, don't ask so much. Let's hurry. A ray of light rushed out of Yu Ming's body, and he was already floating in the air. It seems that there's an even higher ranked demon that's participating in this operation. However, I don't care so much. It's great that I can directly enter the Imperial family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, fish in troubled waters, and kill the Azure Dragon Monstrous Emperor. It'll save me a lot of trouble. Xiao Han licked his lips. However, it's best to find the pure-blooded heavenly dragon and pure-blooded Swanee that the imperial family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire has raised, and then, after refining the big golden wand, not only did Xiao Han's body become stronger, but he was also full of courage. He felt that he was in an invincible position. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the few of them flew in the air. It was very strange. During the flight, Yu Ming was at the front, while Guihan, Wu Xiaofeng, and Chen Tianle were behind Xiao Han. It seemed that the four of them had vaguely surrounded Xiao Han. It seems that these guys, Xiao Han, think that I'm a big fat sheep, and want to kill me wantonly to share the benefits. Good, very good, I'll bear with it for now. I'll use you guys to enter the imperial family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire first. Xiao Han could not stop laughing coldly in his heart. However, his facial expression showed that he was not wary at all. Guihan, Wu Xiaofeng, and Chen Tianle. The three of them lagged far behind. They were also talking to each other softly. I think Xiao Han is also a good-for-nothing. He's also an idiot, easily fooled by us. Now, we have him under our control. After we kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, we'll use him as an example. We'll threaten and bribe him to reveal his secrets. He was able to emerge as the most brutal Hex hero selection in history. He must have a lot of secrets that are not to be underestimated. Yes, with senior brother Yu Ming around, Xiao Han is like a fish on the chopping board. He can only wait to be slaughtered without daring to struggle at all. What realm is senior brother Yu Ming in? He has already started expanding his territory. Wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with a rookie? Wait until we meet up with brother Li Fanming. No matter how many secrets Xiao Han has, we'll have to spill everything. Spit it all out. However, we have to be extra careful in this operation. Many Hex heroes have already died in the hands of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor has consumed a treasure medicine and his demonic aura is perfectly concealed. He might be the king of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, or a little eunuch or servant girl in the palace. It's hard to tell. I hope brother Li Fanming can find some clues and see through the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's disguise. The few of them flew for a day and a night. Finally, they arrived at the edge of a vast grassland. We've already entered the territory of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Fly with the Hex Hero token in case we get stopped by the people of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Yu Ming instructed in front. After saying that, he directly took out his Hex Hero token and activated the flying array formation in it. He then stepped on the Hex Hero token and flew into the sky. Xiao Han and the others also flew with the Hex Hero token. The Heavenly Dragon Empire was a nomadic empire. The grassland was dotted with tents and various tamed beasts. It looked very powerful. At the border, Xiao Han saw a shocking scene. Hundreds of thousands of barbarian soldiers wearing beast skins were riding pangolins, rhinoceroses, giant tigers, 5-colored divine cows. All kinds of beasts were training on the grassland. Hundreds of thousands of people were charging and galloping back and forth. The hooves of the beasts trampled on the ground, making terrifying rumbling sounds. Hundreds of thousands of people were exuding a fierce and murderous aura. It was really terrifying. Even Xiao Han, who was flying in the sky, felt a little shaken. The military strength of the Great Desolation Ancient Kingdom is really too powerful. Moreover, the people here are fierce and warlike. Xiao Han was also impressed. Roar! Roar! The barbarian soldiers on the ground saw the Hex Hero token flying in the sky and roared as if they were provoking it. Ignore them. Yu Ming said indifferently. He increased his speed. While flying, Xiao Han also saw some majestic cities. However, they were not the imperial cities of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. A few hours later, at the end of the horizon, there was a grayish-brown area. We've arrived at the imperial city of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Fly in directly. Yu Ming gave the order. When he flew closer, Xiao Han could clearly see that the grayish-brown area was a city wall. The city wall was a few hundred meters high. Within the city wall, there was a large number of primitive and rough buildings that rose from the ground. A ferocious and violent aura soared into the sky from within the city wall. It was as if it was suppressing the fate of the city. Roar, roar, there was a vague roar of a beast that resounded in the city, causing the sky and earth to change color. Such a powerful aura of a ferocious beast. Too powerful. It is many times stronger than the big golden one that I refined just now. Xiao Han was a little scared. Could it be the legendary pure-blooded heavenly dragon and pure-blooded Swanee that the heavenly dragon empire raised? TSK. To use such a ferocious beast to suppress the fate of the imperial city, this heavenly dragon empire is really different from the rest. It is worthy of being called the Great Desolation Kingdom. Xiao, the 5 of them flew over the city wall and landed on the ground in an instant. This was a city that stretched as far as the eye could see. In all directions, there were tall stone houses that were arranged in neat rows. The streets were wide enough for hundreds of riders to ride side by side. In the city, there were many barbarians walking around. All of them were full of vigor and were born with divine strength. The most attractive thing was that most of the barbarians were leading various kinds of wild beasts as if they were leading pets. They wandered around wantonly. There were some children who were leading wild beasts such as giant tigers and rhinoceroses. However, these wild beasts seemed to have been tamed to be extremely docile and obedient. These barbarians were very surprised by the arrival of Xiao Han and the other uninvited guests. They all stopped to watch and discuss. Some of them even revealed ferocious gazes and didn't seem to be friendly. Let's find a tavern to settle down first and wait for Big Brother Li Fanming's news. If everything goes smoothly, we can enter the Imperial Palace tonight. Yu Ming walked quickly on a long street. Don't look at those barbarians. They are extremely barbaric. They won't restrain themselves just because we are evil heroes. Once there is a conflict, it will be very disadvantageous for us. The few of them lowered their heads and walked quickly. Xiao Han looked left and right. He was looking for the source of the ferocious beast's aura. Finally, after going around a street, Xiao Han found a sealed building in the distance. It was hundreds of feet high and covered an area of several tens of miles. There were a large number of barbarian soldiers guarding the vicinity of this huge building. Waves of oppressive and berserk beast roars and whistles came out from the building. It shook the air in all directions and caused it to become soft and brittle. A terrifying pressure covered a large area of heaven and earth. The ground trembled slightly. Xiao Han couldn't help but stop. Xiao Han, let's go. That is the place where the Heavenly Dragon Empire keeps the pure-blooded Swanee. It is regarded as a forbidden area. Don't look too much or you will cause trouble. Yu Ming scolded in a low voice. Oh. Xiao Han touched his nose and licked his lips. He murmured to himself. Pure-blooded Swanee? This kind of frightening ferocious beast. Once it is refined by me, I don't know how much power will increase. However, this place is heavily guarded and sealed off from all sides. It will be very difficult to rush in. I have to slowly think of a way. Needless to say, for Xiao Han, the most important thing now was not to immediately kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, but to find a way to get close to the pure-blooded Swanee or pure-blooded Sky Dragon reared by the Heavenly Dragon Empire and use the Thousand Beast Devouring technique to refine them. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was an existence that was stronger than Qing Lin Demon Emperor. It could mutate. With Xiao Han's current combat strength, it was impossible for him to fight against it. Unless he devoured the genes of some pure-blooded giant beasts and obtained unimaginable benefits, he would only be able to defeat it. Xiao Han reluctantly left the building where the pure-blooded Swanee was kept. He followed Yu Ming and came to a 2-story tavern that was built with huge stones. It's here. Let's go in first and wait patiently. There will be people coming to meet us one after another. Yu Ming smiled and stepped into the tavern. P.S. I have a cold these 2 days and my head is dizzy. Today is the second update. Once I recover from the cold, I will work hard to update. To be continued. Chapter 231. Xiao Han's expression remained unchanged as he followed Yu Ming and the others into a tavern. The strong smell of alcohol wafted over. In the tavern, there were some barbarians sitting in twos and threes, eating meat and drinking wine happily. They all looked at Xiao Han and the other outsiders with curiosity and surprise. Fortunately, they did not take the initiative to cause trouble. "Have a seat," Yu Ming said. This Yu Ming was capable and experienced in handling matters. He seemed to be a very astute person. His every action vividly displayed the 3 words experienced in the martial world. Yu Ming ordered a dozen jars of strong wine, grabbed a jar, and fiercely poured it into his mouth. He gulped down almost half of the jar before wiping the wine stains from the corner of his mouth, and praised, "This wine is spicy when it enters the mouth, but it doesn't lose its manliness. It's good wine." Xiao Han also drank a few mouthfuls and felt as if there was fire in his mouth. A ball of flame rolled down his throat and into his stomach. Immediately, a warm feeling rose and spread to his limbs. "Good wine. Brother Yu Ming, I'm late. I'll punish myself by drinking 3 cups. Ha 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 ha." A rough voice sounded outside the tavern. In the next moment, a middle-aged man walked in. He was burly, his face was chiseled, his body was uncanny, and his aura was imposing like a mountain. The inside of his body was like an abyss, and the true qi condensed into a vast ocean. Xiao Han could not see through him. Another expert at least at true qi stage 6. He's definitely within the top 5,000 on the Hex Hero leaderboard, Xiao Han evaluated. "Brother Zhou Chuan, come and sit," Yu Ming said. Gui Han, Wu Xiaofeng, and Chen Tianla greeted Zhou Chuan respectfully. Zhou Chuan sat down with a majestic gait and swept his gaze across the room. He looked at Xiao Han. "Oh. Xiao Han. In this year's Hex Hero selection. The so-called strongest contestant? Hello." Xiao Han smiled. "You want a share of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor too? You really don't know your place." Zhou Chuan seemed to be a little displeased. "Brother Yu Ming, why does everyone want to stick to him? He's just a newbie, and he wants to get a share of the benefits of killing the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor?" "Oh." Hearing Zhou Chuan's words, Xiao Han immediately felt very uncomfortable. "It's fine." Yu Ming waved his hand. He took a deep look at Xiao Han. "Brother Zhou Chuan, there's no need to be anxious. All right, back to the topic at hand. This time, Brother Li Fanming personally went to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. It could be said that the mission was foolproof. At this moment, Li Fanming's elder brother was negotiating with the Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial family in the Imperial Palace. There should be a result soon. When the time comes, we will enter the palace together. Besiege the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Everyone, Nyes-san, is late." "On the way here, I killed a low-level demonic emperor and wasted some time." A lazy voice sounded, and another white-robed young man walked in from outside. This person's aura was extremely mysterious. His body contained treacherous energy. It was fine when he didn't move, but once he did, it would be earth-shattering. "Oh. Nyes-saner, ranked 3003rd on the Monster Hero ranking?" Zhou Chuan looked surprised. "I didn't expect you to be here. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is causing trouble in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He planted the Heavenly Wasteland Demon Fruit Forest and plotted to mutate it. We, the Monster Heroes, should fight bravely to save the people," Nyes-saner said righteously. He walked over and sat down. Suddenly, he looked at Xiao Han with interest. "Xiao Han? The number 1 genius in the eastern region, Zhang Sun Wuheng, died in your hands, right?" As he spoke, a faint murderous intent flashed across Nyes-saner's eyes. "The winner takes all, and the loser takes all," Xiao Han said calmly. "The winner takes all, and the loser takes all." Xiao Han, Nyes-saner, will remember you today. You've shown off your abilities, but you won't last long. I hope you don't die prematurely. Nya Saner laughed sinisterly. It seems that everyone doesn't like me. Xiao Han thought for a while. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. In that case, I, Xiao Han, will take my leave first. After he finished speaking, Xiao Han stood up. After arriving at the imperial city of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Xiao Han discovered the place where the Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial family kept the pure-blooded Swanni. Therefore, he changed his mind and decided not to enter the palace immediately. He planned to stay in the imperial city for a few days and wait for an opportunity to sneak into the building where the pure-blooded Swanni were kept. To take the risk and have an intimate encounter with the pure-blooded Swanni, having made up his mind, Xiao Han did not waste any more time. He stood up and walked out. Xiao Han, stop right there. Yu Ming roared and grabbed Xiao Han with his right hand. This grab was filled with true qi. It was endless. The void exploded, the air was sucked dry, and thunder could be heard everywhere. As expected of a level 6 true qi realm expert, he was ranked 3,999th on the monster hero ranking. It was not by luck. With this grab, the overwhelming true qi pressed down from all directions. Any level 5 true qi realm cultivator could be crushed to death. Scram! Xiao Han punched out with his right fist. This punch was an explosive strike of pure physical strength. It was like a meteor falling to the ground, like a volcano erupting, like a stampede of 10,000 horses. In an instant, it struck Yu Ming's true qi into crisscrossing cracks, causing it to collapse inch by inch. What? The pure power of Flesh Shell is actually able to fight against my true qi? Yu Ming was shocked. It is indeed very strong. However, Flesh Shell is an unconventional sword. Young man, you have gone down the wrong path. Stay here. Nia Sen Air and Zhou Chuan attacked at the same time. Their true qi was like a raging wave, drowning Xiao Han in an instant. The endless qi collapsed inwards. In an instant, an ordinary person's body would instantly disintegrate and turn into ashes. Xiao Han did not move an inch. His body flashed with the starlight of extinction. With the support of the indestructible golden body, he withstood the attack. Pooh! Xiao Han spat out a small mouthful of blood. His gaze swept across Zhou Chuan, Nia Sen Air, and Yu Ming. Good, very good. In order to deal with a newcomer like me, you actually made 3 experts in the top 5,000 of the monster hero ranking team up. Alright, Xiao Han. Although you are the newcomer king, you are still young and have no foundation. We are all in the expanding point realm. We can easily suppress you, Yu Ming said with a sinister smile. Stay here. Follow us into the palace. Don't even think about slipping away. After we kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, we'll interrogate you in detail. Xiao Han looked at Yu Ming and the rest. He felt a tinge of bitterness in his heart. In fact, with the strength of Xiao Han's flesh shell, Yu Ming, Zhou Chuan, and Nia Sen Air, none of the 3 of them could defeat Xiao Han alone. However, it was indeed difficult for Xiao Han to fight against the 3 of them together. Unless he used the left arm demon the Arch Palm. However, at this moment, there were tens of thousands of demon meridians on the left arm demon the Arch Palm. They were dry and withered. There was no fluctuation of demonic power at all. They were useless. After all, Xiao Han was not a demon. It would take a long time for him to automatically recover the demonic power contained in the demon meridians. At this moment, Yu Ming suddenly took out the monster hero token and scanned it with his psyche. Brotherly Fan Ming sent me a message. He wants us to enter the palace immediately. Big brotherly Fan Ming had already arranged everything. Let's go. We will enter the palace now and meet up with brotherly Fan Ming. Let's go. I knew it. The royal family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire will definitely give face to brotherly Fan Ming. They will definitely cooperate with us to kill the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. Zhou Chuan stood up immediately. Xiao Han, follow us obediently and it will be fine. Don't blame us for being ruthless if you do anything strange. Yiming warned Xiao Han with a sinister smile. Let's go. Zhou Chuan and Nies and Er locked their auras on Xiao Han. They left the tavern and headed straight for the palace. Heavenly Dragon Empire. Imperial City. In the magnificent palace. In the main hall. Two great figures with auras as strong as the sea and as deep as the abyss stood in the main hall and chatted with each other. One of them was nearly 3 meters tall. Every single cell in his body was surging with an imposing power. Once this power was unleashed, wherever it went, everyone would definitely be sent flying. He had a rough face and a golden crown on his head. He was wearing a jade-colored robe that was embroidered with many primordial mythical beasts. There were Pai Xiao, Tao Tai, Jimeng, Horned Phoenix. These mythical beasts were all vivid and lifelike. Vaguely, their roars and roars that could suppress the ancient times were terrifying. When he opened and closed his eyes, wisps of golden light burst out. He looked like a descendant of the primordial demon bird. His aura was too strong and terrifying. This was a monarch. He looked down on the world. This person was the king of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He ruled over hundreds of millions of people in the great wilderness, and he was known as King Songyun. Standing next to King Songyun was a young man. He was not old. He looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. However, his eyes were filled with the feeling of time flowing like water and singing like a song. He looked very desolate and simple. His body looked gentle, but his temperament was extraordinary. His face was angular, and his aura occasionally gave people a feeling that he was a deity that had descended to the mortal world. His eyes could attract countless rays of light. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his spine was straight. It seemed like there was a long spear or a sharp sword in his body that could pierce the blue sky. His whole body seemed to be able to support the blue dome of heaven. The aura on his body made people want to prostrate themselves on the ground and worship him. Runes appeared and disappeared in his eyes, as if they could explode at any time. Li Fanming, you villains are so boring. You keep saying that there is a monster king in the Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial family. How ridiculous. My Heavenly Dragon Empire is at its peak. How could the monster clan dare to invade us? King Songyun snorted disdainfully. Li Fanming deeply looked at King Songyun. The sun and moon in his eyes flickered, and runes flourished. His eyes were like two golden suns, blazing with light that rumbled and shook the souls of those who saw it. Li Fanming, why are you staring at this king? Do you think that this king is a monster clan? How dare you? King Songyun was scared by Li Fanming's stare. He seemed to be extremely afraid of Li Fanming. Your Majesty, you are definitely not a monster clan. I am very confident about this. Li Fanming withdrew his gaze from King Songyun and said with a faint smile, Your Majesty, under normal circumstances, the information obtained by the higher-ups of the Monster Hero Pagoda will not go wrong. The Green Dragon Monster Emperor must be hiding in the Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial family. Your Majesty, the Green Dragon Monster Emperor is a high-level monster emperor who might mutate. He is ferocious and can easily destroy a country. Once he mutates, the consequences will be unimaginable. Your Majesty, you don't want to be unable to eat or sleep well because of this hidden danger, right? Humph. You monsters always like to make a mountain out of a molehill. I have said that no monster emperor would dare to come to the Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial family and cause trouble. Previously, a group of monsters came to investigate this matter thoroughly. After investigating for a long time, they did not find any clues. However, Li Fanming, you are known as an ancient giant on the monster hero list and are worshipped by thousands of people. I have to give you face. How about this? Tonight, I will gather all the members of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial family and hold a banquet in the imperial palace. At that time, all of you can come and see if you can find the monster emperor. This is me giving you face. Don't do it again. Furthermore, you must fulfill your promise to this prince. Capture Xiao Han alive and let me deal with him. Speaking of Xiao Han, King Song Yun's eyes flashed with monstrous anger. He was filled with hatred and murderous intent as if he was grieving the death of his parents. My son, the crown prince of Song Yun, was killed by Xiao Han in this monster hero selection. Damn it. If Xiao Han falls into my hands, I will definitely kill him. King Song Yun gritted his teeth. It's okay. He is just an aphid. Fan Ming will find a way to capture him and hand him over to your majesty. It's just a piece of cake. As easy as blowing dust. Li Fanming said slowly. He sounded as if he had everything under control. Then, Your Majesty, tonight, we will hold a banquet in the Imperial Palace and gather all the members of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's Imperial family. My people will enter the Imperial Palace immediately. At that time, I will investigate one by one and find the Green Dragon Demon Emperor and kill him. P.S. I am speechless. I have caught a cold for 3 days and it has not recovered yet. I feel that I don't exercise normally. My immunity is too weak. My hands and feet are burning, my whole body is weak, and my head is in a mess. After writing this chapter, I don't know what I have written. I am going to sleep. If there weren't any major problems, he would still keep updating his Chex at night. To be continued. Chapter 232. Xiao Han was basically being held hostage. Yu Ming, Zhou Chuan, Nia Sainer, Gui Han, Wu Xiaofeng, and Shen Tianle brought Xiao Han to the palace of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Among them, 3 of them had reached the expanded acupoint realm. Xiao Han lowered his head and walked quickly without batting an eyelid. His eyes darted around as he thought of some plans. He was tough and steady as a rock. He already had the demeanor of an expert who could remain calm in the face of danger. Therefore, although he was being held hostage, he did not seem to panic. He was as calm as still water. His demeanor made Yu Ming and the other heroes click their tongues in amazement. Expansion Acupoint Realm is indeed not to be underestimated. Their Jinshi is capable of overturning the mountains and overturning the seas, covering the entire sky. Compared to them, a true Qi realm cultivator at the 5th level is indeed a drop in the ocean. The strength of my physical body has already reached 2,400,000 ding. It is impossible for any one of the 3 expansion acupoint realm experts to take me down. Even if I can't defeat them, I can still escape. However, I can't do anything if the 3 of them work together to suppress me. However, am I someone who will give up without putting up a fight? Since things have come to this, I shall enter the palace. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor hid himself very well. I wonder if these heroes and the Li Fanming that they mentioned could see through his disguise. Once they are helpless. Since I've captured the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, I'll reveal the true identity of the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor and create chaos in the palace so that the group of demonic heroes will have a fierce battle with the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. I'll take the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. In the worst-case scenario, it shouldn't be a problem for me to rush out of the palace. If the demonic heroes can injure or kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, I might be able to absorb the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's soul essence and nourish the dried-up demonic meridians. As long as the palm of the demon the arch on my left arm can regain its majestic demonic power, His movements were illusory and he could escape. I can defend the Sky Demon Deity Seal. I can attack with the Apocalyptic Demon Saber. By then, I will be invincible. In a very short period of time, Xiao Han came up with some good plans. In his heart, he felt that he had taken everything into consideration. Oh. I see that your eyeballs are darting around. What are you plotting? Shen Tianle, who was guarding beside Xiao Han, glared at him. Behave yourself. You are now a prisoner, do not try to resist, you are too weak. They are at our mercy. Moreover, this place is deep in the wilderness. Even if you use the chivalrous token to send a message to other chivalrous heroes to save you, it will be too late. Distant water cannot quench present thirst. Xiao Han smiled evilly, but didn't say anything. Xiao Han had temporarily shut down the communication function of the demon hero token. Since he was out to train, Xiao Han did not think that he would be in danger. Then, he sent a message to Xiao Mingchu, who was also in the Great Wilderness, or Wu Luhai, who was far away in the southern region, for help. No matter how dangerous the situation was, he would let others pass through it. Then what was the point of cultivating martial arts? How could he become an immortal in the future? Moreover, in most cases, the communication function between Wu Yu and Xiao Mingchu's demon chivalrous token was also closed. After traveling for a short while, the terrain in front of them suddenly opened up. At the end of their line of sight, a towering and majestic palace rose from the flat ground. Under the curtain of night, this palace shone brilliantly in all directions. It was resplendent like the stars in the sky. The overall shape of the palace was that of a beast's head. It was sinister and had a primitive style. It was a marvelous sight. We are about to enter the imperial palace of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Yu Ming nodded slightly. They passed through a magnificent stone gate that was dozens of feet high, went through a doorway that was shaped like a garden, and entered the huge square in front of the palace. On the huge square, there were densely packed barbarian soldiers holding torches. Each of them was no less than 3 meters tall, and their chi and blood were boiling. In addition, on the square, there were all kinds of ancient giant beasts. Some of them seemed to have the bloodline of the immemorial era. In the sky, there were more than 10 golden yuan. Their ferocious chi covered the sky, and it was terrifying. Hiss, these golden yuans are the ones that I caught and refined in the wild 2 days ago. These are the best tonic. Damn it, there are actually more than 10 of them at once. If I can refine all of them, then... Xiao Han felt his heart tremble. He raised his head repeatedly and looked at the golden wands that were flying in the sky. It was as if he was a prodigal son who saw a naked young lady in her room. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva repeatedly. However, it was impossible for Xiao Han to let himself refine these golden wand at this moment. He could only force himself to control himself. In this square filled with barbarian soldiers and savage beasts, Chen Tianla, Guihan, and Wu Xiaofeng, the 3 great sage heroes with weaker cultivation and lower ranking, felt a sense of danger. The other 3 expanded acupoint realm great sage heroes had calm expressions on their faces. As for Xiao Han, he had an uncharacteristically passionate expression on his face, as if he had arrived at a paradise. The leader of the barbarian soldiers in the square came over and talked with Yu Ming for a while. After that, he allowed them to pass through the square. They entered the palace. Xiao Han looked around silently along the way. He saw palaces, pavilions, gardens, pavilions, corridors. Everything that he needed could be seen. The Heavenly Dragon Empire's palace was deep and profound. The rules were strict and the atmosphere was solemn. It was not something that the Beacon Fire Empire's palace could compare to. It seems that the strength of the Heavenly Dragon Empire is many times stronger than the Beacon Fire Empire. Damn it, I killed that Song Dragon Crown Prince. If the members of the royal family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire recognize me and attack me together, it will be even more chaotic and fun. Xiao Han licked his lips. The place where the Tsang Wu King of the Heavenly Dragon Empire held the banquet was the Swan and I Palace. It was the grandest stone building in the palace. The main body of the Swan and I Palace was engraved with giant reliefs that resembled the divine beast Swan and I. It could accommodate 100,000 people to eat at the same time. At this moment, the Swan and I Palace was brightly lit. There were thousands of banquets. They were all members of the royal family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, important officials, brave generals, and chiefs of various tribes. Even the maids, eunuchs, and guards of the palace were serving at the banquet. Every single one of the people who attended the meeting had outstanding horns, like tigers crouching and dragons coiling. Their qi and blood were strong and vigorous. Some of their bodies let out the roars of the Beast King, while some of their eyes had the afterimages of various ancient savage beasts. It was simply a gathering of a group of savage beasts in human form. If they exhaled even a little, they would probably overturn the stone hall. These barbarians chatted with each other while eating the beast meat crazily. Why did the king summon us? It has been a long time since the king held such a grand banquet. All the members of the royal family have arrived. Even those princes who were not favored and sent to the tribes at the border have all returned. It is said that the royal family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. There are some demons mixed in. Some demons. They begged the king to hold this banquet, so that the demons can investigate carefully. Ridiculous. Our Heavenly Dragon Empire controls an unlimited territory and raises pure-blooded swan ni and pure-blooded sky dragons. It is impossible for the demons to mix in. That is courting death. Our Heavenly Dragon Empire also has warriors who have cultivated true qi. There are even people who have reached the 6th level of true qi. It is easy for them to read the demon qi. Heh. The demons like to eat humans, but the daughters of the great wilderness are even more ferocious. They have never eaten demons before. If there is a chance, I will catch a few demons and eat them. Demons? They are just some trash that the people of the 4 regions picked out of boredom. We, the people of the great wilderness, are never afraid of demons. Unfortunately. I don't know why the king sent the youngest and bravest Song Dragon Crown Prince of our Heavenly Dragon Empire to participate in the Demon Hero trial. They were sent to participate in the Demon Hero selection tournament, but they were killed. I heard that a bastard called Xiao Han framed that Song Dragon Crown Prince and caused him to die in the hands of other participants. His Majesty is currently negotiating with some high-level heroes to help him capture Xiao Han alive and hand him over to His Majesty to be slaughtered and dismembered. Okay, don't mention that Song Dragon Crown Prince anymore. This is the greatest shame of our Heavenly Dragon Empire. In the main hall, King Song Yun and Li Fanming sat high up and glanced around the hall. Li Fanming's body seemed to be bathed in a golden glow. Runes flourished and his aura was like that of a god. His eyes shot out 2 beams of divine light and his pupils suddenly lit up like stars, piercing through everything. Just this gaze alone contained the majesty of the ancient myths and epics. It was as if a god was born from his gaze and wanted to capture anyone's mind. King Songyun looked at Li Fanming from the side and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. This person is indeed powerful. No wonder he is in the top 1,000 of the demons on the Demon Hero ranking. People of this level are almost impossible to kill. They are immortal and will never fall. I heard that there are millions of demons in the world from ancient times to the present. Those who can be ranked in the top 1,000 of the millions of demons are heaven-defying people. This kind of person is really hard to kill. Sigh. My black dragon child, if he hadn't been framed and killed by evil people, he would have become a devil hero. Perhaps after a few decades or 100 years, he could also become a great figure on the devil hero ranking list. But Xiao Han. Hate. Huh. At this time, Li Fanming was slightly stunned. Your Majesty, all the members of the royal family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire are here? Yes. Li Fanming, since this king promised you to gather everyone here, you will definitely not break your promise. We, the children of the great wilderness, value credibility the most. All my princes and grandsons, imperial concubines, and ministers are all here. The core figures of every tribe that submitted to my Heavenly Dragon Empire are all here. Even the servants in the palace are not left behind. Why? Li Fanming, you didn't see the demons? Humph. This king said that it is impossible for the demons to appear in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. The demons are also intelligent creatures. They will not come to the Heavenly Dragon Empire to die. Li Fanming slowly knocked on the table with his knuckles. Every time it hit the gap between King Blue King's heartbeat. Blue King instantly felt his chest tighten and short of breath. Li Fanming's face showed a thoughtful expression. This king's eldest son, Songyun, is on his way here. King Songyun paused and said. However, Songyun can't be a demon. This king can guarantee it. Moreover, Li Fanming, although my son Songyun is not a demon hero, he had a fortuitous encounter when he was young and cultivated his true qi successfully. He is a great expert of the expanded Meridian realm. Li Fanming, you should be familiar with my son Songyun's reputation, right? Talking about his eldest son, King Songyun, King Songyun's face beamed with an indescribable pride. Yes. Li Fanming nodded seriously. Dozens of years ago, Crown Prince Songyun went to the eastern region alone and made a name for himself. It is said that when he was young, he mistakenly entered an ancient cave dwelling and obtained a few scriptures. He cultivated his true qi with irresistible force. He is an expert of the expanded meridian realm at the 6th level of true qi. Moreover, his meridian expanded by at least 40 times. Crown Prince Songyun's flesh shell is also extremely strong. It has at least 3 million ding of force. He is a supreme expert who cultivates both true qi and body. Through some secret channels, Fan Ming learned that 20 years ago, Crown Prince Songyun defeated the demon hero who was ranked 2589 on the demon hero ranking list. However, after that battle, Crown Prince Songyun returned to the Great Wilderness and spread the prosperous culture of the eastern region to the Great Wilderness. Moreover, he used the alchemy skills he learned in the eastern region to refine all kinds of pills. He practiced medicine to save the lives of countless people of the Great Wilderness. This made Crown Prince Songyun highly respected in the Great Wilderness. It is a pity that Crown Prince Songyun did not participate in the demon hero selection. Otherwise, he would have become a peerless demon hero. Ahahaha. Not bad. My eldest son, Songyun, is indeed a dragon among men. In his life, he has killed many demon clans, including many demon kings. Humph. It's fine if Songyun doesn't kill the demon clans. How could the demon clans dare to covet Songyun? That was completely courting death. My son, Songyun, is compassionate. He is the reincarnation of a saint. My heavenly dragon empire has more than 100 tribes of different sizes. Originally, I wanted to send my army to conquer these tribes and plunder everything. It was Songyun's advice that stopped me from doing that. Otherwise, these tribes would have been annihilated. These days, Songyun has been at the border to mediate the disputes between several small tribes. However, I'm sure he will come back tonight. You can meet him there. All right. Fan Ming also hopes to meet Crown Prince Songyun. We can drink and chat happily. Li Fanming's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Right at this moment, Li Fanming's spirit swept through the demon hero token. He smiled. Your Majesty, Fan Ming's men are here. Let them enter the palace and help Fan Ming track down the demon clans. Sure, invite them in. This king will also treat them well. King Songyun smiled. But this time, your trip will be in vain again. The Heavenly Dragon Empire will never have a monster clan. Heavenly Dragon Empire will never fall. To be continued. Chapter 233. At this moment, Xiao Han and the others were brought out of the Bai and palace by a barbarian woman. Let's enter the palace. Yu Ming smiled. I've already communicated with Brother Li Fanming just now. He's investigating the demons in the palace. Let's go and assist him now. Yu Ming, has Brother Li Fanming found the Green Dragon Demon Emperor? Nya San asked immediately. Well, Brother Li Fanming didn't say. Let's enter the palace first. Everyone, don't worry. With Big Brother Li Fanming personally overseeing this, we won't be able to run away from this contribution. It will definitely fall on our heads. We'll split the 1 million contribution points reward after this. Yu Ming let out a pleased laugh. The other chivalrous swordsman immediately perked up. Let's go into the palace. At this moment, the demon egg that was hibernating in Xiao Han's heart began to sense carefully. The demon egg's senses easily covered the entire Bai En palace. Any demons that were hibernating in the palace would definitely not be able to escape the demon egg senses. However, the demon egg was extremely calm and did not show any abnormalities. It seemed to be well behaved. That's strange. I didn't find any traces of the demons. Could it be that there was a mistake in the mission that the Yaoxia Tower issued? The royal family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire is peaceful and there are no demons mixed in? But that can't be right. Didn't they say that many demons died in the hands of the Green Dragon Demon Emperor because of this mission? In a daze, Xiao Han followed Yu Ming and the others into the Bai En palace. As soon as he entered, Xiao Han was stunned. There were at least tens of thousands of people eating in the huge palace. The stone table was filled with the behemoths. For example, a giant rhinoceros that was cooked whole. There were also giant bulls. Xiao Han even saw a few dragons that were more than 30 meters long. After they were cooked, they were carried in by a few barbarian soldiers and placed on the stone table. The barbarians used their hands to tear the meat apart and gnawed on it ferociously. The thing that made Xiao Han's hair stand on end was a giant ape that was 30 meters tall. It was roasted to a golden color and was carried in like a human. Its expression was still ferocious and terrified. A barbarian directly tore off the giant ape's left arm and gnawed on it. It was like a group of wild beasts fighting for food. Look, Big Brother Li Fanming is in front. The person sitting beside Big Brother Li Fanming must be the king of Heavenly Dragon Empire. Yu Ming said excitedly. Li Fanming? Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat and he looked over. Xiao Han saw that it was a young man. From afar, there seemed to be 1,000 strands of auspicious energy flowing around his body, and 10,000 rays of multicolored light. He casually sat on a stone chair, but it seemed like he was sitting on a throne. The clouds were light and the wind was light, but it was like a sovereign overlooking the world. Moreover, there were dragons and tigers coiled around his body. They were the sky dragon and the white tiger. These dragons and tigers were not real, but formed from true energy. Moreover, this was not ordinary true energy, but true energy formed from countless talismans that were as dense as the sands of eternity. Extremely high quality. His gaze was like the ancient divine light, and also as dazzling as the scorching sun. It was as if he didn't even need to make a move. Just by looking at someone, his gaze could melt them and turn them into ashes. This person is Li Fanming? Amazing. Too amazing. If I didn't guess wrongly, he must be at the talisman transforming realm that sect leader mentioned. Turning true energy into talismans, destroying heaven and earth. True Qi level 7. After the True Qi level 5, each level was stronger than the previous, and the disparity between the strong and the weak was huge. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a world of difference. True Qi level 6 expanded meridian realm was considered very strong, right? But in front of a True Qi level 7 talisman transforming realm, it was nothing. This Li Fanming is too strong. He should at least be an ancient giant, right? Currently, even if my demonic the arch left arm palm recovered its demonic power, I'm definitely not his match. Not only am I not his match, I definitely don't stand a chance. No wonder this person dared to enter the Heavenly Dragon Empire's palace and kill the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. He does have the strength. Xiao Han's heart was in turmoil. In this world, there are too many strong people. At present, it is quite difficult for me to deal with those within the top 4,000 of the Devilman list. If they are within the top 3,000, I basically have no chance of winning. If they are within the top 2,000, they can kill me directly. I really can't compete with the ancient giants ranked within 1,000. However, I, Xiao Han, am not going to be suppressed by these people forever. I, Xiao Han, need time. As long as I have time, I may not lose to these ancient giants or even eternal giants. However, at this moment, Xiao Han. Xiao Han. You. A trembling voice filled with horror and fear sounded from Xiao Han's left side. Xiao Han was stunned and looked towards the direction of the voice. He saw a young man with a broken left wrist, a collapsed left cheek, a twisted nose, and only 2 or 3 teeth left in his mouth. He was staring straight at Xiao Han. There were nightmarish memories and fear in his eyes. He stood up slowly, rubbed his eyes, and looked at Xiao Han again. Xiao Han recognized this person. He was a genius of the Great Wilderness who participated in this year's Devil Hero trial. In the 4th round, he had besieged Xiao Han with the Tsang Dragon Crown Prince and was severely injured by Xiao Han. Who would have thought that enemies would meet on a narrow road, and the two of them would meet here? Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. He knew that things were going to be bad. He smiled bitterly. Hello, I didn't expect that we could meet again. Are your injuries better? Sigh. I really regret that I didn't kill you directly back then. The next moment, Xiao Han. This person was Xiao Han. In this year's Devil Hero trial, Xiao Han had killed and crippled countless participants of the Great Wilderness. Even the Tsang Dragon Crown Prince was seriously injured by this person and his bones were broken. Then, he gave our great and wise Tsang Dragon Crown Prince to his companion and killed him. Roar. This person is Xiao Han. How dare he come to our heavenly dragon empire? The young man of the Great Wilderness let out a heart-wrenching scream. His flesh was strong, and his breath was like a dragon's roar. His roar immediately enveloped the entire Xianxia palace, so that everyone could hear it. The barbarians who were drinking wine froze at the side of their mouths. The barbarians who were tearing the beast meat also froze in their movements. The barbarians who were chewing meat in their mouths. Their masseter muscles stopped moving. The noisy Xianxia palace. It suddenly became quiet. As quiet as a ghost town. Everyone's gazes were on Xiao Han. This kind of gaze, at first, was surprise, shock, and then it began to turn into anger, killing intent, and rage. It would not stop until one of them died. The air around Xiao Han's body. It was as if it was burning. Yuming, Nye San, and the other 6 devil heroes involuntarily took a big step back, keeping a certain distance from Xiao Han, as if they were afraid of being implicated. One had to know that there were tens of thousands of barbarians here, and all of them were born with extraordinary strength. Some even had the strength of 1,000,000 ding, and they could shatter mountains with just a thought. Some even cultivated true qi. If tens of thousands of people rushed over, even Yu Ming and the other 2 acupoint expansion realm experts, they might also die. Roar. Xiao Han. The murderer of the Tsang Dragon Crown Prince. The culprit. How dare you come to our heavenly dragon empire? This is a provocation. This is courting death. Catch him. Tear him into pieces. Grind his bones into ashes. No. Tearing him into pieces is letting him off easy. We can't let him die like this. Eat him alive. Peel his skin alive. Eat his flesh. Crush his bones and crush his tendons. Suck his marrow and blood dry. Everyone gets a share. Eat him alive. The terrifying murderous aura was coming from all directions. It was like a tidal wave, rolling and boiling. Countless barbarians were about to pounce on Xiao Han. Xiao Han seemed to have fallen into a desperate situation where he was surrounded by enemies and had no help. Xiao Han's mouth was filled with bitterness. He did not expect that his identity would be exposed as soon as he entered the Heavenly Dragon Empire's palace. He did not even have time to think. He was caught off guard. At this moment, an aura like a volcanic eruption exploded in the sky. Roar. Don't move. Let me deal with this bastard myself. A frenzied voice rang out. The voice was filled with murderous intent. However, it also contained a great deal of sadness. It was trembling as if he was grieving the death of his parents. Xiao Han looked up and saw a barbarian that was as tall as a mountain. He wore a golden crown and a jade robe. His face was twisted as he walked through the sky. The aura of mountain collapse burst out from every pore of his body, sending many of the barbarians below him flying. Some of the maids and eunuchs even fainted from his aura. His eyes were about to pop out. His anger was soaring. His murderous aura was like a tidal wave. Hysterical. He was the Zhongyun king, the father of the Zhongyun crown prince. The strength of this man's body is more powerful than mine. It's about 3 million ding. He is indeed the inheritor of the special bloodline in the great wilderness. Xiao Han deduced some clues from the blood qi of the Zhongyun king. However, there was nothing else Xiao Han could do. He silently activated the indestructible golden body, and the starlight around his body flickered. He was ready to fight to the death. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han. Little bastard. When you killed my son, the Zhongyun king, did you ever think that you would fall into my hands one day? Isn't this what the people of the 4 regions always say, heaven's net has long arms, but it never escapes? What do you have to say now? The Zhongyun king gritted his teeth and questioned Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han also laughed. How childish. You are the father of the Zhongyun king, right? This year's hex trial is known as the cruelest in history. The death rate is extremely high. Life and death are determined by fate. Since you let your son participate in the competition, you should be prepared to lose your son. In the competition, some people are killed, and some people are killed. It's all about strength. I am stronger than the Zhongyun king, so I killed him. I didn't violate the rules of the competition. If you want to take revenge, you can go to the Hex Pagoda. After a pause, Xiao Han looked at Li Fanming, who was standing next to the Zhongyun king, and couldn't help but say. You are big brother Li Fanming, right? You are an ancient giant, a senior hex on the hex ranking. You can be considered my senior. I think you ought to stand up and say a few words of justice. I didn't violate the rules in this year's hex trial. The people I killed were reasonable. Don't you think so? Ha ha ha. Li Fanming looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, you are indeed courageous. Under such circumstances, you are actually able to remain so calm and speak frankly with assurance. You have not collapsed. You are indeed a character. In the future, you may enter the top of the hex ranking. However, I also know a little about your performance in the hex trial. You actually used demonic methods. People like you may fall into the demonic path in the future. But these are not the most important. The most important thing is that I have promised that Zhongyun king to help him capture you alive. Since you came into the trap today, it saves me the time to take the initiative to look for you. Well, Xiao Han, accept your fate. Surrender and let the Zhongyun king deal with you. Li Fanming looked at Xiao Han with pity, disdain, and a little mockery. Oh. I didn't expect that the great figure on the hex ranking, known as the ancient giant, was so despicable. You and I are both hex heroes. Not only did you not help me, but you also helped these barbarians and accused me. Good. Good. Today, I, Xiao Han, will go all out. Even if I die, I will take a group of people with me. All of a sudden, Xiao Han was full of courage. He was ready to kill as many as he could. Moreover, he was also ready to open the communication function of the Hex Hero token. If something bad happened to him, he would leave a message to the sect master and eldest senior brother, telling them the real murderer who plotted against him. Well, Xiao Han, don't resist. You can only accept the suppression. If you dare to resist, I will destroy your soul. Li Fanming looked at Xiao Han indifferently and said condescendingly. Moreover, in front of me, you can't kill people. Do you want to take people with you? That's a fool's dream. In the eyes of Li Fanming, you are just an ant and an aphid, insignificant. Any means you have are rubbish. You have no other choice but to wait for death. I have no interest in obtaining your secrets. So, you can now bear the anger of the Zhongyun king. Ha 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 ha. I can only accept the suppression and can't resist? What kind of logic is this? Xiao Han was so angry that he laughed. I am stronger than you. That is what I said. That is the logic. Li Fanming laughed. One day, I will kill you with my own hands. Xiao Han looked at Li Fanming with extreme coldness. At this moment, Xiao Han was no longer in the mood to fight. The killing intent that had just sprouted had also faded. On his left arm, the Demon Emperor Palm had recovered the demonic power of 120 demon meridians. Xiao Han was ready to drain all of his demonic power and use illusory movement to see if he could escape. As long as he could escape, Xiao Han swore that all of these people would die tonight. However, at this critical moment, the demon egg that was hibernating in Xiao Han's heart began to move slowly. He felt the demonic aura. It was real demonic aura. The demonic aura that penetrated deep into the wood. At the same time, a compassionate voice came from outside the hall. Father, please stop. Don't kill. Don't kill the innocent. What? Could it be, the Green Dragon Demon Emperor? Xiao Han instinctively thought. My son, Zhongyun, has returned. The murderous aura of the Zhongyun king weakened a little. Li Fanming's eyes burst with golden light and flourished with runes. He looked directly at the source of the voice and the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched violently. It seemed that he was very excited. To be continued. Chapter 234. Just as Xiao Han was about to drain all of his demonic energy and use the illusory movement to try and escape, a sudden change occurred. The calm demon egg finally sensed the demonic aura. Although the demonic aura was very weak, causing the spinning speed of the demon egg to be as slow as a snail, it was undoubtedly demonic aura. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor has appeared? Xiao Han immediately restrained his desire to escape. He wanted to stay. The appearance of the Green Dragon Demon Emperor made the already chaotic situation even more chaotic. Once Li Fanming and the others saw through the true identity of the Green Dragon Demon Emperor, a battle would be inevitable. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor was not a pushover. He was even more evil and terrifying than the Qinglin Demon Emperor at his peak. If a battle really broke out, the situation would be out of control, and no one would have the time to suppress Xiao Han. That way, Xiao Han could take advantage of the chaos and fish in troubled waters. Xiao Han exhaled, suppressed the restlessness in his heart, and looked in the direction of the voice. Then, everyone saw a middle-aged man striding into the hall with arrogance. Strangely, the middle-aged man was dressed like a Confucian scholar, looking very ancient and elegant. His body was covered in holy light, and his aura was very compatible with the heaven and earth. He was extremely handsome, with red lips and white teeth. His eyebrows reached his temples, and there was a kind of compassion in his eyes. There was a vast wave of true qi on his body, but it did not seem threatening at all. Instead, it made people feel like they were bathing in a spring breeze. His eyes were all-encompassing and tolerant of all things. He was like a saint. Moreover, Xiao Han could see that his physical strength was very strong, even stronger than that of the Zhang king. Moreover, he was at least in the expanded acupoint realm. However, as he entered the hall, the demonic egg in Xiao Han's heart sensed the demonic aura more and more clearly. However, Xiao Han did not dare to open his demonic eye to look at the demonic meridian in the man's body for the time being. Xiao Han remained silent. He saw that Li Fanming's eyes were like torches as he stared unblinkingly at the Confucian scholar. Dense runes appeared in Li Fanming's eyes. However, after staring for a long time, Li Fanming's eyes flashed with an obvious hint of disappointment. Li Fanming can't tell that this man is a demon in disguise? Xiao Han was stunned. Even Li Fanming can't tell? Oh my god. Did this demon take some elixir to block demonic aura? It was actually so perfect. However, it still can't escape from this young master's demon egg. This Confucian scholar seemed to have a lot of prestige. As soon as he entered the hall, all the members of the royal family, ministers, generals, and tribal chiefs respectfully greeted him. Crown Prince Songyun, you're back. Crown Prince Songyun walked closer to Xiao Han. He glanced at Xiao Han, but his eyes were filled with curiosity and doubt that were hard to describe. It was even to the extent that there was a wisp of faint greed and killing intent, but it vanished in a flash. Xiao Han lowered his head slightly. However, Crown Prince Songyun only took a glance at Xiao Han and did not look at him anymore. He brushed past Xiao Han and said loudly, "Royal father, your child has returned late." "Oh, Songyun's boy, these are the heroes." "This is Li Fanming, a legendary figure on the Devilman ranking," King Song introduced with a smile. "Well, you've worked hard, fiend heroes. I heard that the demon race has appeared in our Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial family. This is not a small matter. This crown prince has been unable to eat or sleep well. This crown prince has thoroughly investigated for a period of time, but to no avail. Perhaps, this crown prince's ability to identify the demon race is too crude. Now, these devil men have come to my Heavenly Dragon Empire from thousands of miles away to kill the demon race. This is really a great merit. Big Brother Li Fanming, a legendary figure, I've long heard of your name. With Big Brother Li Fanming's help, the demon race will have nowhere to hide." Song Yun's voice was very sincere. Divine light burst out from Li Fanming's eyes again. There was a jade talisman rolling in this light. It immediately enveloped Song Yun, making him look like he was bathed in a golden glow. "Li Fanming, what do you mean by this?" King Song said unhappily. "Heh." Song Yun did not feel offended at all. Instead, he smiled faintly. Talisman Transformation Realm. This is the 7th level of True Qi Realm, the Talisman Transformation Realm. Turning True Qi into True Talisman. Admirable, admirable. Finally, Li Fanming withdrew his gaze completely and shook his head helplessly. "Crown Prince Songyun, I'm sorry. I've always suspected that you're the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. It seems that my judgment has been wrong." Crown Prince Songyun has a graceful demeanor. "It's really admirable." Ha 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 ha. How could this Crown Prince be the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor? Songyun laughed involuntarily. But it doesn't matter. This Crown Prince is also very appreciative of the Devilman's conscientious attitude. This Songyun looked natural and dignified, gentle and elegant. His whole body was full of awe-inspiring righteousness. There was absolutely no trace of demonic qi in his body. However, Xiao Han was clear in his heart. He was a demon race. If he wasn't a demon race, then what was he? His acting was too good. The demonic qi was too perfect. It was simply watertight. Even a super devil man like Li Fanming, a legendary figure, couldn't see through it. In a split second, Xiao Han slightly opened the demon eye between his eyebrows. The demonic light flashed gently. Xiao Han saw a shocking scene. Inside Song Yun's body, there was a dense fog. It was hazy and covered with clouds. However, under the layers of fog, something horrifying was revealed. There were numerous demon veins. There was also a huge demon emperor crystal. Each of the demon veins in Song Yun's body was pure and flawless. They were flowing with the purest demonic qi. There were a total of 99,990 demon veins. The demon emperor crystal was twice the size of Qing Lin's demon emperor crystal. It was amber in color, beautiful beyond compare, flawless and without any impurities. It was like the most gorgeous gem in the world. Within the amber-colored demon emperor crystal was sealed a ferocious, evil, and murderous azure dragon. Every scale of the azure dragon was covered with demonic and evil demonic runes. There seemed to be countless demons praying and chanting. Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. As expected, the real Crown Prince Xianxia's brain had been sucked dry. He couldn't be more dead. The one who was standing in front of everyone and acting was the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, who was wearing the human skin of Crown Prince Xianxia. Before this, many devil men had died in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. They died in the hands of this Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Moreover, awakening 99,990 demon veins meant that he was only one step away from mutation. Qin Shifeng once said that because of the demon bloodline, ordinary demon emperors couldn't break through 100,000 demon veins. However, once they broke through, they would reach the sky in one step and start to mutate. Every mutated demon emperor was equal to a catastrophe for human beings. The lives of many heroes had to be sacrificed in order to eliminate them. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is only 10 demonic veins away from mutating. Xiao Han's back was drenched in cold sweat. Once the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor mutated, even Li Fanming might not be able to destroy it, right? Huh. The Azure Dragon Demon Monarch seemed to have sensed that Xiao Han was spying on him. He turned around with a sharp light flickering in his eyes. He then said softly, "Father, please don't kill." "No. Xiangyun, this kid is Xiao Han, the real culprit who killed your brother Xianglong. Xiangyun, you know very well what kind of bloodline and aptitude your brother Xianglong has. Our Xiang family has a rare divine talent. He was the most outstanding person in the world. How could he die in the hands of such a lowly person? If your brother Xianglong didn't die, he would have become a devil man who cultivated both martial arts and true immortal dual cultivation. Many years later, he would become a powerful figure on the Devilman ranking. However, it was all ruined by Xiao Han. This person must die. Burn his bones and scatter his ashes." Xiangyun bellowed indignantly, his hatred filling the sky. Even if he used all the water in the 5 lakes and 4 seas, he couldn't wash it away. He must kill Xiao Han. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor said anxiously with a compassionate look in his eyes. Looking at the current situation, even if Xiao Han shouted that Crown Prince Xiangyun was the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor, no one would believe him. Of course, the demonic energy contained in the 120 demonic veins was like an illusion. It was hard to say whether he could successfully escape from this group of experts. At this moment, a barbarian touched the corner of his oily lips, let out a drunken burp, and stood up to say, "Your Majesty, Crown Prince, please don't argue. I have an idea." The barbarian was fat and had triangular eyes. He looked like a pervert with a belly full of evil tricks. "Oh. Akmeo, what idea do you have? You've always been resourceful and resourceful. Your idea must be pretty good. Tell me quickly." Xiangyun said sternly. "Yes." Akmeo nodded and said slowly. "This person killed the genius of our country, Crown Prince Xiangyun. We can't let him go just like that." However, Crown Prince Xiangyun's worry was not without reason. "How about this? Let's use the most ancient method of our Heavenly Dragon Empire. Let him fight with the warriors of our country. If he could win, then he would be able to live. If he loses, let him be punished by the totem." "Accept punishment from the totem?" Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. Xiao Han blurted out. "What does that mean?" "It means to throw you to feed the pure-blood Swanni and pure-blood Sky Dragon." "Ha ha ha ha. Don't you feel honored?" Akmeo laughed evilly. "Listen, this is very fair for you. Your life is in your own hands. If you defeat my country's brave warriors, you can directly obtain the right to live. Even if you lose, when facing pure-blooded Swanni and pure-blooded Sky Dragon, they might not eat you. This is not for certain, right?" Throw me into the sealed building where the pure-blood Swanee and pure-blood Sky Dragon are kept? Xiao Han's eyes widened. He was ecstatic. Ha 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 ha. This brat is scared. Ha 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 ha. He's scared. Ha 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 ha. Wrestling. 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 Tens of thousands of barbarians who had eaten and drunk their fill in the entire Swanee Palace started shouting. Isn't my luck a little too good? Xiao Han was puzzled. Although I might not be able to refine the pure-blood Swanee and pure-blood Sky Dragon, I can at least give it a try. Once I refine them, my strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Wealth comes from danger. If I don't risk my life, how can I change in such a short period of time? Even if the barbarians didn't think of this dirty trick, I would still think of a way to enter the building. I really didn't expect that I would get a pillow when I was sleepy. To me, Xiao Han, this is no less than a great fortuitous encounter. Chapter 235. Xiao Han was in a precarious situation. He was coveted by the Green Dragon Demon Emperor. King Tsang's hatred, monster hero Li Fanming and the others fanned the flames. When Xiao Han's life was at stake, an important minister of the Heavenly Dragon Empire proposed to let Xiao Han participate in the ancient gladiator ceremony of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Once he was defeated, he would be thrown into the building that was used to raise pure-blooded Swan Ni and pure-blooded Sky Dragon. This was a cruel ceremony passed down from ancient times in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. There was no way for the loser to survive. Over the years, hundreds of thousands of losers were buried in that terrible building. Good. King Tsang's aura soared. His eyes flashed as he stared at Xiao Han. Then. Xiao Han, I have already thought about this matter. Although the death of my son, Tsang Long, is related to you, I can't put all the blame on you. If I want to execute you directly, you will definitely not accept it. Moreover, the Monster Hero Tower may also pursue this matter. How about this, Xiao Han, you participate in the gladiator fight. As long as you can win, I swear that I will never pursue the matter of you murdering my son, Tsang Long. All the grievances will be written off. While speaking, King Tsang's eyes were filled with the smell of conspiracy. Obviously, this gladiator fight was not going to let Xiao Han win. Oh. Xiao Han looked at King Tsang. Xiao Han. You have no other choice. There is no way out. Do you know that? King Tsang threatened in a stern voice. Inside the Swan Ni Palace, tens of thousands of barbarians with surging blood qi seized the opportunity and surrounded Xiao Han. They formed an impenetrable wall, which made it impossible for Xiao Han to escape. It seems that I really have no other choice. Xiao Han deliberately put on an expression of a hero at the end of his road. Yu Ming and the other monster heroes sneered at the side. Their eyes were full of sarcasm. This Xiao Han was really awe-inspiring and heroic in the Hex Hero trial. He killed whoever he wanted and destroyed whoever he wanted. He wantonly crushed the rules of the competition and even caused the death of the geniuses from the Hex Hero region. He probably thought that after he became a monster hero, he would also be able to destroy everything. He was always successful, but now. Ha 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 ha. This kind of despicable nouveau riche deserves to end up like this. The monster hero Zhou Chuan sneered. This person killed Zhang Sun Wuhan, the top genius in the East region, in the Hex Hero trials. Zhang Sun Wuhan is a distant relative of mine. Devilish hero Nia Sainer sneered. Li Fanming's face was filled with melancholy as he said indifferently. This Xiao Han is just an insignificant person. If he dies, then so be it. He's just a tiny wave in the ocean. However, it seems like we're destined to return empty-handed after coming all the way here to kill the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. Big Brother Fan Ming, Do you mean that there's a flaw in the information provided by the Yaoxia Pagoda? The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor isn't hiding in the Heavenly Dragon Empire's royal family? Yu Ming asked with a frown. Nope. I've carefully examined all the people on the scene. He didn't find any traces, not even the slightest bit of demonic aura. With my talisman transformation realm cultivation base, it's absolutely safe to use vital energy to read demonic chi. Even if the demon race has consumed a precious medicine that shields demonic chi, it's impossible to escape my detection. I can't fail. The only explanation was that the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor was not in the royal family of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. We will leave the Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial palace tomorrow and look around. Li Fanming shook his head helplessly. And at this moment, Xiao Han. You are also a man, right? Don't be hesitant. King Tsang roared impatiently. All right. If you want to fight, let's fight. Xiao Han had a tragic look on his face. He was completely unafraid of death. Who are the brave warriors of the Heavenly Dragon Empire? Come at me. Even if I, Xiao Han, die, I will drag a few of you down with me. Yes. Xiao Han, you agreed to fight voluntarily, I didn't force you. Demon hero Li Fanming, you can be the witness for this matter, so that no one will find trouble with me in the future. King Tsang finally laughed heartily, as if he was going to take revenge. No problem. I can testify for this matter. Xiao Han is brave and fierce, he willingly accepted the ancient gladiatorial ceremony of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Li Fanming was also happy to do a favor for him. We can all testify. Yu Ming and the other demon heroes echoed. Xiao Han looked at Li Fanming, Yu Ming, and the others indifferently. His heart was filled with killing intent. Xiao Han, my little friend. No. You can't accept the gladiatorial ceremony. Green Dragon Demonic Emperor looked anxious, as if he was very compassionate. However, deep in his eyes, there was a deep sense of regret, as if he felt that it was a waste of God's gift. Xiao Han, let me deal with you. Green Dragon Demonic Emperor blurted out. Let you kill me? Dig out my heart and eat it? Xiao Han sneered in his heart. I have seen through your disguise long ago. You can fool others, but you can't fool me. All right. Crown Prince Tsang Yun, you are a man of great righteousness and righteousness. Thank you for interceding for me. However, although I'm alone, I still have some tough bones. If you want to fight, let's fight. Moreover, I am not sure that I will lose. There is always a slim chance of survival. Xiao Han said generously. What slim chance? The ancient gladiatorial ceremony of the Heavenly Dragon Empire is 1 against 100. Xiao Han, do you think it is a one-on-one fight? Absolutely not. Once you agree to fight, you will have to face 100 of our strongest warriors. You will definitely die. Green Dragon Demonic Emperor said bitterly. Xiao Han was stunned. A burst of laughter could be heard from all directions. Ha 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 ha. My son Sang Yun, step back. Since Xiao Han has already agreed to the fight, then we should respect his decision. He is a hero, and he values his reputation and reputation the most. He wouldn't be willing to break his promise. Ha Fan. Xiao Han, that's right. According to the rules set by the ancestors of our clan, every clansman who participates in the battle will have to fight against one warrior of our clan. Xiao Han, you are very brave. Maybe you can defeat 10 warriors of our clan? Ha 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 ha. But throughout history, it seems that no outsider has ever won against us. Yes, Your Majesty. I remember that the outsider with the best result killed 11 warriors of our clan. He was torn into pieces and his body was eaten by the other warriors on the spot. Akmeo, who was full of evil tricks, said with a sinister smile. He looked like he was asking for credit. How despicable. Xiao Han pretended to be indignant. He paused for a while and said, since it has come to this, I, Xiao Han, have to fight. Good. Akmeo, go and prepare for the gladiatorial ceremony immediately. King Sung ordered Ikmeo excitedly. Then, King Sung looked at Xiao Han coldly, as if he was looking at a dead man, a corpse. In the Bai and palace, tens of thousands of barbarians surrounded Xiao Han and brought him out of the palace. King Sung accompanied Li Fanming and the other heroes out of the palace. Crown Prince Song Yun, who was also the Green Dragon demonic emperor, stayed behind. His eyes suddenly flashed with a vicious demonic light. He snorted coldly and immediately followed King Song Yun out. In the ancient gladiatorial arena in the palace. In the oval-shaped gladiatorial arena, there were already tens of thousands of barbarians sitting on the ring-shaped stands. Xiao Han was thrown onto the gladiatorial arena. Clang! 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 The 4 iron gates opened one after another. Waves of primitive and violent aura burst out from every iron gate. In an instant, the entire gladiatorial arena was filled with whirlpools and the wind and clouds were rolling. Countless ferocious beast-like eyes shone in the dark night with cruelty and bloodlust. Boom! From one of the iron gates, an imposing barbarian walked out. He was 3 meters tall, bare-chested, and the muscles on his body rolled like a horned dragon. He looked ferocious and terrifying. He opened his mouth slightly and let out a roar, which had the power to devour mountains and rivers. When he stepped on the ground, it was like an earthquake. In his eyes, there were shadows of ancient ferocious beasts appearing and disappearing. This person has the strength of about 3 million cauldrons, but he doesn't cultivate true qi. Xiao Han evaluated immediately. Next, barbarians walked out from the iron gates in all directions. Each of them was like a towering mountain, and they gave off an invulnerable feeling. 100 barbarians surrounded Xiao Han. Among these 100 barbarians, about half of them cultivated true qi and cultivated both their bodies and bodies. Among them, there were a few who were at the expanding acupoint realm. However, the quality of their true qi was not as good as Yu Ming and the other heroes. Among them, there were some barbarians who seemed to have a special bloodline. There were actually lightning, flame, aurora, and other kinds of energy surging in their eyes. It seemed that these people were gifted and could communicate with the lightning world, flame world, and aurora world. It was no small matter. There are 100 powerful barbarians. Even if I am at my peak, with the 4 demon veins in my left arm demon sovereign's palm filled with demonic energy, it would still be difficult to kill all of them. Even if I use the world-extinguishing demon saber, it would still be impossible to kill all of them. The most optimistic outcome would be to forcefully kill a small portion of them, and then be surrounded and killed by them. Xiao Han was also clear about the current situation. Forget it. There is no need to waste my energy here. Let's conserve our strength and enter the place where the pure-blooded sky dragon and pure-blooded swanee are kept and obtain fortuitous encounters. Once I succeed, I will come out and kill all of these bastards. What demon emperor Azure Dragon, King Song, Yu Ming, Li Fanming, all of them must die. Xiao Han thought quickly. At the next moment, ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that I, Xiao Han, who has just become a demon hero, will die here. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Xiao Han let out a long and sorrowful roar. His aura was like a dragon and his voice spread far and wide. 1 against 100. I will definitely lose. Forget it, forget it. Why do I have to humiliate myself? Instead of dying in the hands of these barbarians, would rather die in the mouths of the pure-blooded swanee and pure-blooded sky dragon. I, Xiao Han, admit defeat in this battle. Hua, the surrounding spectator stands were filled with mockery and laughter. Good. Killing him in this arena will also give us a reason to talk about it. There might be trouble in the future if we kill him. Since he has admitted defeat, we should quickly send him to the place where the totem rests. Feed him directly to our pure-blooded sky dragon and pure-blooded swanee. King Sung suddenly stood up, looked at the night sky and said with a trembling voice. My son, King Sung, my father has already avenged you. Open your eyes and see. This Xiao Han is really a coward. He doesn't even have a bit of backbone. He directly admitted defeat without even fighting. Yu Ming sneered. Ha ha ha. Yu Ming, you can't say that Xiao Han is weak. Even if the few of us join forces, we will certainly not be able to fight against the warriors of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, unless Big Brother Li Fanming, who is a talisman transformation realm expert, takes action. Even if Xiao Han accepts the challenge, he will still die tragically. It is better to just admit defeat. That demon hero Zhou Chuan shook his head and laughed. Xiao Han was immediately escorted to the place where the pure-blooded Swanni and pure-blooded Sky Dragon were kept. Who? I wonder if I can fulfill my wish and refine the two most precious pure-blooded giant beasts of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. I hope the heavens can protect me, Xiao Han. In Xiao Han's heart, he was excited, expectant and a little nervous. Chapter 236. Xiao Han was escorted to the resting place of the totem by the barbarians of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. It was where the greatest glory and pride of the race was kept. Pure-blooded Tao Wu and pure-blooded Heavenly Dragon were kept. The troop escorting Xiao Han was so majestic that the entire imperial city was celebrating. King Songyun was riding a huge tiger. He was galloping on the street in high spirits. He was in an indescribable high spirit. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor accompanied the king of Songyun with a gloomy expression. My son, Songyun, in the next few days, Li Fanming is going to search for the whereabouts of the Green Dragon Demon Emperor in our country. You can help them, said the king of Songyun Kingdom. Yes, father. The Green Dragon Demon Emperor nodded slightly and an undetectable demonic light flashed in his eyes. There's no need to trouble Crown Prince Songyun, said Li Fanming with a faint smile. Finally, after going around a long street, Xiao Han was escorted to the sealed building in the imperial city. It was thousands of feet tall and covered an area of dozens of miles. Roar roar, waves of muffled and violent howls resounded from within the buildings. They pierced through metal and cracked stone, shook the air in the surroundings to the point it became soft and brittle, and the origin energy in the surroundings was destroyed. Even though the aura of this powerful being had been obstructed by the layers of buildings, it still possessed an epic and mythical deterring force, causing this world to seem as if it was about to be destroyed. Your Majesty. The barbarian soldiers stationed there knelt on one knee and greeted. The reason why the Heavenly Dragon Empire can dominate the vast wilderness and no one dares to invade it is because they have pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Even with Li Fanming's ability, he felt a little restrained in front of the building. If it's really a pure-blooded Tao Wu and Heavenly Dragon, it would be difficult for them to fight against it. They might even be killed in seconds. However, a true pure-blooded primordial remnant is unlikely to appear on the surface. It's unlikely for them to appear on the surface of the vast wilderness. Brother Li Fanming, do you mean that the Tao Wu and Heavenly Dragon raised by the Heavenly Dragon Empire aren't truly pure-blooded? Yu Ming was slightly stunned. They're still somewhat pure, and their bloodline is still noble. Although they're not as heaven-defying as their ancestors in the primordial era, they're still powerful. It cannot be subdued or killed, Li Fanming said with a faint smile. No matter what, Xiao Han is definitely going to die this time. There's no way he'll be able to escape. A hero with a bright future has died just like that. Nya San smiled coldly. His eyes were filled with satisfaction. I'm about to go in and drink with Brother Bai and Brother Sky Dragon. I hope those two won't be too violent. Xiao Han licked his lips. Alright, Xiao Han, you go. I wish you good luck. King Songyun waved his hand and ordered the barbarian soldiers to throw Xiao Han into the building. Clang! 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 Dozens of barbarian soldiers. Each of them held a key in their hands and opened dozens of iron doors. Then, with lightning speed, he threw Xiao Han in. Finally, he locked all the iron doors as if he was facing a great enemy. Ho ho! Excited and bloodthirsty howls immediately rang out from within the building. Then, the people outside could vaguely hear Xiao Han's screams. Ha 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 ha. King Songyun looked up to the sky and laughed. Burn incense. Comfort the soul of my son, blue dragon in heaven. My son, you've been a hero for a lifetime. I can't believe you died in the hands of a scoundrel. However, I've avenged you today. Awesome. Awesome. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's eyelids twitched a few times, and his eyes were filled with disappointment. However, he soon calmed down and sighed. Father, Demon Hero Li Fanming, I'll take my leave. Sigh. Why did you do this? After saying that, the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor left dejectedly. My eldest son is too pedantic and soft-hearted. King Songyun looked at the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's back and shook his head slightly. Crown Prince Songyun is kind and virtuous. You'll definitely have a great opportunity in the future. Li Fanming smiled. He then bid farewell. Forget it, King Songyun, I've troubled you this time. I'll leave the Imperial City immediately and look for him in other places. If the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor is really not in the Heavenly Dragon Empire, I'll leave the Great Wilderness and return to the Yaoxia Pagoda to inform the higher-ups of the Yaoxia Pagoda so that they can completely correct the loopholes in the information so that no more Yaoxia will come to the Heavenly Dragon Empire to cause trouble, in a tribe near the Imperial City of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. The tribe was a vassal of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. It was a nomadic tribe that lived by water and grass. The land was fertile and the herdsmen planted a large number of fragrant fruits. In the depths of the dense forest of Hami melons, Crown Prince Songyun stood with his hands behind his back. It's the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. In the depths of the forest of Hami melons, there was a cluster of black fruits. There was a dense demonic aura, and the air in all directions seemed to be flowing with demonic sounds. Black fruits were condensed on the branches of the trees. The black fruits were extremely evil. They were the size of an apple and there were densely packed demonic characters on their skin. It seemed that there was an extremely evil demon sealed in each fruit. Heavenly Wilderness Demon Fruit. The sacred treasure of the demon race. Only high-level demons were qualified to plant them. The Heavenly Wilderness Demon Fruit could not only replenish demonic power in a short period of time, but it could also awaken demonic meridians. More terrifyingly, it could give high-level demon emperors the opportunity to mutate. Humph. That young man, Xiao Han, clearly has a scent that attracts me. If I eat him, there might be a possibility of mutation. Unfortunately, that idiot Songyun killed Xiao Han forcefully. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor's tone was extremely demonic and terrifying. However, I'm at a critical moment now. I'm only 10 demonic meridians away from successfully mutating and ascending to the heavens. At this time, I really can't afford to make any mistakes. In addition, that group of damned Yaoxia is causing trouble again. There's a talisman transformation realm among them, and it's very difficult to deal with them. Hence, I dare not act rashly. Alright, when this Heavenly Wilderness Demon Fruit Forest is completely ripe, I'll start to attack the last 10 demonic meridians. Once I succeed in mutating, the Heavenly Dragon Empire will become my kingdom of demons. It will become this emperor's kingdom of demons. He he he. He 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 he. Totem habitat. In the building that was hundreds of feet tall, Xiao Han's body was surging with starlight. The power of his flesh shell was condensed. He walked carefully. The ground was filled with bones that were piled up like a mountain. There were human corpses and a large number of beast skeletons. Some of the beast skeletons were hundreds of feet long. Their flesh and skin had been eaten clean, leaving only empty skeletons. A fierce ancient aura spread in all directions. A foul wind blew. Evil aura filled the sky. It made Xiao Han feel as if he was walking in Azura hell. Moreover, echoes could be heard from all directions as he took a step forward. At this moment, Xiao Han felt a great sense of danger, as if a dagger was stabbing into his back. He raised his head slightly and saw a huge creature that was emitting golden divine radiance. It was entrenched on a stone mountain in the building. It was hundreds of feet tall and looked like a divine lion. There was a golden dragon horn on its head that was extremely bright and dazzling. Its fur looked like it was made of gold and was shining brightly. It emitted a brilliant golden glow. It almost lit up the entire building, causing everything to be visible. In its eyes, there was a scene of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking. When it slightly opened its eyes, a divine light would burst out. Ancient runes would appear and disappear, scarlet clouds and gray mist would churn, and clouds would move in all directions. It was extremely intimidating. What a powerful and terrifying creature this was. It seemed to possess a high level of intelligence as it looked at the tiny Xiao Han with great interest. It didn't immediately pounce on him. Damn it, what a powerful aura. Is this a pure-blooded beast? It truly lives up to its reputation. It's not weaker than the talisman transformation realm demon hero Li Fanming. Moreover, I can't estimate its strength. It's too majestic. In front of me, it's as if I'm facing a legend from the ancient times. Xiao Han was somewhat cowering. However, things had already come to this. He could not retreat at all. His hands silently formed a seal and he was about to stake everything on one throw and unleash the 10,000 beast-devouring formation. He was going to make a crazy gamble. Roar! At the same time, a dragon's might was suppressed from above the building. Then, Xiao Han raised his head slightly and saw a dragon. This was not a hornless dragon, nor a flood dragon or a horned dragon. It was a real heavenly dragon. The dragon's might was extremely pure. The dragon's scales emitted infinite radiance. The dragon's eyes were as big as a water tank. There was a kind of ancient and deep luster in the pupils. Its body moved casually and it emitted a supreme dragon's might that could not be profaned by the world. Halos of light were emitted from the dragon's body, illuminating the world and making it the supreme ruler. A pure-blooded heavenly dragon. A pure-blooded heavenly dragon that could rival a pure-blooded swan and I. The heavenly dragon empire had raised and inherited it for countless years. It was a divine beast that was used to suppress the fate of the empire. Motherf ****. If it wasn't for the fact that my flesh shell is strong, my chi and blood are vigorous, and I have the support of the indestructible golden body, I'm afraid that I would have been turned into a mist of blood just by facing these two big guys. It's too dangerous. Xiao Han was speechless. His blood had somewhat solidified. His entire body's essence, chi, and spirit were highly concentrated and taut. His life's potential was greatly stimulated. At this moment, Xiao Han's soul was transparent, flawless, and without any impurities. Roar! Roar! Finally, after a period of observation, the pure-blooded sky dragon and pure-blooded Swanee roared excitedly at Xiao Han. It was as if they knew that Xiao Han's blood chi was different from ordinary people. It would definitely be delicious and nourishing. This, pure-blooded swan and pure-blooded heavenly dragon. I, Xiao Han, passed by the heavenly dragon empire today and fell into the enemy's hands. Unfortunately, my battle prowess is inferior to the enemy's, and I am besieged on all sides. It is difficult for me to break out of the encirclement. Both of you are pure-blooded ancient giant beasts. Why don't you fuse your genes into my body so that I can inherit your strength? Xiao Han's words seemed to be understood by the pure-blooded sky dragon and pure-blooded Swanee. They were enraged, as if they could feel the provocation and covetousness of a tiny creature like Xiao Han. The next moment, boom! Boom! The pure-blooded sky dragon and pure-blooded Swanee pounced towards Xiao Han at the same time. Flying sand and stones. The ground cracked. Beams of light blasted everywhere. Space collapsed inch by inch. Damn it. Desperate. Whether I live or die, it all depends on this. Xiao Han's body shone brightly, and the bone scriptures were intertwining. He was bold and courageous. A man with nothing to lose was not afraid of a man with shoes. He was willing to be cut into pieces and drag the emperor down from his horse. 2,000 beast-devouring grand formations that had been brewing for a long time were launched at the same time. The faint immortal chi was faintly discernible, and the immortal rhythm was simple and unadorned. Almost at the same time, they covered the pure-blooded swan Ni and pure-blooded sky dragon. To be continued. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.